my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gon' let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
if you cannot burn.
The sun seems to be shining brighter on the west side in day 3 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The Western representatives are on the rise as they dominated the lower bracket series. The first series of the day saw S11 Gaming take on RSGSG. It is unfortunate that the Singaporean representatives had to compete without the gold laner on stage. And RSGSG were eliminated by S11 in a convincing 2-0. The West continued to heat up in the series between Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports. The Turkish delights were too sweet for the competition and left MDH Esports with 0 on the scoreboard. And they spelled the end of the road of MDH Esports. Is this deja vu? No. It's the Valley, dude. The North American representative came out guns blazing with polished teamfight and execution as they put out Vernex Flash Flame in this elimination match. However, the MENA representative fought hard with an unrelenting determination against Malvinas Gaming, forcing a comeback in both games and getting one series back for the East, Yalla. Now we will be starting another day of elimination. Which 4 teams will be sent home and which 4 teams will continue their journey to greatness? Dare to be great.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia-Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M-Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower. It's going to be Flaptizi who's going to get caught out here, stuck against the... That's going to be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next Dark Horse? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Daddy QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow, that's Fried Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What the hell? The hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill. Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Because no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
From the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រោកឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll beat you for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No, so turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Torak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
I'm the
M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. Where all eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. It's something that's gotta give, cause rush the streets is what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, will you get your
my time, I'ma ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'm reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our hearts and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they wanted.
sun is up for another day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship here in Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. 8 teams remain as we progress more with headliner matches coming to you later. Which team will realize their dream of becoming world champions? Showing what Myanmar's finest can do, the Burmese Python strikes first for his team to provide their fast tempo to quickly control the game. No one can match his pace in rotating early to help the other lanes gain advantage. Falcon Esports can rely on Ken, the man. Incendio Supremacy's own Nazar provides the protection, scouting, and frontline for his whole team in the Land of Dawn. Tianzi sees opportunities for initiation or counterplay to stop the enemy from reaching his brothers. Fearless to face check the whole map, Tianzi wards off his opponent's plans, helping them win the control of the game.
Of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. I'm Mara Aquino
and Clara here on the M Room, where we will read all of your comments, support for the teams that is fighting on the M4.
Speaking of the teams, Clara, we have the final 8 teams battling to make it far. They're daring to be great for the games for today. We're gonna have both the upper bracket and the lower bracket. First, we'll start off with Falcon Esports and Incendio Supremacy.
But after that, we will have the upper bracket, which is RRQ Hoshi and Blacklist International.
You know, Clara, what's interesting about this is RRQ Hoshi has the most fans in Indonesia, while Blacklist International has the most fans in the Philippines. So how about, let's take a look at what the fans have to say online, on TikTok.
Go.
Here we go. In here, let's pick this one.
6 lang. It's Gilang.
For Gilang.
Oh,
what does
this
that
is
say?
the brand ambassador of RRQ. Look at his eyebrow. Moga selalu memberikan performa yang maksimal terus RRQ. Back. It's his signature. Back. He said he wishes that RRQ always give the best performance on every games in every time. Thank you, Gilang. Back.
How can you do that? The eyebrows?
I cannot. Can you, Mara?
I cannot at all. Let's take a look at more comments right here.
Oh, I think I know this guy, this Messi
Crazy
guy.
hair.
Let's go.
Let's see. It's Marco Cass.
Two Indonesian teams
Let's go on
in
again.
the
RRQ
upper
Hoshi,
brackets
Indo
for the
Pride,
M4
Viva
World
RRQ.
Championship.
Go
So it's
on
time
it. What
for
is
all
he
of us
saying right now?
Indonesians
Of course,
to give
he
them
want to
our
support
full
Indonesia.
for
Pokoknya,
#IndoPride.
mari maju Indonesia, go on it. RRQ Hoshi, Indo Pride. And the hashtag glory can go on it.
Okay, Marco is our baby brother. As Marco's older sister, we have to give him advice. Marco, comb your hair, all right?
Wash your hair.
Let's take a look at more comments on TikTok. In here, World Cup winner right over there.
Oh la la.
It says here, can't underestimate Blacklist. They've been quick and clean with their game. Actually, Clara, most of their games end in less than 20 minutes.
That's right, and they bring back their solid meta, the Ube meta, and it was just crazy how solid and perfect their game is.
Even the other teams are trying to do the Ube strat. Let's take a look at more comments.
Let's go.
Let's bring it up there. Oh, what does this say right here? What does that say?
Oh.
There you go. What does that mean?
This is the situation in the M4 with the RRQ Kingdom. RRQ Kingdom kalian the best deh, serius. Seru banget, rame banget. And you guys, so cool Kingdom, because they are rooting for the teams here.
So Claire, you mean to say the teams here have a marching band?
Yes, that's right. We have the band, we have the trumpet, we have everything to support our Indo Pride.
You know, Indonesia definitely has one of the best support. We need to have that over in the Philippines, that marching band.
We will
Let's
wait
take
for
a look
it.
at more comments on TikTok. In here, where does it say? Right.
Let's look.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look right here.
Ah,
G. It says Onyx versus Echo. RK Hoshi versus Blacklist, semi-final going to be epic. This is
Yes.
really amazing how we've proven that also Indonesia and Philippines, they're always rivals when it comes
right.
to the final rounds of the world stage.
The upper bracket will be epic. Upper bracket Indonesia Filipina bakal berlangsung, jadi ini yang akan ditunggu-tunggu oleh fans dari Indonesia kalian semua dan juga Philippines.
So let's keep those comments coming in on TikTok. All you gotta
Comment,
do
comment,
is use
comment.
the hashtag and we'll feature you for the next days. What's the
That's
hashtag?
right. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Hashtag MLBBM4 and hashtag Dare to be Great. Now we're gonna get it on and break things down for you for our first match of the day. Falcon versus Incendio Supremacy. Analyst, join us.
Thank you very much, our amazing hosts, Mongstar and Mara, here at the analyst segment. Welcome back to M4 in day number 5 with the greatest minds in the game right now. We have Gideon and Wolf right here, and of course me, Arashi. And we're going to be breaking down today's matches quite a bit. Let's take a look. I mean, which team do you guys support right now?
I think this is very easy for me. I'm definitely supporting Falcon. Incendio had a good game against the Malaysian team, so I'm hoping for some vengeance. I even got my Batman socks on for I am vengeance this time here at the stand.
Let's do it. You know, I would support Falcon easily because Coach Dale, a Filipino, is there, but I mean, since day one, since the group stages, I already said that Incendio Supremacy have made a fan out of me, and they kept on impressing on the past days of the M4.
I mean, there's a bit of a weird matchup here right here because Falcon, they seem to be going for a lot more of a direct approach, whereas for Incendio, it seems to be a bit different. I mean, what do you think is going to work for them in today's match?
Personally, I think, between both of the teams, as long as they have a Filipino in it or follow a Filipino meta, it seems to be working. That seems to be the bottom line here.
Well, before we go any further, let's take a look at the recap video.
Dream-like breakthroughs, nightmare heartbreaks. This was day number 4 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The first series of the day saw the Myanmar representatives clash heads with S11 Gaming's Argentina. But it was a storm of feathers as Falcon Esports dismantles their opponents with a quick 2-0. While Falcon Esports might have taken the win, S11 Argentina deserves just as much praise. Next, Team Hawk started strong against Incendio Supremacy. But it was the Turkish Delights that staged a comeback and defeated the Malaysian champions. It's a bad day for the Malaysian fans. As not one, but both Malaysian representatives went down in one day. The Valley of North America showed what they are capable of with refined teamfight execution and prime display from basing. Last but not least, the boys from Brazil stand tall behind the RRQ Kingdom fans. RRQ Akira pushes their lead early, but Occupied Thrones Amina fought valiantly to defend their thrones in Game 2 of the series. They eventually fell to the final Lord Charge to prepare for an intense day of competition as there are only 8 teams left to battle for the crown in the Land of Dawn. Dare to be great.
Man, so much has happened in these past few days, and now we're back to talking about today's matchup. And as we mentioned earlier, seems to be a bit of a differing approach, because I think Incendio, they're gonna try and outwit Falcon, but do you think Falcon has solved that problem?
Falcon already defeated Incendio Supremacy before, and if you think about it, Incendio wants to go for the Ube strategy, right? The sustain that they come from the Turkish Delight, and Falcon knows that so well. They have defeated both of those strategies before, so I think that when it comes to just like on paper, black and white, Falcon should be the one to be in the advantage in this matchup.
They definitely have the upper hand, but what do you think about the hot topic for right now, the marriage of champions, Gideon?
Look, I mean, everybody has taken a note from the Filipinos, right? Whether it be a player, whether it be a coach, whether it be their staff, or even the strategies, it feels like the Filipinos have cracked something that everybody else are trying to beat. They are the teams to beat. They are the meta that we need to push past and evolve past. Hopefully, we might see that today.
A lot of different opinions, but let's take a look at the talent predictions here because that is where the spicy stuff happens.
I'm very curious. I'm hoping that Wolf's prediction comes up. I'm very excited to see what exactly that is. It feels like a bit of a theme going on here. And now that the Malaysians are gone, where else will your curse lie, Wolf?
I don't know. You know, I actually made a tweet yesterday where I kind of talk about where I should be voting for the opponents of the Philippines, but so far Arashi, Falcon, and Sona from the Philippines went in and voted for Falcon as a true Filipino would.
I mean, we only saw like 3 votes for Incendio here, so they're up against very overwhelming odds. So at this situation, Wolf, I mean, what do you think they have to do to try and sneak out this victory? Because they still have a lot of potential.
Yeah, you know, I did say that the upper hand belongs to Falcon, but when I saw like the performance of Incendio in the group stages and then comparing it with the past few days that we've seen them perform, I think all they have to do now is just to make it more polished because they really look strong when they are comfortable with their playstyle.
Polished, do you think that's the same approach that Falcon is going to go for? Because they have been playing very, very well, but there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely, there will always be room for improvement, and I think we can jump deeper in it as we look at the charts of some of these team players. Number 1 has to go over to Ken, a huge playmaker for the team. When he's feeling comfortable, when he knows where his team needs him to be, you can tell by his Team 5 participation, 80% overall.
He is the pivotal part of Falcon, and Ken, the man, is actually going to perform. Now we saw him yesterday as well, like lead the pack, and he was very, very aggressive, but at the same time, he knows when his timing is, so that it's more like a controlled aggression that you can see from Ken himself.
I mean, in contrast to that, TNZ, we see that he's a bit more different, right? He's less aggressive in a way, so it seems like the idea for Incendio is to be a bit more flexible. I mean, he has a lot more teamfight participation, so I think that he roams around more, but as you mentioned, I think Ken is just so much better at just finding those timings, right? Knowing when to go in.
Absolutely, and I think the game really breaks down to whether or not they can actually get what they are comfortable with in the draft itself. It feels like a lot of the games are predetermined by the draft, especially when the players are feeling really hot with themselves and play in their tip-top form.
Well, with both those players highlighted, what do you think is gonna happen? Is that gonna be the highlighted matchup?
Well, we are definitely gonna see Turkish Delight, but at the same time, there's another version, like the aggressive Turkish Delight with Leomord and the Brody. And then when you see Falcon, you can expect Assassins. I would love to see Ken the Man, you know, be activated in this game.
Well, enough from us analysts. Let's throw it back to our amazing casters right at the desk.
Thank you very much, Gideon. I almost said Jays. Arashi and Wolf, my name is Jays. On the desk right here at your service, alongside with Assassin Dave and Comb Your Hair Merkel. He did. Of course, we will be watching the first match of the day, which will be Falcon Esports going up against Incendio Supremacy. But before that, we have to make some shoutouts. M4 is, of course, powered by Tonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much for all your supports for M4. But speaking of M4, we also have the M4 Pass, which is now available as well. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease. And for free as well, so log in now. Exclusive rewards are waiting for you, like the Beatrix Light Chaser, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance. We saw the interesting bug right there, you know, the flying one, he's literally in the air. I want that. And of course, the M4 Beatrix figurine are just waiting for you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great. How's the feeling on the desk today, Dave?
Fantastic. We got 2 incredible series. Falcon taking on Incendio. You know, before today, everybody will heavily lean towards Falcon, but seeing what Incendio have done so far up to this point, I don't know. Nobody knows. It's up in the air, and that's what makes the series so exciting. I cannot wait for it.
It's another rematch, right? Group A, remember, Blacklist, Falcon, Incendio Supremacy went on to go for a tiebreaker.
Oh, yes.
And what happened? Again, Falcon were able to beat Incendio Supremacy the second time around, but the first time it was Incendio who actually were able to best the Falcons.
I like that. I like that point, right? The fact that, it feels like Falcon Esports has already figured out the formula, but let's take a look at the team lineup.
Ooh, let's take a look. The first team that's going to be making it onto the screen today is going to be Falcon Esports. We have Justin, Yellow Flash, Zipix, Ken, and Naomi.
This team, the Burmese style is a very unique style. I think Coach Dale put it best. He likes the unique style coming in because it's crazy aggression, sometimes even prioritizing kills over objectives. But on the other side, it is the polar opposite with Rosa, Alien, Sunshine, TNZ, and Apex 47. Usually, sure, Wolf did say that they can be the aggressive team too. They can walk up in your face, but most of the time they rely on that Turkish Delight strategy, playing around their back line, mainly the man you see on screen, and it's Rosa.
That's absolutely right. The Turkish Delight, the Blacklist Ube Shred, making it to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Incendio Supremacy.
Of course, as they work on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, they're looking to use that Turkish Delight to clip off the wings of Falcon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Incendio Supremacy!
This team has a lot going for them, a lot of dimensions here, a lot of win conditions, and it's all going to come down to how they draft and prepare for Falcon Esports, who are very, very aggressive. We've seen that Incendio do extremely well up against aggressive teams who like to play those assassins. And guess what? They're up against Falcon, who likes to play assassins.
Yeah, you gotta say, Incendio, they are expecting Falcon to have a counter strategy, right? So it's the counter to the counter. So we might see some like outsmarting of each other. But before we get into more of that, here is Falcon, the men on wings.
The way Falcon was able to beat Incendio Supremacy in the group stages in the tiebreaker match was by isolating Incendio Supremacy, forcing them onto the side lanes for them to pick off with their Burmese style of play. They really like getting these 1v1s down. Yellow Flash on that Lapu as well, providing extremely good dive, becoming that frontliner, but also CCing and acting as a distraction. And on the screen, you see him, Ken. This guy, whenever he gets those carry heroes, you see the maximum potential for Falcon Esports.
Yes, and very well said, Merkel. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, looking to soar high over the supremacy of Incendio, give it up for Falcon Esports!
Ken the man, walking up to the stage.
The dancing peacock?
That's right. I mean, the boys looking confident, right? I mean, they know what to do. You saw what they did to Blacklist in the group stage. They have figured it out. But again, it's like a counter to counter to the counter, right? You probably expect your opponents, okay, they know what we're doing. They're going to try to counter us. At the same time, we know what they're doing, and they expected we to do the counter. Like, I'm excited to see this out-strategy, outsmarting of each other.
Personally, I feel like this could be a precursor of a potential rematch of Falcon versus Blacklist, right? We know that Turkish Delights, we know that Incendio Supremacy uses the Ube strat as well, but Falcon has already beaten the maker of that Ube strategy.
That's a good point, right? We've all been mentioning this. Incendio Supremacy, the way they like to play the game is like just that Ube strat, but with a Turkish spice onto it, right? And right now, Jays, I do believe we're going to see a little bit of something.
That's right. We'll be taking a look at the team head, and we just want to see, like, we know the strategy is down, but that is just like, just analogies, right? We need to see the numbers.
Well, if you take a look at the numbers here, it's very evident that, again, the styles that we were talking about early on, where Falcon likes to go for kills, likes to go for skirmishes, you can see average kills, 14.3, a bit higher than Incendio Supremacy. They're both sitting on literally the same win rate, 60%, which is impressive because they're coming into this matchup with a 1-to-1 as well in terms of that head-to-head. Total control rate, though, you can already see that Incendio Supremacy, with their style of that Ube, that Turkish Delight, they are going to be able to control the neutral objectives a bit better than their opponents.
Now look at Incendio, right? Like I said, the journey up to this point has been very impressive. What they've done to every single team. And by the way, just a quick reminder, Incendio has beaten Falcon Esports in the group stage once, right? I mean, they've proven that they can do it.
Yeah, they've proven they can do it, but at the same time, let's take a look at the keys of victory, right, Merkel? Anything that, Falcon Esports needs to be careful about going up against Incendio Supremacy?
First thing that comes to mind instantly, it's Rosa. Rosa has been the core, the main core for the side of Incendio Supremacy, right? Contester play around Rosa's artillery mages. Don't let him on to the heroes like the Farsa, the Yves that can really dictate the mid lane matchup. Anticipate Incendio's early group up rotations. Like we mentioned, they really like to group up, playing around neutral objectives and even forcing 4v5s around the map. Naomi and Justin must dissect the enemy's formation. This is what we mentioned. Naomi and Justin have a way where they can isolate these members. They can split them up. And if you want to beat Incendio Supremacy, you need to be able to do this. Falcon does it extremely well.
Yes, but on the other side, keys of victory for the Turkish team here. Assassin Dave, any words of comments on the keys to victory?
Ooh, the key to victory for Incendio. Sunshine must not be swayed by Zipic's taunts. Wow, a little bit of a mind game over there. And a map vision, map control, scan everywhere, whiz care. That's going to be a challenge for Incendio because we know how Naomi can be so aggressive on the map, right? Can you break through that? That's going to be the key there. And continue to bank on aliens out of the world plays. Alien, and yes, I gotta admit, I am actually on Alien side. This guy is out of this world. The amount of flanks, the amount of Benedetta gameplays coming out from Alien is insane. Last but not least, look to trade for objectives with matching rotations.
Well, our writer is really going crazy right here with the punts for the key to victory. But another thing that we also have to mention is that Falcon does have a lot more flexibility. It feels like we do not know what Falcon wants to play, but we all know how Incendio Supremacy wants to go into and how to play into this particular series, Marco.
We've seen so many different drafts from both of these teams, and again, it just comes down to how they prepared to one another, right? For one another. Because in the group stages, there's a case to be made that maybe both teams were still reading each other out, especially for the first two matches in their tournament up against one another, right? Incendio did not show all their cards in the group stage, but so did Falcon. Falcon were hiding a lot of the strategies that we ended up seeing actually yesterday. Falcon with incredible games, but Incendio too.
Yeah, Merkel, I really don't think it's the fact that Falcon is hiding strategies. I feel like it's the day one debuff.
Oh.
Right? Falcon does have this weird day one debuff, but you saw what happened yesterday. They were performing quite well as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into the draft of the first series of the day. It is Falcon Esports going up against Incendio Supremacy. Falcon on first pick.
Right off the bat, you could see the respect given over by Falcon towards Incendio. Already a ban on that Farsa and the Estes. So not just Rosa, but Apex 47 too.
Absolutely. They expect this one trick strategy. You know, if you're so good at it, instead of going against it, I'm going to go ahead and just ban it, right? How about you show me your second hand? Show me like what you're good at after this. Do you even get a strategy ready? That's attitude come from Falcon. At the same time, we see Falcon go against Blacklist in the group stage where they had a Granger. Right? Are we going to see Granger coming out today going against Incendio? That's something that I want to see because Granger is a character that's heavily overlooked in the meta, but it definitely has a place, especially going against a heavily grouped composition or playstyle like Incendio.
Yeah, I think I've seen this strategy before, right? You use the Eve and then you land a real world manipulation. I think it's also Falcon as well. It's so easy for the Granger to land the ultimate, and especially when it's AoE, that's like a massive nuke sent into the enemy's backline as well. But now let's take a look at the bans. It's going to be the ban for that carry. A lot of heavy emphasis on Zipix right there, but do we want to really target Zipix's hero pool?
Well, before talking Zipix, there's still a lot of meta characters on the meta. On the draft, we have Glue, we have Valentina, we have Kaja, Grok. Because of the respect ban in the early phases, so many OP characters are let open right now. I mean, what is Incendio's strategy right here? I mean, are they going to not ban any of those to take more? Or are they trying to ban one and take another one that counters?
We'll see what they go for. Honestly, I'm thinking more of the Kaja ban, or they might just go for Fanny, a hero that really gave them a lot of trouble yesterday. Up against Team Hawk, Gary on the Fanny was able to do what the Keys Victory said Falcon needs to do up against Incendio. Falcon, though, they're going to pick up that glue. First pick, left open, a lot of crazy picks, and there you go.
Very well said there, Merkel, because if you notice, the problem about U-based strat is that if you do not know how to master the waves properly, you may have a lot of cross-map plays, right? That's more visible when there's an enemy link or an enemy Fanny. So that's one part of that problem removed. Expect, Falcon, hopefully, you get to see Ken the man literally fly around the map, pick up these cross-map plays, and then convert that into a turret push.
Well, for Incendio right now, usually it's the Farsa first pick. You know, now with the Farsa and the Estes banned out, they might actually go for... Faramis can work, but Yves is a better choice. Again, we know Rosa likes to dictate that mid-control, mid-meta, and the Yves is already going to be hovered over, and that's another pick coming in. I thought it might be the Grok or the Benedetta that Incendio really like to go for early on in the draft, but no, they secure the Martis for Tianzi. It's once again coming down to that mid-control that can translate over to invades happening in the enemy jungle.
See, the thing about picking up Eve against Glue, Glue can easily get on a character like Eve, right? Because if you just use the simple combo, and by the way, Yellow Flash is really flashy with a skill 1 flicker combo, right? If he gets onto you, you are kind of dead. You get the passive instantly procced, all the charges, all you need to proc an ultimate and grab you to his own allies, and it's done. And just when I mentioned Kanja still up, the reason why Faramis can be a threat here, I don't know if you guys have tried the mechanic. Once Glue ultimate, Faramis skill 2 can one-shot Glue or any ally along with it because the bounce.
Well, Valentina might just be the pick here, but no, they actually go for the Kadira. Usually, for Justin, we saw this up against a Yves and a Martis. He really likes to steal that decimation, right? The decimate from the Martis. Here, though, they're opting for a bit more aggression. With the Kadira, it does mean that they are opting for just more kill pressure in the mid lane instead of trying to level that Yves in the wave clear.
Yeah, by the way, looking at the enemy coach right now, right, based on the M4 stats, this is like the highest hero pool in M4 with 28 unique heroes. You can expect Incendio like super flexible. They know, you know, they can pull out the right tools for the right time and the right job. But at the same time, looking at the bans going in, heavily targeting Xyp9x because Xyp9x hasn't picked up his hero just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be another target because look at a draft right now. This might be the one of the time where Falcon actually just take out the Granger. I think because they're not too much dive. There's a Benedetta, but you do have a Kanja that can straight up counters that, right? Kanja is one of the best peel in the entire game. Granted, you also have a lot of vision control from Kanja, and also Kadita is going to be in the bush, camping that Eve. Every time Rosa is going to be using the real-world manipulation, you can expect a rough wave coming out from Justin to eliminate the threat to the backline.
They are, you know, already technically setting up for something of a physical damage carry.
Yeah.
It's either gold lane or the jungle for Falcon Esports right now. We've seen the Granger, so it can work there, but Incendio Supremacy, let's take a look at what they're trying to do, right? You mentioned it, Xyp9x, they're trying to really just nail his heroes down, and the Lunox can be an option that they go for, that they will go for here. So 4 respect bans towards Xyp9x, who has been one of the key factors for Falcon Esports to win in the draft, because he's so dynamic in the draft. He can actually go and, you know, flex a lot of these different heroes. With the Lunox banned out, he might have to actually go and opt for the Beatrix, but Sunshine can just pick it up first.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely going to be an Incendio Beatrix right here, right? This Yubei, it's part and parcel of the Yubei strat, right? Something, a very heavy hitter from the back line that could go from the back line and start hitting targets. But taking a look at the bans from the side of Falcon Esports, they're taking away the Leslie though. I like the Claude in this case because you've got so much burst damage from the Kadita as well. Falcon is dropping towards more like a pick composition to try to pick apart the Yubei strat.
Pick, dive, you can call it whatever you want, right? They can pick, but they can also dive. The dive is the win condition that I'm seeing more of
Literally
here, right?
dive, right? With the Kadita.
With the Kadita, with the glue as well, just wanting to go to that back line. And Incendio now really needs to make a good choice, right? If they go for the gold lane here, picking up a Beatrix, I think they should just leave the gold lane towards that last pick so that they can try to actually hold off up against a Claude if it ever comes down to it. And now, there you go. They actually go for the roamer first. Rafaela making her debut at the M4 stage.
Truly the Ube, huh? Yeah. I mean, Incendio really likes the type of healer backline support mages, right? This is one of the best kiting mages you can support to have in the backline. Really, really great pick here. Now, that does limit the gold lane option. What are even available? If you pick Claude, when Claude is jumping in with the Blazing Duet, it can be easily kidnapped by Kaja's ultimate. He can be one-shot by Kadita. There's just so much counter. So I think at this point, they really need to think about what is available, or maybe they just want to save the last pick. Maybe think about Irithel for the burst, for the babies of glue.
Oh, man.
I feel like, you know, the Rafaela being picked up right here is a little bit crazy, right? I expect that should be the last pick. I feel like Incendio should have picked up the Beatrix first, so that they got that Ube strat, part and parcel of the Ube strat. Now they have to go for, you know, either the Aerithel or Claude actually might make sense because you could set up this big box.
I'm thinking more of a Brody here, you know? The reason they didn't go for the Beatrix ban is most probably because of not the Beatrix pick. They didn't go for it because they want to bully the Beatrix in the gold lane. With the Rafaela, you already have a very solid hero to just help you out, and there you go. Boom, bang, bada, bing. Wolf's knowledge has rubbed off on me,
The
dude.
Brody. The prediction coming from Miracle right there. Very, very good pick here. Brody also really good against a lot of assassins in the
Very
meta.
good.
And also does
Against
a
the
lot
dive.
of burst damage, especially these free stacks, you know, onto someone like Glue. It's just all those babies, you just wipe them out in one shot. So really nice pick here. Can they stand out? Is Alien going to play out of this world this game? We shall find out.
I think Alien on that Benedetta is meant to create that cross-map plays to kind of match that link. Remember, the biggest weakness of the Ube strat is that you're walking around together. You can only walk down one lane. You cannot be at 3 lanes at once. With the Benedetta, you can rotate from one lane to another very quickly to respond to that link. So I feel like Benedetta being picked up in the first part of the draft is a very good foresight coming out from the side of Incendio Supremacy. Falcon, on the other hand, they need to play this pick, right? They need to also try to protect Beatrix. I feel like they can. It's because Falcon, they need to make sure that the enemy is super dangerous, but we're going to go into game.
All right, in the game, straight off the bat, based on the drafts here, Incendio Supremacy have a lot of anti-CC. They can get out of a lot of the CC, that the lockdown pressure that Falcon has. Again, Tianzi, on that Martis, you have a real-world inflation that is very hard to cancel out now. And on top of that, you also have the Holy Healing giving you a little bit more mobility. Eye for an eye for Benedetta, a whole lot of mobility. So just the CC, is it enough from Falcon Esports to really lock down the targets coming in from Incendio Supremacy?
I think there's a lot of CCs coming out from Falcon, right? Like, they can match the CCs towards the CCs as well. The real-world manipulation, technically, that is an infinite, I would say. I may be a bit making it a little bit too big, but I feel like that's a 90% slow. It's almost like a stun, right? It's almost like an immobilize.
And the one thing I want to mention is, regarding Kadita and all those kind of character, assassin type of characters, if they don't show up, if you just hit in the bush, that itself is a CC in its own. Because if you don't know where they are, that's a mind control, right? Like, you cannot really send your hand, you cannot really like just, show your real world manipulation because you know the Kadita's gonna target you, you know the Ling's gonna target you, same with Glue. Now at the same time, Alien have to be worried about Naomi because Naomi is gonna be staying on top of Beatrix to make sure the backline has enough room to do damage. The moment he jumps in with whatever combo you have in your sleeves, that's when Naomi show up with Divine Justice and bring down the kill. So let's take a look at the player comparison right here.
The player comparison between Ken from the side of Falcon and Tianzi from the side of Incendio. I think, yes, the stats doesn't really accurately depict the full picture because Tianzi has shown that he could play the Fredrin, whereas Ken is very heavy on the assassins.
You know, a bit more aggression coming in from Ken. Number 1 first blood still. He's very, very aggressive early on, but I think we are going to be jumping back into the game for me to really look at the emblems again, right?
Yep.
What did they take? Ken, Demon Slayer. Means that maybe he's not going to be that active on the map. He might just be actually opting to go for farm. This is where it gets really rocky, in my opinion, for the Ling, right? Because Tianzi's gone from the Demon Slayer too. He's going to have a better time in the clear department, and that's where the Ling can be really vulnerable to these invades that Incendio can set up for because they have a better wave clear in the mid lane.
Oh, here we go in the mid lane. Tianzi's gonna find a little bit of poke into his HP bar, and it's gonna be Falcon taking the Lethal Wonder in the river.
I think that's a good fight for the side of Falcon, right? That's some stats that Ken desperately needs. Got to get to level 4 as quickly as possible. I think what Falcon have in their draft is a lot more flexibility, right? We've seen how the power of a Kaja can counter-engage. You don't need to force your Kaja to force that engage with a flicker. You can also play a Kaja passively. You catch the engager from the side of Incendio, drag him back, and reverse that person down.
Well, here you can already see Tianzi is going to be able to actually clear out a bit faster, rotating already around the gold lane. Whoa!
Oh, a little bit of damage onto Zipix, but the goal is pretty clear, and Tianzi will take the small camp on the bottom side.
Yeah, no biggie for now. I think a lot of focus from the side of Incendio at the bottom side. Naomi is there trying to make sure that to peel. But another thing that we also have to talk about, Mirko, is Incendio does have some form of rush control because with the way the Rafaela works, right? I think it's the first skill that actually reviews the members inside the brush, even though there's no vision.
I like the fact that both teams are playing around their winning lane. Incendio rotating most of their resources over to the Brody lane. That is a bit more of a bully. But Alien...
There we go on the top side. Alien jumping and finding a lot of damage. Yellow flash. Yellow flash will be petrified, taking down very low. And pop the split just to stay alive. But here comes Ace. Here comes the jungler. TNZ gets taken very low. As first blood goes to the team side of Falcon.
It is exactly what we're looking at, right? Ken even using the Tempest Blade to get out away. I love the play coming out from Falcon. They identify who to target down. That is the jungle down. But it's going to be Incendio. They need to try to reinforce
Divine
this.
Justice into the combo of Justin. And it's going to be another kill to Falcon. They take this fight and they are making a move to the turtle.
Falcon already, again, not only are they winning in these skirmishes, but they're also controlling the neutral objective game. It looked really good for Incendio Supremacy with a lot of HP, but that's when Falcon actually utilizes that to isolate these members, splitting them apart and putting them in a false sense of security.
Yeah, looking at the items right here, ladies and gents, it's going to be the Brody Sunshine going straight for the BOD. Whereas if you notice, it's going to be, I believe, halfway through. I think there's some confusion for the side of Zepex whether I want to go for the BOD first. But I feel like he needs more, maybe even a Hunter Strike or even later Hephaestus as well to benefit from the render shots.
It's very, very tough now for Incendio Supremacy. 1,000 gold lead with the composition around the gold lane. I think the main problem for Incendio Supremacy is they were playing towards their weak side of the map. Alien, sure, he's been popping off. He's been making a lot of good plays, but against the glue, there's not really much kill pressure you can put on him. It's actually going to be Alien who wins out in that lane. That's why Falcon's been playing around the XP lane. Incendio should utilize the Brody lane, where he can actually bully the Beatrix and try to look for the trades that we saw in the keys to victory. Cross map.
Ken looking for a little bit of poke. Yellow flash already finding his way into the fight. And Alien's looking to fight back to keep the jungler healthy. But it's 40 seconds until the turtle.
It's 40 seconds until the turtle. There's no reason why these two teams should fight there. Another benefit from the side of Alien is that, yeah, with the emblem currently, so that he could just regain and heal so that he could sustain that fight even longer against that glue. Another benefit about the Benedetta is that I can clear the wave quickly and then rotate even faster, and there's also that potential
bottom side. Here comes Divine Judgment, and the hook is real. Damage ready. It is Sunshine taking low. The rough wave finding the damage and funding the kill. And Justin will take the marksman down and finding a double kill to the side of Falcon.
I feel like Incendio may have made this mistake, giving Justin that comfort pick of a Kadita, especially when going for a Eve and Ube strat Mirko.
It comes down to timing now, right? Early on, Incendio played for the wrong side of the map. They were punished, and Falcon got that gold lead to start rolling. And they were able to actually utilize that to win in the gold lane too. And even here, Ken goes in.
Oh, Ken goes in, finding a lot of damage to Alien, but he's very, very mobile. Can he get away from the fast hand Ken? Ken is taking a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to barely take him low, as Ken will take down Alien on the top side and now making a move into the top tier 1 tower.
It's very hard now. Naomi's gonna be caught though.
Naomi is getting caught, and the decimation comes in as now Incendio looking to fight back. This is a single kill, make it double. TNZ is shredding the HP of the entire Falcon, and now Glue finding his entrance to the team fight, but not able to find much. Will have to retreat for now, taking a lot of damage. Now, do mind you, this guy is very, very tanky though. He's getting beaten up, but it seems like he's okay. It's gonna be okay enough. Not so fast as Incendio. One more comeback, and Incendio is fighting back.
It's not really fast. I love the fact that Incendio, it's like, you know what? I know I'm behind in gold. I lost 2 turtles, but I'm gonna make this coin tosses. I want to try to fight, and then hopefully, if Falcon makes a mistake, I will punish them.
I love the fact that they are not afraid to go for these skirmishes, even though they've been losing in these team fights and in the pickoff game. You can see that the 2,000 gold lead by Falcon now is only down to 1,000 gold lead. And in terms of this matchup in the item builds, for the Ling, Ken actually has gotten a few of those good items in here, man. You can already see it with the Windtalker, and on the way to the Berserker's Fury, he's going to be able to hit that power spike a bit faster than TNZ. And even when it comes down to the Beatrix-Brody matchup, Brody not really getting much done in the gold lane. It's Beatrix who has more gold to play with, and if she scales up faster and is able to actually force Sunshine to fall off earlier on,
it's going to be very bad for the Brody.
Gee, this is actually really interesting, right? Naomi, the top one in total MVPs, win and lose in total throughout M4 series, 8 MVP. I mean, Naomi will be feeling very good about himself.
No, he doesn't have to feel good about himself. We all feel good about Naomi. This guy has made a god of himself. Speaking of that, this is Falcon now starting the turtle. Oh, here comes the alien, makes his entrance to the team fight. Divine Judgment immediately issued on the alien, who is able to get away, but TNZ funded entrance to the back line. Buff wave being issued just to get himself away. Ken is looking for the damage to TNZ, who's getting away. The heal is absolutely insane. Yellow Flash onto the back line, onto Apex 47. He's a little bit too tanky for the damage off the glue, but now Falcon is retreating back to the turtle as they want objective over more skirmish.
Incendio, I think they have to be a bit careful. I definitely feel like Falcon should take this turtle right here, and that's where you see the Rafaela start to pop up, try to show up, just in case if TNZ overheats a little bit, you have the bonus movement speed and here to run back.
The way Falcon are playing, right, they actually are winning out in these prolonged trades that should be in favor of Incendio Supremacy based on how much damage output they have. But guess what? That's Brody. That's a burst marksman. You're mainly looking for burst, not DPS. So Xyp9x can actually be the one to win out in these sustainable battles, dealing out more damage in a long time instead of Sunshine, who just wants to go for that crazy burst. And with the items here, you can already see that's going to be very, very tough for the Brody to compete in the damage department against the Beatrix, who's already building towards the Hunter Strike. Ling as well. Remember, he went for Windtalker Berserker's Fury, so there's more DPS than burst.
And you gotta be worried about Incendio, because this game skills later into the game. Falcon, they have a hyper carry lane, they have a hyper carry Beatrix. This is only getting scarier as the hyper carry really gets her item, really get a power spike. One Divine Judgment might just decide the entire game. Speaking of in the middle lane, might look a little suspicious here. Naomi coming in to flicker. Oh, and the TNZ will be targeted, beaten up, taken down, and into the buff range to the back line. Killing spree goes up Ken, and the Falcon secure the entirety of the fight. They take it.
They secure the entirety of the fight. Alien left a little bit awkward at the bottom side. It's a 5v4 in the mid lane. The best part is you see how Naomi timed the ultimate, making sure that TNZ uses the CC immunity first and then strikes back.
It's like it came off a dream, dude. Oh my god. As a Kadita player, there's nothing you want more in the world than to get a 3-man knockup, bursting them down and setting up for your team. Falcon have been utilizing their weapons so well here, rotating, being active across the map, and Justin again.
One more time, Justin finding the wombo combo on Alien, who beautifully the skill to the dodge, not Justin in trouble. The railroad manipulation will find him dead in the black and white screen. Incendio fights back, but yet this is still an uphill battle for Incendio, as now Falcon's looking at a really comfortable spot. Speaking of that, Naomi might find himself between a rock and a hard place here, taking a lot of damage, and he will be absolutely obliterated. A beautiful combo from Incendio. They fight back, and they're now making the move to the Lord.
Respect is the name of the game. Falcon, initially 2k gold lead, down to 1,000. Why? Because they got too comfortable. They started disrespecting Incendio a bit too much, overextending into the enemy territory. And now you're seeing a little bit of the same. Falcon needs to understand that their lead right now and their heroes will actually fall off later on, right? Incendio will have a lot of resources to actually negate a lot of the CC coming in. So Falcon needs to stay disciplined, needs to just go, and they are exactly doing that, committing onto the Lord.
Committing onto Lord, Ken will definitely take that away. I think that's another factor from the side that's working very well for Incendio, is TNZ is actually starting to snowball. If you notice that previous catch from the side of Justin on top of Alien earlier just now, using that timing that second skill to that T is simply beautiful, Merkel.
It is very, very beautiful. And now we're going to take a look at the items again. Ken has actually completed Endless Battle 2, so at this point, we said it earlier on, the amount of damage he was doing in these team fights is more DPS. Now with the Endless Battle, the Berserker's Fury working on, whoa, he's actually going for a BOD here, not penetration, no Malefic Roar, no DHS. He wants to deal more damage on towards the back line, and as you can see, from Rosa, there's no physical defense just yet. He's going to be melted down if Xyp9x and Ken can go for it.
Or Justin. Speaking of that, here comes Divine Judgment, getting Apex 47 onto the back line. He's able to use the flicker to get himself the way to safety though, but not so fast for Alien. will be taken out of this planet, taken out of the land of Dawn, as now Falcon knocking the front door of the side of Incendio. They have one more wave come towards the middle. Here it comes, Yellow Flash, putting those fake damage into the front line, trying to zone everybody away, but beautiful railroad manipulation will make sure the entire Falcon backs away from the high ground towers.
That was a very beautiful defense coming off from Incendio. Not only just the fact that they identified the minions is the main problem. Even though they're down on one member, props to Incendio for doing such a wonderful defense.
They've snowballed so much, Falcon Esports. Incendio Supremacy, again, yes, it was a good defense, but look at their composition again. The only person who can really take it to the later stage of the game is that Yves. Uh-oh, Justin.
Might be spotted here, and sure enough, Rosa with a skill one beautifully spotted Justin into the bush. And this is a hyper awareness. We're talking about Spider-Man level 6th sense right here, spotting someone into the bush, and that saved Rosa from potential death.
Item check again. Beatrix Zipix already completing that Melfic Roar, heading on to either Winter Nature or a DHS at this point. But honestly, from the amount of damage Incendio have been putting up in these team fights, I would much rather see a DHS for the Beatrix. Just deal more damage out. The best offense for me is, well, the best defense for me is offense. So I think he might just be going for that. But on the other side, the Glue, man, he is so tanky. There's no way, there's actually no way for any of the Incendio members to burst him down at this point, right? He has so much physical defense with the Anticuras and the Brute Force Breastplate, a lot of movement speed, and he also has Radiant Armor, so the Eve's not really going to be able to shred him down.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Take a look at the Lord Advantage, right? It's a lot of turrets being taken down. If you notice, it's like 1/4 HP of each turret split all the way out. We're going to a sort of a lull. You mentioned, Merkel, Falcon needs to show some respect over to Incendio. Even though they've got this 8.5k gold lead, they're doing it right now. The Lord will be spawned.
That's probably one of the highest Lord advantage that you can get in the entire M4, right? Close to 4,000 gold gained by the singular Lord, and that was an entry-level Lord. And here it comes, the enhanced Lord after 12 minutes. And it seemed like Falcon is getting it completely uncontested. This is Incendio holding on to dear life, just protecting the base and hoping to drag until everybody hits their power spike. But can they do that, though, in this game?
It's just the fundamentals, right? The reason Falcon was able to take that Lord for free is the wave control that they're actually putting down. Slow pushing the mid lane and even that bottom lane, forcing Incendio to actually step out of the base a little bit, and they're not going to do that. It's not safe at all. If he does step out of that base, there's so many pick potential coming in from Falcon, and they're already zoning right now.
Yellow Flash already flashing into the enemy base, zoning everybody away from the high ground tower. As the first high ground tower will fall, Ken will style onto the top high ground tower as this tower will be shredded to pieces. Almost taken down, but still standing still, holding up dear life. And that is bottom lane Lord charging into the base as there were no towers standing after this one last swing. The entire side of base for Incendio is shattered around. Ling comes in, finding the damage. Devon Justin will find kill number 1. Ling's going in. This guy's unstoppable. Falcon, they're looking to find the entire base. A beautiful dive, a beautiful rough way will find a kill of Sunshine to the back line. And now, there's nothing Alien can do as Land of Dawn has been claimed by Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, as BJ hit the base, Falcon will take game 1.
GG well played over the side of Falcon. They know the Blacklist strategy, they know the Ube strategy, they know the Turkish Delight strategy, they committed that to the memory, and they've managed to break that code.
14,000 gold lead at the end of it all, and this is just the Burmese playstyle we were talking about, prioritizing kills and then seeing what's on the board. They've been getting kills, they've been able to force a lot of these fights, and guess what? Incendio, they were just not ready for that. Incendio didn't play to the way they actually did in their victories. How Incendio usually likes to play the games and how they actually take the games into their own hands is by not going for that crazy team fight, not actually facing off against Falcon that way. They want to go for trades across the board, cross-map, and mirroring the movements from the side of Falcon. So much damage, so much pick potential, you're not allowed to stay in lane and stay isolated.
Another thing that also have to point out for the side of Incendio Supremacy is the fact that, you know, they've
it's not an Estes anymore. You're bringing a Rafaela, but I'm going to leave it that to the analysts to break it down for us. But we got to talk to you about the M4 Battle Night Boom Boom Pow goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First of all, what you can do is complete the battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. Yes, I love the Leslie skin very much. I need to buy that. You can choose the skin you like for most of this chest, so I can definitely get a Leslie skin. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day as well. Play matches and you get a team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points. What? Double AXP and double BP for 5 matches, and we're not stopping there. Sheesh. I need to breathe. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available on that day. So save that date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match and win lots of rewards. And let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. And I need to breathe.
You know what? You know,
It's a lot of
So
things.
many free stuff.
Yeah, so much free stuff. Casting M4 exciting, but getting those free stuff is more exciting. I'm gonna log into the game on that day.
Yep, and with that said, we're going to throw it back to our analysts. It is up to you, Gideon, Arashi, and Wolf. Take it away. Break down that game for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst segment. And wow, what a game, what a performance. And I think our expectations were kind of blown out of the water.
I think it was a very good draft coming out from Incendio Supremacy, but there was something that Falcon did in this game from the draft as well as their playstyle to kind of prove to counter the Ube strategy. And this will be kind of quite a long discourse for sure, but I have maybe just to cut it short. What I noticed, the main boon or the main problem of Ube's strategy is that if they don't get to group up together, if their tempo is broken, they cannot find their openings. And that's what happened here. Falcon with Justin and Ken, they destroyed the tempo of Incendio Supremacy.
I think we have to give a lot of credit over to specifically Justin here because I think his spatial and situational awareness is at an all-time high. He understands the breaking points of his team and bridges that gap to hold them in an awkward chokehold and let the Burmese Python do his work.
Speaking now about the item builds here, we were talking a lot about Ken actually behind the stage, and we talked about his power spike. So if you look at his items, it's just a really, really early, considering it's only a 15-minute game.
It could have been, honestly, it could have been faster to a certain degree, but you have to admit, the Incendio had a good idea of what a defense they wanted to put up. And unfortunately for their composition, it really revolves around whether or not you can actually get a good combination of ultimate abilities. Like Alien with the Electro Final Blow and the Petrify, you have a lock, you have many different ways of lockdown, but the most important one is the Holy Baptism coming in from Apex. So Falcon immediately recognized that that was the biggest issue. If they got flickered on, if multiple people got hit by the Holy Baptism, it makes Rosa's job so much easier. So let's shut it down and making sure that they are careful, make sure that Naomi and Justin are in 2 separate parts in 2 different angles.
What I noticed here as well is that Ken opted to go for the jungle emblem. So this is the Demon Slayer, which kind of speeds up the jungling pattern of Ken. That is why they were able to disrupt the tempo of Incendio Supremacy. Get items faster means that you can fight much faster, and that's what they did against the Turkish squad.
I mean, early on, we talked about how Incendio, they're going to rely on that big AoE combo team fight. What do you think was the main issue, Wolf? Like, it really wasn't working out. We saw them use the ultimates, and yet Falcon was still able to survive.
Yeah, it's a combination of both, like Falcon disrupting them, right? We already talked about that. Another thing is that I think that Incendio Supremacy cannot play as comfortable as they would compared to the previous games because they played for the Eve, and Rosa is known for a very aggressive player. When he plays the Farsa, as an Eve, you're not really that aggressive. I mean, you can think about being aggressive as the Eve, but you have to reserve your ultimate. You have to make sure that it hits a lot of people. You have to make sure that you're in the right spot because Farsa, as compared to an Eve, is much more faster or much more aggressive.
Well, I mean, they were going to try and go a bit more aggressive, but I think that Falcon as well, it seems like they had a lot of things going well for them, especially because of the lack of DPS coming from Incendio. Do you think it's intentional, Gideon?
Well, I think once they got control over the tempo, they wanted to push it away from Zipex. They were making sure that Zipex would actually have a relatively good time. Like, Brody was not able to bully him as hard as he wants to, and a lot of that jungle pressure forced Brody to mitigate the trades and pull back. But let's have a look at the MVP.
MVP for that first game. It's going to be Justin on that Kadita. 5-2 and 5 with a 71% kill participation. He was the main man making all the plays happen. And of course, the whole team, they're just used to playing flashy. But I think Justin was the X factor, the dynamic playmaker.
I wonder if we get to see the heat map, right? Because what I noticed from that game is that he stayed in that part of the map in the gold lane on the right side, along the bush of the crab as well as the lizard. You know what I'm talking about, that L bush that we're talking about. He stayed there, he made it his home. It made it so difficult for the side of Incendio Supremacy to defend their gold laner in the mid stages of the game.
I mean, that's where you literally, the L bush you're talking about, the tri-bush I like to call it, down by that bottom side, a really pivotal part of the map because it controls 3 different pathways down to get into the gold lane. And this is only between 0 to 5 minutes. The fact that Justin was able to have help from his support to get that mid lane control and then press his influence into the side lanes for counter engages always helps out your jungler, especially if he, like Ken, gets out for free.
Well, speaking of the jungler here, let's look at some of the highlights from this game. And all the way in the early game, it does seem like Justin was the man trying to make it all happen. And of course, it was messy because both teams, they're going to try and scramble like this. But it really seems like Incendio, when they can't group up, like you mentioned, Wolf, it's just so difficult for them to curb this aggression.
Now you can see already through the highlights, the aggression coming out from Falcon in the first few ones, and then there was an attempt from Incendio's Supremacy, but they weren't able to group up together. Eventually, they get dove upon. Look at this. It's really easy for Falcon to burst the their opponents, and Justin like hit, what, 3 members?
3 members.
So, I mean, they're not only like disrupting the tempo of Incendio's Supremacy, they're also like finding skill shots that they should not be hitting.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Falcon, once they have that control, they understand some of the habits that Incendio Gaming, well, Incendio Supremacy just have, and every single time we see that sort of gameplay, it's punished really, really heavily. And I think right now, Justin and Naomi, both of them are communicating really, really well to pose a lot of different threats very dynamically as well. It's not the same rinse and repeat pattern.
And I mean, Incendio, they usually play with this split push, this very crafty style. So now when they are forced to just group together due to the aggression of Falcon, it does seem like they're just faltering. But I think it's time for the next game, so we're gonna throw it right back to our very amazing casters, Dave, Jay-Z, and Mirko.
Did Arashi just call me Jay-Z?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Oh, got 99 problems.
What? My name is 1000. Welcome back to the caster desk. Thank you very much, Gideon. Arashi and Wolf, but my name is Jay, joining me right here. Assassin Dave and Mirko will be going into the next game pretty soon. But before we go into the next game, we need to talk about TikTok Live Carnival. Cheer up for M4 Watch M4 matches on TikTok and participate in Cheer Up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok and using M4 exclusive customized gift to cheer for the teams. There will be a chance for, well, you to be on TV and win abundance gifts.
I can be on TV?
Yeah, you are on TV, Mirko.
Oh.
Comb your hair. Take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive information about all the rewards that you can get. And don't forget, M4 Pass is already available on the 20th of December. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix Figurine, Emote, Sacred Statue, Spawn Effect, Recall Effect, Avatar, Border, and Trail Effect awaits you. You can also get the All Special Skin War Lion for free by completing the tasks too. So starting on the 24th of December, mind you, M4 Support Chest will also be available in-game, so it's already available now. Open it to get loads of M4 Pass EXP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. On the day of M4 Final happening on the 15th of January, expect to get an Avatar Border for free.
Free again?
Again, with just so many free stuff, guys. And in the M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing the task and pick a skin of your choice to within the chest. Once again, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great.
So that's free too, the choice. The chest with the skin of your choice. My God, M4 is absolutely amazing, and you can see for the quality of the games and the quality of the M4 Beatrix figurine right here you see on screen. My eyes have been on the Beatrix.
I already got it.
Time. Stop flexing, man.
Stop flexing,
He's level
dude.
152,
Get
so
good.
you're right. Dave actually got it.
Too good.
How does it feel?
It feels awesome. It feels awesome to be one of the cool kids.
It feels stellar.
Yeah, it feels stellar and brilliant. You're right,
Oh.
you're right. About this Beatrix figurine, it's absolutely stunning, beautiful. yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, definitely get a battle pass.
Yeah, it looks really good, mind you. And I was almost there to actually pick it up and walk away, but Leo's like, nope, I will leave it back there. But we're gonna go take a look at the hero pick recap right here. Looking at the numbers, what do you see, Mirko?
Well, I see a lot of damage, right? And we actually we said this early on in the draft. There's so much damage output coming in from Falcon Esports, and on top of that, there's so much CC. I thought that from Incendio, if they are able to weather out the storm, that is the very, very early stage of the game, they will be able to actually get out a lot of the lockdown and negate a lot of the damage. Because hey, it's a lot of damage coming in, especially from Justin and Zipix, but it needs a lot of setup, especially Zipix Bennett.
Another thing that you guys have to also take a look. Look at Yellow Flash and Alien. This happened yesterday as well. It feels like EXP Laner somehow got the same damage.
Oh my god, wait, what? Exactly the same, you're right. What? That's crazy.
They're brother from another mother. You know, you don't know.
So is Yellow Flash an alien?
It might just happen. You know, who knows? This is a blood, a destiny bound by fate that they meet on the M4 stage and finally go against each other head-to-head, toe-to-toe. But that's neither here or there. What a great showing there, actually. You see how little damage that we've seen from Brody in that game. That was actually insane. I expected more from the Brody in that game. Yeah.
Matchup, winning lane, bully, but no one played around the Brody. A lot of people actually played around Zipix, and Zipix just got the lead early on. If the Rafaela had played around the gold lane, I do think that the Brody would have snowballed, right? I think that's the main concern when it comes down to the Brody. You need to get ahead. You need to get that snowball rolling, because if you don't, that's the amount of damage you do.
Personally, as a marksman main myself, the Brody usually acts more like that siege person, right? It's the hero that could just dismantle turrets one by one. So I don't really expect a lot of damage coming out from Brody on top of the heroes, but definitely his main strength lies on destroying turrets. I agree. I feel like we need to see more plays around the gold lane so that, you know, the Brody can be like this tank that just destroys turrets one by one and then slowly encroach towards the base of Falcon.
Am I tripping, or Brody got the first tower in the entire game in the bottom
Yes,
lane, right? Like
he did.
that was the first tower. I was like, there was a fight around the second turtle, and next thing I turn around, the bottom tower is gone. Like, this guy's a monster. Can he extend the lead in this game? That's something I'm looking forward to see.
Yep, we gotta have to look for something as well. It's gonna be the player head-to-head. It's gonna be the battle of the roamers. Mirko, what do you see from the numbers?
From here, you could see that Apex 47 is a lot more active with his team because, hey, that's the Turkish Delight strategy that they've been playing, right? He's been sticking with most of his team members, and he's usually on these utility and healing type of roamers, right? Yeah. So you could see with a better KDA, it's because, hey, he's not that normal tank that wants to initiate. He's the one that stays in the back line, helping the other members. So the 6.9 KDA and the 81% KP that's the explanation. But on the other side, Naomi, he does not care. He'll rotate anywhere. He'll rotate where he needs to for him to get the dub, right? On the Kaja, on the Franco, on any of these heroes, he just looks for those openings across the map with ganks, and in these team fights too. He doesn't care about dying. He cares about taking the most damage and initiating for his team.
I bet Naomi actually has one of the highest damage taken per minute, just because like this guy is not afraid to go in the front. Like I said, he plays really aggressive. He gets the vision, takes the damage. Most important thing is after all that, he gets away. You know, see all the characters that he plays, the Kaja, the Franco, all Chow. Wow, this guy is an absolute monster.
Yeah, I think it's
You're
also
a monster. You're a monster.
Thank you.
We're all monsters. But in a sense, right, I think I don't like to say it's not a fair comparison, right? But the fact is, it's because for the side of Naomi is a very tanky frontline kind of style, right? But then you compare to the other roamer on Apex 47, he's been playing a lot of these Ube strats, right? Something that you don't really want to be absorbing the damage. But here we go. Game number 2 is at foot. We're going to be counting down very soon. Falcon going up against Incendio Supremacy. What will Incendio Supremacy do in game number 2?
Right off the bat, I think the main win condition here from Incendio Supremacy is, they went for the blue side. Getting the blue side first pick can be advantageous for Incendio, a team that really sometimes wins based on just the drafts, right? I mean, in a lot of their games, they've been winning straight off just out-drafting their opponents, like yesterday, even up against Team Hawk. Now, they're finally, wow, they are really shifting the priority in the bans here. Compared to the first game, what? These are like crazy changes.
It's quite interesting because the carry is still available, and also it's these. We saw game 1, Falcon bend away the comfort strategy, the comfort pick for Apex 47, and coming to this game here, they have a choice, right? I mean, do we still target that strategy? Yes, we already bend away Rosa's Farsa, but are we gonna go to Estes or are we gonna take away carry?
Oh, wow.
And they decided Estes is more important.
Yeah, carry left open. I think that's what Incendio Supremacy were going for, and Falcon is just saying, yeah, sure, take the carry, man. We have a lot of dive. The Kaja's still up for grabs. We know how to counter the carry with the Kaja. So Incendio, this is the big choice for them now. Do they want to go for the Yve or the carry? I think based on win rates and based on how impactful carry has been, the
All right. Let me put this into perspective, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why I feel like Incendio is not really inching towards the carry, even though it's like one of the top picks, the top bans throughout M4, is the fact that Xyp9x plays the Harif really well. You can, as a Harif, you can win in the early game very quickly because you can got tremendous amount of wave control, and then after that you could scale even faster because what carry wants to do is to run you down and just start throwing the light wheels, and because of that Xyp9x on the other hand will take that carry away for themselves.
That is scary. You know, when you take Kaja
Scary.
like this,
I like what you did
yeah,
there.
That is very scary, you know, because you're giving Eve and carry to the side of Falcon. I mean, if you're talking about the creation of meta, you're talking about Justin. I mean, this guy played, he built like Athena Shield first item. Come on, that's something on Eve.
Oh man, look at the compositions here. They're going straight at it. You know, I did say the 3 heroes early on, the Kaja, the Yve, the carry. The Lilia here is picked up by Incendio Supremacy because they just want to outclear the Yve in the mid lane. They pick up the Hayabusa, which I think will not work as well as their usual utility junglers, right? Because again, here, up against the carry who can actually itemize pretty defensively early on, getting a win in nature second item is not uncommon at all for a carry in the lane. And also the Yve, the Fanny, there's so much, well, for Fanny, mobility, for Yve, sustainability.
Yep, another thing that I would like to quote the man right here, Candyman. Teamwork is very valuable, it's something that they've learned after being defeated by Honor Esports, and that's the kind of adaptation that we want to look at in the M4 series, right? But another thing that we're also seeing an adaptation, technically it's an evolution happening on stage right here. Incendio feels like they're not going for that Ube strat at all.
It does not look like they're going for it. I agree. Falcon, though, takes away the Joy and the Benedetta. The Benedetta being one of the comfort picks for Alien. Usually, if he doesn't get the Benedetta, he goes for the Grok. But now, Falcon, because they have first pick in the second phase, they might actually just be the ones to take it away from Alien, right? We haven't really actually seen Alien find a whole lot of success away from the Benedetta and the Grok. If he doesn't get those 2 heroes, Lapu, perhaps we could see Alien go on that, but definitely finds comfort on Bandit Grok. Atlas banned away, a good ban by Incendio, respecting Naomi, but with this style of composition, Falcon might actually just go for it. Yep, there you go, the Grok, taking it away from Incendio. Alien now, caught in a bit of a pickle. You can go for the Lapu, you can dive towards the Yve and the carry, but from what we know about the carry, hey, carry does not care about your damage reduction on that Lapu.
Hey, you know what might be interesting? This might be a game for Moscow. You know, Moscow actually counters Fanny really well. He has a lot of damage to shred, you know, characters like carry one-on-one. He didn't lose to carry late game. And on top of it, most important things, you need to pick up the BH, you need to pick up the damage after Conjure ults. And sure enough, BH will be taken out, and BH in late game is a monster if Divine Judgment is able to issue on anyone, especially Fanny.
They got the Yuzong right too, right? And now Yuzong Grok. Is that the matchup that Falcon wants to play with? Or with the Beatrix here, you already have a carry that does pretty well. I mean, this matchup is like skill dependent, right? You can expect Falcon to just go for something crazy, like, I don't know, this is a bit too crazy, but Natalia has, you know, been picked before by Naomi. Another choice for them might just be a Cho. We haven't seen Cho in a long time for Falcon. They go for the Lapu instead, so Grok is the roamer.
Actually, I kind of like the Lapu choice for the side of Falcon. I'm surprised it wasn't picked immediately right off the ban, because we've seen how much damage resistant that the Lapu can be after, you know, just spamming all the skills. Another thing to also take note about is the fact that if you bring, I feel like the Fanny needs to help to control the mid lane advantage for Falcon. The Yve will have a slower clear as compared to the Lilia. The Lilia could just burst it down and then start to support the side lanes where Incendio may be weak at.
Let's take a look at the total draft on both sides right here. The win condition for the side of Incendio is Kanja taking on maybe Ken, right, to make sure to clip the wings early game, make sure he doesn't get the early game advantage, start snowball. And for the side of Falcon, can they leverage the Fanny to really break Kanja before you even get to that point? And that's something we shall find out as we go into the second game.
Yep, definitely looking forward to. And I'm also kind of interested because initially I thought it's going to be a Yuzhong Grok kind of matchup, but turns out it's not going to be that anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 2. Boys and girls, this could be a game changer for the side of Incendio, bringing in a different strategy.
Remember, it's a best of 5
There we
here.
go.
There you go, different strategy indeed. Very early aggression from Incendio Supremacy, trying to just, make some differences, adjust to Falcon's aggression. TNZ actually opted to go for the high and dry, which is going to be pretty good considering that Zipnix is going to be mostly alone. But Falcon can just adjust to that and actually rotate Naomi over to the gold lane a lot to prevent TNZ from dealing as much as possible with that high and dry.
Okay, let's take a look at the early game. Seemed pretty peaceful, right? Invade wasn't so successful. Just, you can't really invade into Eve with Lapu and Grok. And there's so much damage, and obviously, there's so much early game aggression, especially with the way how Grok's able to pull and block the wave. And here, take a look at M4 stats.
M4 stats says that Falcon, the Bloodthirsty Kings, #1 highest first blood rate in M4, 90.9%. That's almost 10 in 10 games. 9 games, they are the first aggressors. They are the ones that picks up the first blood.
That's crazy.
You know what that means? That means if somehow Incendio take the first blood, does that mean they got a much better chance of winning?
Maybe, right? I mean, Falcon are just so good at getting these early skirmishes on. Incendio have been struggling against that. We saw that in game number 1, 2-0 start for Falcon. I think what Incendio needs to do is don't play to that same aggression. Actually, just play the opposite, right? Stay conservative, stay safe, because if Falcon are able to push the advantage here, almost.
That was just a little bit of bush check. I don't think that's intentional, maybe like an accident, but at the same time, that's actually quite constructive.
I mean, I was blinking just now. I blinked, and okay, Zipex picked up the gold crab, but
the calculation.
Back to that, I was blinking, but here we go, Hyperson all the way to the back.
Here we go, Hyperson to the back line, finding Ken Low, as now it's Incendio would be the first team that moved onto the first turtle and gaining the advantage on the map.
I like it already. Early on, what Incendio are supposed to do is they should try to stop or just avoid team fights, control the neutral objectives, because that's how they're able to win games previously. In the first game, they played a little bit too much into Falcon's hand, and now they're really starting to play around their unique playstyle, which is neutral objective control and sticking with each other to find that pressure.
Yep, Sunshine ignoring the boots, wants to get the BOD as quickly as possible. You can see Naomi and the members of Falcon setting up a gang at the top lane, but Sunshine, Spider-Sun singling, gonna back off.
Don't you just love that skin? You saw the animation on Wave Clear, that looked incredible. I mean, if you haven't got the M4 Battle Pass yet, this is the time.
Stop flexing on the desk.
Alright, we get it. You're level 151, alright?
I'm only like level 55 or something. I'll get it one day. Slow
do
and
it.
steady.
Oh, here we go as Ken makes his entrance in the team fight. This is now Rosa taking low and Rosa taking down. And the first blood king, live it to his name, Falcon, takes the first blood.
I think that's the power of Ken right here, right? This is exactly what we want to do. Unfortunately, Incendio was the one that put a stopper in the first engage, but Falcon can finally pick up on the side of Rosa. But here we go.
TNZ finding damage onto Ken, but there are a little bit too many people. Oh, he jumped back in with a shadow kill, but a beautiful dash from Ken will get himself away.
You saw that, right,
Yeah,
Merkel?
did Ken cancel out the shadow kill with just a cable?
Yeah, sometimes it does happen like that. If you're able to dash away at the frame when you do the second shadow kill dash.
Mechanical
and
God.
cancels. Mechanical God, springing top side. Apex for the time will find the grab. Nobi taking very, very low, though. But not low enough for him to kill. Beautiful interception from Justin will make sure that the Incendio does not find any damage into the support health bar. Bottom side, Alien looking to jump in with a dragon form, looking for some damage. But the gold crab seems like it won't go to the dark dragon on the bottom side. Alien takes it.
I mean, give it to Assassin Dave to know these small little things about each assassin, right? But looking at the emblem for now, as both of these two teams fighting, Justin already real world manipulation going down to zone out the members of Incendio from the hard invade. Weapon Master for the side of Beatrix, that's why she wants to get the BOD very quickly. Both of these two assassins, from Incendio and Falcon, going for the high and dry, want to do maximum damage when they are alone. But I feel like the Fanny may find more advantage right here. However, for the side of Incendio, I think they need more mid control.
Yeah, it's really good right now because, you know, honestly, I don't think it's about the mid-control there, because Incendio Supremacy actually got the mid-control. It's about the decision-making.
Yep.
They went towards the purple buff instead of setting up for a turtle. It's a risk they were willing to take, but it wasn't a risk that paid off. Falcon Esports utilized that purple buff attempt, the purple buff steal attempt from Incendio Supremacy, and they said, hey, we have a lot of kill pressure here. We have Justin still with the ultimate Naomi, and even Yellow Flash who cleared out his lane earlier. So Incendio, that attempt, using the resources to get towards the purple buff, was just actually going to be a punishment from Falcon to take the purple buff, zone other members away, forcing the resources, and taking the turtle.
Ooh, four-man tower dive on the top side. Rosa popping the black shears, and Naomi jumping in with a low charge, and the result is not satisfactory. This is now Falcon looking to shove the lane before the dive to the four-man tower dive. A beautiful trade from Falcon on the bottom side, though, finding tier 1 tower and finding not only the first blood, but first objective on the map.
Yeah, it's worth it, right? Naomi jumping in while charged, stopping that engage for a free turret trade, but it does seem like Incendio will be able to get that turret. No, never mind.
Here we go. Ken coming in, doing a lot of damage to Sunshine, but with the skin buff, Sunshine's able to walk away safely.
So it's worth it.
It's worth it.
It's worth it for some weird reason. But another thing that I would like to point out is TNC going for the Hunter Strike, whereas Ken goes to the Blade of Hephaestus. Usually we see the Hayabusa could also go for the Blade of Hephaestus as well, but I think TNC, what he wants to do is to be able to get them movement boosts, chase down the particular targets. But another thing that I also feel from South Falcon is that, yes, I know I have a weak mid lane clear. That's where Naomi comes in with the first skill, right? Just clears the way very quickly. It helps and allows Justin to rotate to match the tempo of Rosa.
Oh, look at this little sneaky rotation here. Yu Zhong already find his way to the top side. Meanwhile, Ken is sitting on the bottom and shoving the lane. Knowing this information, are we going to see Hayabusa starting the turtle? And it seems like, no, Falcon Naomi will be the first one to pull the turtle away, gaining Falcon the territorial control on this side of the map yet again.
Very good vision control here from Falcon, right? They understand that Incendio members are missing from the map, so they just push in the waves, and then they play it safe. They don't know where they are. They finally do now, and they actually might be looking for something.
The mask comes in. Naomi will quickly be cancelled. He will walk away safely thanks to the skill 1. But now it's Incendio looking for the poke, looking for the damage. Yellow Flash, the bravest warrior, comes out. But he'll be quickly cancelled and pulled to the back. The Yellow Flash finding the damage in the back line, but it's Ken on the side. And he will find the damage and trade onto TNZ. TNZ still healthy enough to get away, but not so lucky for Aliens. He's diving to the back line of the Falcon. He will be clipped to death. And this is the Falcon taking the kill number 1 and now making a move back into the turtle.
Yeah, it was Yellow Flash opening out the map. TNZ going in.
He
stole the turtle, though.
He stole the turtle like a god. The thief himself, Incendio, takes the turtle.
Wow, out-retrying Ken, right? Because you can see Ken had that retribution too. He used it earlier, just mistimed it by a bit, and Tianzi was able to just punish that, capitalize on the fact. Falcon still leading in this game, but Incendio are doing a bit better than they did in Game 1 because they are able to weather the storm out. So now it just comes down to, let's talk about that mid-game, because entering the mid-game, I still do believe that Falcon will have the upper edge.
I mean, they will. But look at, I just want to point out, that's a true ninja right there, right? You know, that's when you pick Hayabusa, you have to make sure you know where Hana is. Because they always come in with a skill key with a Quad Shadow and steal something. But before that, Kaja, beautiful Divine Judgment. And a nice interception onto Ken as Incendio will shut down this beast.
Can see?
Hayabusa though, come back in. Might see a little bit of thingy blocking the screen, but doesn't matter. Hayabusa finding the damage onto Justin, who have to pop the flicker, just get himself away. Naomi fighting back with a low charge. This is the entire set of Falcon diving on the side of Incendio. They find a lot of damage, not enough. Alien will find a flank into the back line as Zipix will be the first one to take him down. Alien fighting back, finding a double kill. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and Incendio takes the fight.
Whoa, what a drawn out fight. That was really good by Incendio, baiting Falcon out, and this time around, it's actually Falcon who will actually lose in these, you know, in these long fights. They have a Yu Zhong, they have a Beatrix, and the Yu Zhong right now in the mid game is going to hit that power spike. Alien utilizing it really well, finally going for the fight. Ken though, going to be caught.
The shadow kill, Ken taking low, it's going to get away, sure enough. He just essentially made ways able to get away safely.
I think in that previous team fight, right, another thing that Incendio did right is that you know that Ken is bloodthirsty. You know that Ken wants to find Rosa, shut him down. That's why if you notice how Apex 47 is positioning him around the Fanny. Once the Fanny comes in, I'm going to stun him, I'm going to pull him apart, and then destroy him. Then after that, when Falcon doesn't want a fight because it's a manpower disadvantage, Incendio forced their hand. And with that, they equalize the goal lead just a little bit. And no, sorry, correction. They gain a bit of gold lead because of that particular fight.
They're able to capitalize on the fact, right?
Yep.
And again, it comes down to how they're able to win their, play their win conditions here. Sunshine has been scaling pretty well. Zipix doing the same thing, but Beatrix will have a little bit more, in my opinion, well, more resources to play with here. Divine Judgment, though.
Apex 1-7 will find the Divine Judgment onto the ground, will be taken down almost instantaneously. It's Alien now looking to fight back to the back line. He cannot find a target, but it doesn't matter. As on the side of Incendio, they will find a kill on Yellow Flash, and they take the fight. They're making a move to the Lord.
Wow. Yellow Flash did really well, just splitting the whole Falcon roster apart. And all of a sudden, Yellow Flash is soloing the 4 members, and Falcon, the main damage dealer, Justin and Zipix, wasn't able to walk forward.
Oh, here we go, the tower push. Rosa is able to push the Falcon away while they take the tier 1 tower. And Lord has not come down to lane yet. Once the Lord makes his entrance to the fight, I suspect Incendio to make full advantage of this and really extend the lead. Speaking of extending the lead, Ken said no! He wants to flank on the Sunshine, and Sunshine will be taken down. This is Falcon fighting back.
I think at this point, it comes down to who actually engages first.
Yes.
If the Yuzong gets that back line, it's almost over for Falcon. And the same thing goes for Falcon towards Incendio. If Incendio lose their back line, if Rosa and Sunshine aren't allowed to hit, then they're not really going to be able to win out these team fights. So let's take a look at the items just now. Earlier, we are seeing that the Beatrix had the BOD, has the Malefic Roar, building towards Wind of Nature. That's going to be massive. So wait for that right there. I do believe Incendio are going to get Sunshine that Wind of Nature very, very soon here.
Maybe.
Ken's going to have a hard time.
Oh,
misplay.
charge barely missed. And now here comes Alien, waiting to the Petrify, into the Dragon from the damage on Naomi. But the real world manipulation will scare away the Incendio team, and they back away from the push. Tier 2 tower for Falcon, stay standing.
Merkel, you mentioned about this uncomfortable Mexican standoff, right?
Oh.
That's a lot of damage coming off of TNZ, though.
Shell
But
kill.
Ken,
TNZ takes the comeback, the one-on-one supremacy. Incendio TNZ takes this duo.
What a duel there, right? Initially Ken with the burst, but then Tianzi showing that class on the Hayabusa. Here, Incendio are controlling the pace of the game entirely with a 4,000 gold lead, manipulating the waves really well too, and Falcon just have no answers to anything. Right now, with that 5k gold lead, it's going to be really tough. Even if Falcon gets a good engage, it's Falcon who's right now relying on Incendio to make a mistake.
Yeah.
They have no way to actually go for the 5v5 unless Incendio mispositions Sunshine and Rosa.
I agree with you, Marco. You're asking that very tough question right there. What if any of these teams, the first one to pull that trigger should be the one that wins? Falcon tried to pull that trigger in the previous team fight. It wasn't Falcon that won, it's Incendio that got out alive. But let's take a look at the items right here. The Hayabusa, super tanky, even buying the Dreadnought armor already because he knows that the Fanny is definitely targeting him and he wants to outplay, and that's how he got the outplay just now.
I do want to point out the Hayabusa is sitting at about 2,000 or 1,500 gold ahead compared to Fanny. This is like the mirror opposite from last game, right? When Ken was drastically had 2,000 to 3,000 gold ahead. This is really just a comparison of who's the better assassin player here.
Oh,
Speaking of
Ken.
that, Ken might be caught out. Oh, Divine Judgment catches bird mid-air, and Incendio takes another kill.
Literally clipping the wings of the Falcon. Ken the man got Divine Judgment by Apex 47 mid-air.
That was the main concern with the Fanny pick onto Akaja, but Falcon are trying to do the same to the assassin. Tianzi, though, won't fall for that.
It's assassin, Alien coming in though. He's looking like Alien right now, jumping with the Dragon, 1 damage on the Yellow Flash, who is a little bit too tanky for this dive, and Alien backs away. Here comes TNZ though, jumping and just baiting a little bit of skills, but look at the position for Rosa. This guy's ferocious, coming in with a black shoe, doing damage, but might be a little bit too hasty as he will be taken down. As Incendio does take the Lord. Fanny comes in. The shadow kill will connect now onto Naomi himself, will be taken down. Killing spree goes TNZ. This guy is monstrous.
Falcon has no answer. Incendio supremacy. They're the one that picked up the Turkish Delight strategy. And the barrier game that the Turkish Delight strategy was literally forgotten, deleted, removed from the moveset. Right, Falcon doesn't know how to deal with Incendio supremacy.
And now it's only going to get worse for them because look, Tianzi was able to steal away the purple buff. Falcon with no purple buff. Ken has been struggling already up against the Divine Judgment. Now with no purple buff, it's going to be extremely hard. Oh man, Ken, that's just, yeah, I mean, against the Kaja, on the Fanny, you're going to be punished every single time. He needs to be able to maneuver around the Kaja, but at this level, man, Apex is just on him, and even... Ooh. Was that Alien?
Man, it's just Falcon doesn't really have an answer as well.
Oh, here we go.
They have no other choice but to let that Lord to just literally charge in. The out one random shot, you can see how Zipex just has to go back to heal.
I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. That took Ken low, and Ken have to walk back now. Ken's trying to find a position to angle into the team fight. Naomi into the wall charge and the flicker, finding Apex 47 with the very tanky. They're first divine judgment, getting Zipex, who have here forced out of the team fight, and taken down by Alien. This guy's popping off, and Incendio is now forcefully knocking on the front door. Oh, Falcon's bait. They want to fight back. They want to even up the score, and they're doing it.
Yes, this is going to be Apex 47, not enough damage,
wow.
Ken.
Oh, look at TNZ though jumping in, the quad shadow into the skill 1. The Shuriken can't find enough damage. Sunshine, woo, with a beautiful wind of nature, is able to intercept the damage from Ken, who is able to walk away safely.
You know, Rosa is that guest in your room, in your house. You invited this one friend
too
over.
Long.
He stays too long, and he stays there alone. But he effectively zoned every single member from the side of Falcon, and they need to stay in the base.
He can do that because he's rich. Look at his items, right? Even has the Winter Truncheon, so he has that, you know, he has that card. You try to tell him to get out of your house, but he's like, no, I have the Winter Truncheon. I can stay here. I can freeze here, and you can't touch me.
Oh, Rosa has been doing this quite a bit with Black Shoe just reset, you know, the passive on the bomb. I think this is really smart because the ultimate right now, look at his item. He has probably maxed out cooldown reduction, right? He can do that over and over again in a matter of seconds. Very smart move right here. That might be some item that I'm going to test tonight in my ranked games.
Man, looking at the other items, though, here, you can already see that, you know, for the roamer, Kaja is doing so much more, well, has so much more gold to play with. Apex 47 is practically unkillable. It's very hard. It's just, I think at this point, it's just Zipex who can really melt him down. All the frontliners from Incendio, not just that Kaja, but the Yuzong too. Alien is very sustainable on top of that. We even saw that he was able to out-sustain and out-damage Zipex in the end there, despite Zipex having with nature.
Yeah, but there's another problem. Is if Incendio Supremacy even allowed Zipex or Justin to fight in the front lines, because you talking about that's a little bit scary for Naomi for a moment. It could have gone very wrong for him.
I mean, no one really want to be the first one to jump in because they know they're going to be kidnapped by this Kaja, right? He's being on point on the Divine Judgment, getting the Ken, getting Zipex. This guy knows what he's doing on the Kaja.
Well, not just that, right? But also TNZ, who can do this!
Here we go, TNZ jumping in with a shadow kill, finding Justin, but the damage is being split between the two though, so nobody really got taken down super low, and now the healing coming out as Falcon is still looking pretty healthy for the next upcoming fight.
Remember, Justin still has that Winter Truncheon. Let's see with Divine Judgment.
Divine Judgment coming out, Naomi taking low, he's pretty healthy still. Yellow Flash coming in, and the target is Sunshine with that Wind of Nature finally popping out. Sunshine stays away. And by the way, big shout out to my friend Sunshine Florida. Now take a look at this fight one more time. As now Falcon coming in, finding more damage to TNZ. TNZ popped the immortality. He will not stay alive. A beautiful wombo combo from Naomi will make sure that one happen.
Wow.
That's a little bit interesting coming off of Falcon, right? Don't forget, I thought Falcon was making the same mistake. Yellow Flash was overextended just a little bit. Incendio, on the other hand, I don't know what happened there. Actually using Rosa to buy some time, but Ken, because he's being a fan, he decides to know, okay, this is the main target I need to go for. Was able to push Incendio Supremacy away, but now TNC is going down. They have the Retribution. Falcon does have the Retribution advantage, but the Lord still doesn't want to go down. We could be going into a long Lord dance.
Drones coming in now. Here comes the wall. And the setup is extensive. Everybody's ready. Here comes the ultimate. And Apex 47 taking low. He does yet have the ultimate. Oh, Joby taking out first. And now Falcon making a move to the Lord. Still Apex doing so much damage. Look at him. We need the back line. He's 1v3. Who will get the Lord? And it will be Falcon fighting back, taking the Lord by what cost? That's Incendio taking 3-1 trade for kills.
Yeah, Incendio, they lost the Lord, but they take 3 members. That's 43 seconds on Zipex right now, and a lot of weak members from the side of Falcon. Right now, Incendio, they can actually do this push.
Oh, they can. Justin has real world.
Here we go. Can they clear the way fast enough? It seemed like it might not be sufficient. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Incendio equalize the scoreboard. It's 1-1.
Well played, man. I think for this draft in particular, it was about the skill difference, right? It was how both of the teams execute their game plan, and Incendio Supremacy was able to execute a bit better early on, forcing a lot of mistakes and forcing Falcon to lose out on that gold lead that they were able to capitalize on. 5,000 gold lead towards the end. You could see Falcon adjusted later on in the game by actually, baiting out a few of those resources to win out of that fight and to get TNC down. But Incendio, they fought through it, they baited out the Lord, and they did not let Falcon get that Lord.
It's a beautiful game coming out from Incendio, and to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I think Incendio is the one that literally says, you know what, I don't need to be just doing the Turkish Delight. I have other things, I have other strategies, and Falcon is like, technically the kryptonite of the Ube strat, but they got kryptonited themselves. I don't know how that kryptonite stuff works, but you know what? I'm very sure of M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in game. First of all, what you have to do, complete a battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can then choose the skin that you like most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits for you on the same day. Play matches and you get team star protection for 3 matches, double the star raising points, double the protection, double the XP, and double the BP for 5 matches in a row. We are not stopping there, ladies and gents. Free access to all the heroes and loads of epic skins, which will also be available on that very day. So save the day, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, win tons of rewards, and let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
Yeah, we're all friends, so we're celebrating together for sure.
Friends?
I think so.
The Valley did.
The Valley did.
But of course, we'll be going into the analyst stand. They will be giving you the breakdown on how this game comes into advantage for Incendio Supremacy. Analyst, take it away.
Hello guys, welcome back. Arashi, Gideon, and Wolf back here again. What a second game. A bit of an upset, not what we were expecting. As a Falcon supporter, Gideon, what happened?
Honestly, you have to admit that Incendio Supremacy has some really strong and good ideas. They know how to kind of push their advantages, but more importantly so, they know how to identify who is the most important person to take out in those earlier stages of the game.
And they also Incendio Supremacy took advantage of the fact that Falcon kind of felt very aggressive after winning game number 1. You saw how confident they are diving into turrets. There was one big punish coming out from the Kaja. It was Apex 47, knocking down Ken, and that was the start of the big momentum shift in Incendio's favor. And then eventually afterwards, they tried to just make the better trades. What you saw the team fights, they're not overly diving into the opponents while they're inviting Falcon into their bubble so that they themselves can win the team fights.
I mean, it's a crazy game, and I think for both teams, the itemization was very, very much on point as well. So we'll take a look at that in a short moment here. But do you think it's just about execution, Gideon, or is the drafting? Because we saw in the first game that the Kadita was just a huge problem, and now that Justin's on a Yves, something a bit more passive, is that a big issue for Falcon as well?
Well, I think we have to take a lot of things into consideration, right? When we are looking at this particular draft coming in from Falcon Esports, I think Yellow Flash could have played a much bigger part of it. And honestly, Yellow Flash needs to recognize I felt like he was playing slightly below average on this particular game because he can actually force out a lot of important spells coming out from Incendio. One of which, Sunshine's Flicker, for an example, making him more susceptible to Ken, able to maybe even bait out the Divine Judgment from Apex 47 if he times it right, or at least take away the Black Shoes from Rosa, minimizing the resources of Incendio.
I think when we're talking about the draft, right, there's just so much value that this Kaja pick gave for Incendio Supremacy, and it is a combination of both Incendio thinking that we should take the Kaja, and as well as the fact that Falcon kind of gave it to them. Look at their first pick, Carrie and Eve. Two of the heroes that kind of struggle against the Kaja, if you think about it. Then eventually they went in for the Fanny. Now, all of a sudden, 3 of your heroes are countered by 1 hero.
But here's the thing, right? The Brock was supposed to be the saving grace, and I think that's where we saw a lot of the bleeding happen in the early game, which made Naomi's job so much more difficult because he plays such a, I don't want to say pivotal, but he's more of the cornerstone for the mid and the later stages of the game, because how else would they know where Apex 47 is without the power of nature and with the natural passive that Brock has?
And that's very true. We've already felt that Falcon was actually soaring already. They got the early advantage. but they were just too aggressive. That's why the mid game now is on the side of Incendio Supremacy. The good thing is Incendio did not let go of the grip when they got it.
Exactly. I mean, they have all the tools available, and on the other side, Falcon seems to have very few tools left to try and make those big plays happen. So you think they can just adjust something in the drafting phase for the next time? Because again, with so many heroes countered, it just doesn't seem like the wisest of ideas.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we did see glimpses and moments where Falcon were looking like diamonds here. They had some really good engages, and especially around that lore pit, it looked so great until they turned around. It could have been desperation, but I think it was well thought of. They didn't expect to lose that many people.
I think that in this game, there's a lot of things that we already learned from both teams. For one, we know that Falcon wants to play aggressively. Second is Incendio Supremacy. They can even like ditch the Ube strategy that they're doing, the Turkish Delight. They can play aggressively themselves, and that's what we saw in game number 2.
Well, for game number 2, though, the MVP is going to be Sunshine. 6-2-4 with a 77.5% kill participation. This man was doing a lot of burst damage, but a lot of DPS as well. And I think the positioning of his ultimates was very critical in that game.
He needs to splash 2 or 3 people, and as soon as you hit more than one person, it's just cash money all the way.
I think the usages of the Wind of Nature as well is very smart from Sunshine. He commits it even when it's not like he's actually in danger. He's not too stingy utilizing the Wind of Nature. And that actually allowed him to have more ways to kind of control parts of the map. Now we can see the heat map coming out from Sunshine. As expected, it is in the gold lane, but there's a little bit of activation, early activation, because this is what, 5 to 10 minutes? They already utilized Sunshine in those objectives, neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, again, Beatrix, great at wave clearing. We have so many different options, especially against the carry. With the help of Apex 47, he has very clear paths to actually move around the river segment of the map, especially on this top side. As we see, you know, he's not invading the enemy jungles, but he's taking a more backward position and maybe even can bait people out into Apex 47. Yeah.
Well, so we'll take a look at some highlights for that previous game. Where we see Sunshine. What exactly was he able to do, especially in the early game, to try and get that lead?
Well, it wasn't that easy in the early stages, so not gonna lie, because Falcon was very aggressive. They were on point. This was the big punish, though. You can see Sunshine, he was able to take out Zipex, which was very crucial because now you stop the momentum of Falcon. Eventually, there was a big counterplay coming up from Incendio Supremacy as they have punished Falcon once again. Now, in this case, look at his positioning. He wasn't tagged at all by Falcon, despite Falcon having like decent amount of gap chasers, of gap closers, I mean.
Right, just not enough threats, so Sunshine was just able to output so much DPS again and again. You can see that maybe only Yellow Flash, like Gideon mentioned, was able to actually threaten him in the back line, and maybe we have to see a bit more of that, because that seems to be what is more in line with Falcon.
Yeah, and again, it really boils down to Naomi just having a really bad early game and not having enough items to sustain until that point. So, it's a tough story, but for now, the score's 1-1, and these best of 5, we know how it's like here at the M Series. They only get more exciting.
I know, we asked for this actually. Yep. But then again, I just want to go back. There was, even in the last clip that we saw, I now understand more why the value was there for the Kaja. He actually was the reason why Ken died in the end. Even when he has immortality, the fact that he had to burn like half of his HP already up, that was so crucial to the team fight of Incendio Supremacy.
Well, that's definitely a big factor. But soon, we have to throw you guys back to our host, actually. We can see there's something spicy for you guys back at home, so stay tuned.
Oh, thank you so much, our analysts. And here we are, Clara and Mara, with the fans of these teams. We have really great game, but kita juga punya fans-fans yang keren banget dari Indonesia, dari kedua tim. You know, Clara, it's not just the players that's going wild, so are the fans. So let's get to know them. What are your names?
I'm John.
I am Keisha.
And you are?
We are
Falcon.
Falcon. Are you a couple?
Yes, we are a couple.
Okay.
It's obvious, Mara,
Obviously.
with this
It's obvious. Is that your bonding moment playing Mobile Legends?
Yes, we usually play Mobile Legends together, but it's not our bonding because I'm carrying her.
Oh, okay. You're supposed to carry her and make her look good. How about on this side? Names.
It's the brothers. They're
Oh, they're brothers.
Yes, I'm a big brother and he is a young brother.
Younger brother. So what's
yes.
your name? Namanya
Big brother,
siapa?
what's your name?
Nama saya Henry.
Henry.
Hendra.
Henry dan Hendra.
Yeah.
2 hands. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this. We have Falcon versus Incendio Supremacy. So what's gonna happen now? Supremacy beat your team for game number 2?
That's okay.
No. In the game 3 and 4, Team Falcon will beat Incendio.
You think so? But they
Yes.
showed up a really good fight.
I think in this game, Team Falcon only make it more interesting.
Kalian setuju? You're saying Falcon just wanted to make it more interesting.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
Are you agree
What
with
about you?
that? Gimana nih, game kedua kan kalian udah bisa ngejar. Terus katanya cuma biar fun, biar happy.
Oh, enak aja. Nggak kayak
know.
gitu. Incendio bermain sangat agresif di pertandingan kedua sehingga bisa mengejar ketertinggalan di game yang pertama. Seperti itu.
Mainnya, they play aggressively. They want to beat them really fast, so that's how they gonna win this series. That's right?
Yes.
Okay. If Incendio Supremacy can show off one player, what does Incendio Supremacy have?
Siapa nih hero yang atau player yang paling nonjol nih?
TNZ tentunya.
TNZ,
Ya.
why?
Jungler.
Because TNZ is the best jungler.
Best jungler.
Yes.
Best
Okay.
jungler?
Yes.
Are we gonna allow
With the
them to
Hayabusa?
say?
No.
Okay, if they have the best jungler TNZ, what does Falcon have?
Falcon punya Naomi.
Naomi.
Naomi itu tanknya yang sangat
The best.
GG sih, the best.
The best tank.
Best tank.
This is
The best
jungler.
tank.
This is the tank.
Best jungler, best tank. Okay, let's settle this with a cheer, all right? Let's see who has the better fan. We'll start off with my side right here with Falcon Esports.
Jangan mau kalah kita.
Okay?
Okay.
We're gonna say,
Aim high, fly high, we are Falcon.
okay.
Let's go.
What about you guys? What about you?
Let's go Incendio Supremacy.
Big brother.
Okay.
Incendio Supremacy.
We're gonna do it one more time. Falcon Esports.
Aim high, fly high, we are Falcon.
Incendio Supremacy. Incendio Supremacy.
We are Falcon.
Okay. All right. We're gonna settle the score in the battlefield. So we're gonna go back to our casters. What you got?
The third game, fourth game, or fifth game?
Thank you very much, Mara and Clara. Cute little cheer battle happening down the stands as well. Once again, you're joining me here at the Caster Desk. My name is Jace, Assassin Dave, and Calm Your Hair, Merkel. But before we head into the game, there is a huge shout out that we have to give. Something that has been supporting us all throughout the draft, throughout the
Our
game.
backs.
Our backs, literally carrying our heavy backs. It is Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long time. We're going to be going into a long game, ladies and gents, but before, we also have the M4 Pass, which is now available. So what are you waiting for? Complete all the active tasks and reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 figurines are waiting just for you. Hashtag MLB, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be great. And something that can help you in that is the M4 Battle Night, which goes live in this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First of all, what you have to do, complete battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can also choose the skin that you like most from the chest, and aside from that, the battle bonus awaits for you on the same day as well. Playing matches, you'll get Team Star Protection for three matches. Three games. That's like 3 series, right? But then apart from that, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. And we're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available on that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let us all celebrate M4 Championship together with your friends. Right? Friends?
Friends, dude.
I feel like there's this like uncomfortable friendship right here. But yeah, you're talking about RSG?
Yeah, we're talking about RSG, right? So if we want to be friends, I gotta support your team, right?
Yeah.
So it's okay because we'll
Thank
trade.
you. Hey, what about a North American team now?
The Valley, dude.
Hey, let's talk about Burmese team and the Turkish team, because they're the ones right now fighting off against each other, and it's 1-1, right?
Yep.
I think there are very visible mistakes by both of the teams here, but I honestly just want to talk about this. I think the crowd put it best, right? TNZ carried Incendio Supremacy in game number 2, and Naomi fell off in game number 2. The sustainability was not there, did not get enough gold to actually get to a point where he can soak in enough damage. And like we mentioned before the draft, if Naomi performs, Falcon performs. If he is able to take that damage with the most damage taken, one of the most damage taken for tanks, Falcon just pops off.
I just want to say Kaja has 100% win rate so far.
This series.
And
Carry is at 0.
Yeah, Kaja is going to be the win condition. Is the team going to realize that and do something about that Kaja pick going into the next upcoming match? We shall find out. But first, let's talk about a hero pick recap.
Yeah, hero pick recap once again. Alien and Yellowfish. I don't know whether this is fate or not. Doing the same exact number of damage once again. But another thing that we also have to take a look is that I feel like Rosa is doing a tremendous job in terms of the damage department.
Oh my god, you're right. That's so much damage, right?
Yeah, man. I believe the next EXP matchup is also going to have the same amount of damage too.
I think, honestly, it comes down to, again, how the backline threats there for Incendio Supremacy. Meanwhile, for Falcon, the only one that can really, threaten the backline is actually just Yellow Flash and Ken. You would expect Naomi would be able to do that, but he's more concerned with covering up for his backline instead of actually diving towards the enemy backline, right?
I gotta say, he tried.
And Carry, yeah, he tried, but again, he was too behind at a point where everyone can melt him down. On a Grok, you need those items to be tanky. If not, might as well build damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the counter O is instrumental in that game, right? Like Naomi can't even go in.
Fanny can't even go in.
Yeah,
no one can go in.
No one can go in, right? The Divine Judgment is too critical to the victory of that game for Incendio. So going to the next game again, it all comes down to, do we have a strategy to counter that, or are we just going to straight up ban it away?
Yeah, I think the most important thing that Incendio did right in the previous game is that, yes, you have an assassin that is very susceptible to these crowd control, especially when it's single target. Well, you can argue that Falcon does have a lot of crowd control in their arsenal as well, but that's mostly AoE. You gotta have to try to land it down. Whereas Incendio, on the other hand, Kaja is like literally, I lock you on, I click, and you're stunned, and that's it.
Yeah, it's that easy. And GGWP just like that. But with that being said, let's take a look at the players. They seem to be focused, ready to play the next match. This is really down to best out of 3 now at this point, right? The team who wins 2 games wins the game. Who is going to take that? It seems like Falcon is taking the series more seriously now at this point.
They need to, right? I feel like they kind of lack the respect there in game number 2, especially after they picked a Fanny to a Kaja. I mean, they basically countered themselves there, right? Ken, obviously very confident after game number 1 on that Fanny, wanted to be able to maneuver around the Divine Judgment, but like you said, it's point and click. It's not like you need, crazy mechanics to pull it off.
You don't need to aim.
No, you don't. You really just need to tap it, right? And with the Kaja pick there, I think now we're really seeing Lilia pop off, right? The Lilia is now a solid pick to go up against the Yeeb, mid-control, and invades.
Yep, and with that said, let's take a look at how Incendio Supremacy is going to shake this up. Falcon, on the other hand, just have to play a little bit reactive. Don't forget, this is a best of 5 instead of best of 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at the drafting phase right now as both teams are walking into it one more time.
Wow.
Don't break what's already working. Farsa is just being banned away by Falcon along with the Kaja pick. They have something figured out for this game.
All right, fun fact. First pick, 100% win rate too, not just the Kaja, right? And another fun fact, this is the same exact bans that Incendio went for in game number 2, the Fermis and the Valentina, and I think this contributed a lot to their victory, right? They picked up big ultimates like, well, the Kaja and the Yuzong. They don't want the Valentina to be able to match that. So banning away Valentina on against someone like Justin, who's very, very flexible, who understands the game so well on that Valentina, knows exactly which ult to go for, sometimes even going for the ult that, quote-unquote, is useless, right? Here, first pick, Falcon, Farsa Estes Kaja ban. The glue is up for grabs, the carry is too. After that game, do you really want to go for carry? I think yes, no Kaja this time.
I think Incendio Supremacy did a wonderful job with these bans, right? And it is Falcon's job to literally ban away Rosa's, Farsa, and also Apex 47's Estes now this is a big question mark. 10 seconds then down the clock in this pick phase. Who are you picking? Because definitely the other side will pick even more prior picks, right? It is going to be Falcon prioritizing on that glue because Zipix does have that answer to that carry.
No, at the same time, you gotta understand Falcon has one of the best Fanny player in the entire M4, right? And McCann on Fanny is a monster, so they're not really worried about the backline squishy marksman sometimes, especially for carry. He needs that room to actually wiggle, to actually dash around, to actually do that damage. With Fanny, you always have to think about early build Wind of Nature, you know, and that is sometimes a waste of damage, to be honest. So with that being said, this is probably why they pick up glue, because they know they can counter the carry.
Wait, they pick up a carry. This is usual, right? We're gonna see this.
Yeah.
I saw that too, right? They were hovering over the Alice.
Yeah, I was a little bit excited about that.
I think they're just picking. Yeah, there's no way they go for that. They go for the Grok, which is an amazing pick here. Solid flex pick that still can be flexed over to XP, Roam, and to a certain extent, even the jungle. But I think we're going to stick with XP and Roam just for now. Carry picked up, which will mean Falcon has a chance to pick up a hero that was picked up by Incendio last game to counter the carry. The Yu Zong, they can dive towards the backline, or they can just go for the Fanny here, right?
I think you don't go for the Yu Zong because you already got a glue. You don't want to put a glue in a room, right? So that's a little bit unfortunate. But another thing that I feel like Falcon could also counteract before going to the next main phase, and you're going to be very sure Incendio will take that away, is to pick that Harif and pick that Eve as well. I think these two, solid magic damage as well, but it's gonna be an Eve locked in, you can hear it, and then you'll maybe follow up with a Falcon, but it's gonna be a Franco, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, what an early game Franco pick right here. That is insane.
Last time we saw this Franco, Naomi popped off, and I believe, it was against Blacklist International, right? Here we do have a quote from the coach from Incendio Supremacy here. We still have many strategies to implement until the grand finals. I can't say that this is 100% of our performance because we can still be better than this, and we saw that, right? We thought it's a one-dimensional team that plays around the Turkish Delight strategy. Nope, they pick up the Hayabusa, they can go for the isolation, they can go for the assassins, and now they pick up an Atlas, which is insane too, and guess what? They ban out the Harith, a hero that's great against the carry, that matchup that's so... Well, at this point, they're going to go for the Lunox ban too.
I'm really agree. I love how, exactly why I agree with what Incendio's coach said, right? They literally bamboozled every one of us, even in the Custer's desk, in the Bananas desk. Yes, we thought they can only play the Ube strat, but turns out no, they're very flexible. They just stick to the Ube strat because it works well against the other teams. And now for Falco, who is basically the kryptonite of the Ube strat, they adapted in game number 2. It worked.
In last game, they picked the Kaj and show us how it's done playing the normal M4 shred, the normal M4 meta. And here was Hayabusa ban right here. I think you're right, Lunox might have been the next target to think about it, but they choose to go with the ban on Martis from Incendio. And this is going to be interesting because they're targeting not only jungle, but also the gold lane side choices.
You know why? I believe it's because they already have that Eve, right? They have the Eve, they have the glue, 2 magic damage dealers. If they pick up the Lunox here, they're gonna really, Falcon's gonna be really banking on that magical defense, magical damage, and that's why. All right, they want to pick it up for themselves. They want to be able to burst the glue down with the carry. That's very easy to do. Carry plus Lunox, that's super easy to do.
It's like double shredding. You have the paper shredder in the physical damage department, and you have the paper shredder for the magic damage department. This is a very interesting choice coming up from Incendio Supremacy, and don't forget, this is another clash composition, another big Omega team fight composition. I want to use the Fatal Links to engage, but it's going to be a Beatrix going in for the side of Falcon, and that lane once again. Looking at Incendio, any form of hard CCs.
Oh my god, they're looking, Guak's still a flex pick right here. Go to the silent, Guak can go either EXP lane to go against the glue. I think he would do okay actually, especially considering how much burst damage he has with the combo to kill the small babies for the glue. The glue babies.
The glue babies.
The glue babies.
No children are harmed in the making of this production, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, for the jungler now, right? It has to be the jungler. TNZ is gonna be, I don't know here. Do you want to go for more utility? Do you want to bank on the fact that Lunox and carry needs to get to the power spikes to deal damage and go for just something like a utility to set that up, like the Fredrin, or you want to double down, go for some more damage in the Leo board? That's what they do.
Yep, so it's exactly what I mentioned in the previous day, right? Like, if you want to go and use this Leomord as your jungler, it's basically more like a janitor. You want to use him to sweep people up. Remember, you already have the shredding coming off of the carry, you have the shredding coming off of Lunox, but what happens if you don't land the kill? And that's where the Leomord can come into play. But something that this Leomord also have to be careful about is the Franco, the point and click stun is in the hands of Falcon this time round.
I'm wondering, how did Incendio grow so much in this M4, right? I mean, they understand every single strategy. Look at this composition they have. It looks scary. The Atlas comes in into the Leomord's ultimate, into the Grok. I mean, this is looking deadly just with those three alone, let alone you have Lunas who can shred every single possible. Lane jumps in, right? Probably within like 1 or 2 seconds, Lean's gone. Have to fly away, have to pop the Tempest Blade, the ultimate just to get away. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait for the next match.
Assassin Dave caught Ngoni right there. We missed that dude. But we can't wait, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game number 3. Falcon going up against Incendio. It is 1-1 for now.
1-1 got banned though.
Oh.
Yeah, no, anyways, here, Naomi again. Okay, if he does what he did to Blacklist again, then, okay, I don't know what to say anymore if he actually does that, pulls that off. But here, Naomi's already gonna get punished early on, Dave.
Oh, Naomi's getting shredded. Like, this is exactly what we're looking at, right? The paper shredders of the side of Incendio's Supremacy is looking to shred the wings of Falcon. We're not clipping anymore. We're just literally pulling the feathers apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Naomi, see, this tank, Franco get absolutely countered by Atlas, because Franco can't really check push except for using the hook. He's really not that tanky in the front line. Their composition for the side of Falcon, they're looking to pick things off, where Incendio looking for Wongo Hongo. Speaking of picking things off, here's Alien getting hooked by Naomi. Beautiful, beautiful hook there from Naomi to make sure that one happened. And that will burn the flicker from this Atlas.
Hey, you know what's interesting? The glue actually went for sprint here. Yeah, that's a very interesting battle. Naomi,
there we go, one more time. No misgaming from Naomi. This guy's scary, my goodness. And Incendio now will move back into the Lethal Wonder.
Okay, Naomi is actually cracked. Like, he's so good at Franco. He only missed one hook right now. Oh, okay, that hit the minion, right? Okay, let's get back to business here. The fun fact is, Incendio don't even have a backline, dude. Rose is going to be diving. Sunshine's going to be in the middle of the team fight. He's not going to be all the way in the back, too. So it's going to be very hard for Falcon, and especially for Ken, to pinpoint on who to target down, right?
Yeah.
Because, sure, you want to go for Sunshine, but Rose is there to peel with damage that can melt you down, with burst damage. And if you go on Rosa, Brilliance gets out, sustain.
Yeah, and also, don't forget that this Leomord played by TNZ is their trump card that won them the progression to today's matches, right? Yesterday, when they pick out the Leomord plus his T's, I had my doubts, but now looking at it, right, they're looking pretty good. It seems like they're giving up the first turtle, though. Team Falcon will be taking it for free, but not so fast. Apex 47 looking to find something done, but Naomi will strike first. The hook into the ultimate will go to first blood for Falcon Esports.
Skin buff, man.
Yeah.
You're thinking what I'm thinking? Skin buff right there, but hold on, yellow flash.
Here we go, yellow flash will be burned down by Incendio. It's a 1-to-1 trade across the map.
Another day, another first blood for Falcon, but another trade for Incendio, and they're looking to invade already.
Oh, here we go. Ultimate comes down from TNZ here, finding some damage, pushing Ken away. He's trying to steal this red buff right here. 2-on-2 to the jungle. The territorial control might not be to their favorite here. Comes the real world manipulation. We'll find the zone edge onto Incendio. TNZ will have to back away, knowing they're 4, but they're not backing away. And the result is devastating, as Ling, played by Ken, will take another kill from team side of Incendio.
But TNZ actually stole the orange buff there. Ken did not get it. Apex 47 now.
Naomi coming down, being locked down, suppressed into the ground. Instead, will have to fly away with the skill too, but it cannot be fast enough. The damage is already ready as he'll be taken down. Sunshine with a beautiful damage there will take Ken for the trade.
Electro Flash OP, healing in the last moment. Ken got overconfident over there, but Merkel, you mentioned it, that the lack of the orange buff just hurts Ken a little bit too much.
Yeah, but here, oh my god. Again,
one more hook.
Don't miss Naomi.
He's missed one hook this game, right? Well, 2. Well, if you count the minion, then he hasn't missed the minion.
We need a counter somewhere.
We got
on
a
the
counter,
screen.
yeah, somewhere. Naomi with the hooks, but yeah, at this point, I really still feel that Incendio Supremacy, they're completely fine. They've they're losing in terms of kills, but it's fine because, hey, guess what? Their carries are late stage. Sunshine here, you could already see with that Electro Flash like you mentioned, he's very hard to catch. And with that additional kill, he's going to get that power spike a bit faster. And for Rosa, that's 1 kill and 1 assist. 400 gold lead for Incendio. As long as Incendio stay here, even if they're down 2,000 gold, they're still in the comfort zone.
I think for the son of Canada,
Here we go.
hold on.
The Fatal Link connects, and it's going to be Naomi taking down first. Incendio strike into the heart of Falcon. Now Yellow Flash coming in, finding the split
TNZ.
on TNZ, who'll be taken low and almost taken down. It's going to be dropped. Yes, he will. A beautiful ultimate from Ken will make sure that one happens. Meanwhile, the back line is it Justin found himself isolated in the island, who will be traded off. It's 1-2, and Team Falcon takes the fight.
Technically 1 for 3, right? Naomi was caught right before the team fight.
So 1 for 3.
Incendio again pushing their lead with a quote-unquote late game composition. Falcon, if they don't get out of this, if they don't form, you know, some sort of just a fight that goes well for them, Incendio are just gonna outscale them, take the game slow and take turrets.
You know what? I feel like Falcon what needs to do right now is go Naomi catch. We go in after Naomi catch. That's how Incendio, Falcon wants to play. But Incendio though, who do you catch is also another problem. You catch the Leomord, that's a free gap closer for the Leomord. If you catch Apex 47, that's a free gap closer for Apex 47 as well. Rosa is proven, but hold on.
Oh, here comes the mass. It's barely missed, and now it's going to be Apex 47 in the midst of everything, taking a lot of damage, taking down Berberlo, and he will be taken out by this Yellow Flash, who is in between the ultimates of the Insara side of Incendio. It's a 1v1 trade so far, and Incendio makes a comeback, and now making a move to the turtle.
Roamer for XP, not a good trade for Falcon, but they are actually going to be able to pick off a turret up top. That is going to enable them to get some more pressure down for the turtle, and it doesn't seem like Incendio wants to even force it. No engage, no initiation from Apex 47. They're going to back off.
Incendio Supremacy has way too much damage than Falcon could handle right now. Looking at the items, going to be a Lunox. Look at that. It's going to be a clock right off the bat. You know this Lunox is going to hurt like a truck all the way to the back end game. Justin, on the other hand, went for the Ice Queen 1. Stand-up builds all throughout thus far.
Here we go. Look at TNZ there. Just use the skill 1. Plus retro. He used retro. Yes, he retro to get the Gold Crab. That Gold Crab is really good, actually. Give you a lot of farm in the early game. The skill's really fast. And let's take a look on the bottom side. Incendio, this is 2-on-2, but in the mid lane, though. In the mid lane is 3 versus 2, and then here we go on the bottom side. Rosa strikes for Naomi taking low, but here comes the roll manipulation. They find the kill onto Naomi, but at what cost?
Apex.
And now it's Falcon fighting back. Apex jumping to the back line. Now it's connecting to the ultimate. The flicker to Fatal Link. It's devastation to the side of Falcon. Incendio take the entirety of this team fight. They're rampaging through game 3.
Justin got walled, bro. Oh my goodness, Incendio are absolutely ruthless, knowing exactly that Rosa, he flickered it, well, he used his ultimate and flickered out just to bait Falcon's resources, and that that actually helped Incendio Supremacy. Apex 47 came out of nowhere with that conceal, capitalizing on the fact that the resources have been burnt out earlier, and Falcon now are being read out like a book.
Another statistics right out the book as well. Sunshine is #1 in terms of total turrets destroyed. Sunshine, but I feel like the stats lie because I personally hate stats. It's always against me for some weird reason. Sunshine, on the other hand, is doing quite a good KDA as well.
And for those who are wondering, that sheesh actually come from the desk, didn't come from the game. It wasn't the emote. It was the emote from the desk. And let's take a look. Carry is already scaling up really fast. This guy is 5-0-3. His power spike cannot come any sooner.
Well, you know, again, they are late. Well, they need to wait for their power spikes, but at this point, they have their power spikes. It's Falcon. We're so far behind, and they're forcing something out.
The flicker and ultimate coming in. TNZ is a target, but there's no follow-up, and now they have to back away. A weird questionable play coming from Falcon here. The ultimate comes down from Justin. Railroad manipulation is not enough, but Apex with max play. The Fatal Link yet again, find it too! Entire Incendio diving in and finally coming to Naomi. Now, they're backing away onto the Lord. Once again, Incendio take this fight.
Everything that could have went wrong for Falcon went wrong. Your hook landed on a Grog that activated first skill. You walk into a choke point right into Apex 47's Fatal Links. Doesn't even need to burn the flicker.
It's just gone from bad to worse for the side of Falcon.
And now it might be even worse again because look at this. Ken is going to be walking down.
And
just to beat.
Can he get away? Oh, have to pop the ultimate just to stay alive. Now Rosa might find himself in a rock and hard place. Will have to pop the flicker just to get away. Meanwhile, to buy room for the entire side Incendio to get the Lord. At what cost, though? A little bit of misstep will cost him his life. And sure enough, Rosa will be taken down by the side of Falcon. The hook will not miss. Oh, one more time, X47 with the fiddle link. This time not going to connect. Is now Yellow Flash finding the split onto Apex 47. Will have to walk away for now. Yellow Flash still zoning the entire side Incendio away, though. Naomi finding a chance for the hook. It won't connect, and Falcon fights back.
That's insane.
They need to fight back right now. The Lord's actually looking a little bit
Tienzi!
around his goal. Tienzi! He came in and it takes what they deserve.
What a fight right there from TNZ. What a steal, actually. This guy, I think he stole a lore last game, too.
It's so back and forth. TNZ stole a turtle last game. Now it's a lord, so he's scaling too. Zipix finally getting to those item power spikes. There you go. The Malefic Roar is done. But look at the carry. Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and even the Wind of Nature. How are Falcon going to be able to deal with the carry now with that Wind of Nature done?
Not only just that, TNZ performing like this is just gonna allow them to win this game number 3. Hippity hoppity, your property is my property. That's what Incendio literally said. Lost it, I take your turtle, I take your lord.
But thanks for that team fight, though, from Falcon's side, they're able to equalize the gold differential, right? I mean, like, yes, the lore got stolen by Incendio, but Falcon's not that much behind on gold. It's actually barely about 2,000 gold ahead. I mean, 2,000 gold behind for the side of Falcon. This is 10 minutes into the game. That's barely anything.
You forget the fact that Incendio shouldn't have the gold lead though, right? They are the late game comp. It should be Falcon who have the gold lead. So the fact that Incendio still have that gold lead after losing in that fight, and the fact that TNZ was able to steal in a 1v4 is just absolutely, well, abysmal for Falcon. Falcon right now, at this point, what do they even need to go for? Personally for me, they need to wait for a mistake from Incendio Supremacy. They need to punish, but again, you can't just rely on Incendio making a mistake.
Oh my god! Alien going for the wild charge. Knowing that Ling was out of the energy. That was close. That was really close to that.
I literally cracked up. I was like, oh, that's actually could be a play. And then Alien just missed that wall charge. But I mean, it's all fun and games for now. But Incendio Apex 47, that's the real game.
Going for the yellow flash. And here comes the entire set of Falcon diving in. Damage is ready. Monster kill goes to the marksman. Sunshine's popping off. And now it's Ken looking to jump in the fight. A beautiful flicker. The ultimate from Naomi will find TNZ. As he will be taken down. Apex 47 taken low. But Sunshine's popping off. Look at his damage. 1, 2, 3 auto attack. And there's everybody going down. It's a 1-2 trade. Incendio fights back yet again.
I feel like Falcon, right? I think,
wall charge. Connecting to Rosa into the back line. Devastation, disaster for Falcon. It's a 0-2 trade. Incendio is disintegrating their opposition.
Jace, we don't get to talk. It's all the play-by-play here. They're going for plays across the map, and even here, it's Ken looking for something. It might be another play. Dave.
Here we go, Ken.
Nah.
Flying with fast and getting damage. Oh, Happy popped the 10 bits of blade. Ken barely gets away.
I like how you said nah, and then it's like Sunshine, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, it's like Ken, it needs to use the ultimate just to get out, just to have the iframes. That's the amount of damage Sunshine is doing right now. And Incendio looking to perform on form, but I have to just gotta say, right, Falcon, right now, I feel like they're fighting 2 battles. And especially in a game like this, where Incendio have this late game composition, it came super early. Falcon needs every hand on deck.
Well, you know, it comes down to, again, Falcon not knowing who to target in this team fight. If they go for Sunshine, Rosa's free hitting. If they go for Rosa, then everyone else is free hitting. And they, on top of that, they have so much CC to actually negate that time. They also can burst the frontliners from Falcon. So, again, Falcon, at this point, they really need to find some isolation. That's the only way they get the dub, right? Without relying on Incendio's mistakes in the team fights. They need to split this team out, and they need to catch them one-on-one with Naomi on that Franco. Incendio, the way they play, I don't think they're going to give that over.
I feel like this is a replay back in the group stages, right? I feel like, remember, I think it's one of the first few games of the day, right, in the group stage. Incendio and Falcon fighting for the spot of being that dark horse. TNZ on that Leomord is that devil horse that Falcon cannot
hold on. Right
we
here,
go.
right now. They're gonna go into the fight.
Lorbe taking down. Apex sprint for the engage. Legendary kills to Sunshine. This guy's destroying the game with a flicker hook. Flicker ultimate come Naomi will take down TNZ yet again, but at what cost? Now it's Rosa fighting back, finding kill number 1. He will find kill number 2 with the help of the team. Incendio, 2 to 3 trade, and they got a Lord come into the base.
Newsflash, ladies and gentlemen. Wind of Nature doesn't work against Lunox.
Exactly, and even against the true damage from carry, right? So that's the thing, that Wind of Nature, the only reason he got the Wind of Nature is for TNZ and Alien, but Sunshine can just negate that. Lunox can just burst you down. And at this point, look at that Golden Staff again, right? Golden Staff and now DHS. He already got the Corrosion. He already got the Golden Staff. And now with the DHS, does even more damage. And Glue, it doesn't really matter what defensive items you have now. You might as well just go for Immortality because you are not going to survive for long.
I mean, no one's going to survive against this carry. This guy's 0, that's 10 kills.
Oh, man.
Can we already predict the MVP of this game if they win?
It's 0-4? I don't know, man. I wonder who it is.
I wonder who it is. I've got no idea. Now the Lord will march in at the bottom side. It is going to be a Falcon defense for now, but like I said, Falcon needs to find a way to stem that pain. What can Falcon do, Marco?
Well, at this point, again, there's not really much they can do. They can go for some picks. They can try to isolate Incendio, but the way Incendio is playing is they're not even giving Falcon a chance to open up the map at all. Incendio, they have so many heroes that can go well up against the Franco, right? Falcon picked up the Franco here, but Alien can actually just negate that just by just standing in front and popping up the power of nature. We also have that Atlas with the perfect match. There's so much for Incendio, and to dodge away and to just negate that hook and the pick potential from Falcon. You can see Ken relying on a lot of damage items, got the BOD instead of a defensive item, but against Sunshine, Wind of Nature, instantly. Nothing, there's no burst that can really get to Sunshine.
At this point, I think the only chance for Falcon to come back is Franco land a flicker ultimate onto the carry, right? I mean, if they don't get carry, it's GGWPs. Look at the goal, look at the damage dealt. This Lunox's carry is popping off the entire game left and right. I mean, maybe if you kill carry and he slowly move on to Lunox, there's a chance, but to your point, Miracle, there's so much damage point, there's so many late game carry at this point from Incendio. It's like, you're just really awkward position right now.
Yeah, I mean, optimally, Falcon will want to get Sunshine first, right? But even if they go for Sunshine, TNZ, look at his items, look at how tanky he is. He's definitely not going to be standing by there as his gold laner gets completely dove on. They also have Alien with that ultimate to cover up, to peel. It's so easy to negate all kinds of aggressive movements from Falcon here with Incendio's draft.
Oh, my eyes is on Rosa. Just take a look at the amount of items in terms of magic damage. That's a Holy Crystal already built in. The Genius Wand definitely going to the Divine Glaive. That's a ton of magic damage. That Falcon, I'm pretty sure they're too focused on the physical damage department. They're gonna get shredded by Rosa.
At this point, right, I think this is the reason I expected Falcon to go for something like the carry for the first pick. Sure, they have that Hereth pick, but they never pick it up in the first phase, so it's very easy for Incendio to punish that. And now it's a Hail Mary play. It's desperation for Falcon.
Here we go. Rosa with the flank onto the side. This time the ultimate is not going to be that successful. We have to back away for now. Look at Apex finding one with the ultimate. Naomi, beautiful hook one more time. Wall charge into the back line. Alien, this is the entire side of Incendio diving. The side of Falcon. Everybody's taking down. Immortality being popped. And it seems like it's going to be Yellow Flash taken down first. But not so fast. 1-to-1 trade as Falcon will equalize.
That was a good execution by Falcon, but also a mistake from Rosa. This is what they need. They need to capitalize on every small mistake, but even with Rosa mispositioning like that, missing the combo, you're still able to get out. That's what the brilliance is there for, and look at the damage! Oh my God.
Rosa coming in one more time, just one skill too. On Justin, that's 50% of your health. I mean, think about this guy diving onto Zipex. There's not too much you can do. Athena shield, yes, a little bit, but end of the day, like that's probably what, 2 to 3 more skill 2 and you're dead.
Yeah, and the thing is, for Rosa, he doesn't really need to kill these opponents off, right? As long as he does enough damage for Falcon, or the Falcon members to back off, that's all you want to do because you already have TNZ, the cleanup crew, like you mentioned, Jays. At this point, you can see Falcon, they're just really tunnel visioning onto the Lord because this is all they can do. They can't pressure the side waves anymore because in a 1v1 situation, they're not going to win. In a 2v1 situation, they might actually even lose.
I think Falcon really need to try to split. Use the fact that Ken is a link to try to fly from one map to another. Ken should not be really sticking to the main team fight because they know
On a 5v5, it's definitely in the favor of Incendio Supremacy, right? But right here, Incendio Supremacy, on the other hand, time's on their side. And even if they're on the same amount of gold, I still feel that Incendio's draft has more damage as compared to Falcon's draft.
There we go. Oh, the engage comes in from Ken, looking for a little damage on Apex. Now, I 100% agree with that argument, right? If Ling's able to split push and then Falcon leveraging the opportunity, leveraging the macro pressure, and then force a team fight out of the Lord to bait the Grok away from the team fight, maybe that's what they needed to do. But now it seems like Kinden's eyes laser focused onto the Lord, and he's not going away to the side lane.
They're looking for a fight. Here it is.
Throw manipulation into the hook, into the damage, and Apex will be taken down, but not before he lands the fatal lane, getting 3. His Zipex will be traded off, and Justin will follow shortly after. 1-2 trade. Incendio will take this fight, make it 3. As no one is getting away from this. Naomi getting taken down. Incendio taking the Lord and dominating this game.
Who needs a flicker when your enemy has a Franco?
No way that just happened, dude. Apex 47 knows he was going to be hooked. He popped the perfect match right before the hook, and when he got hooked, he got that perfect match down to stun Naomi, down to cancel out the bloody hunt, and that's why he was able to find the fatal links.
Look at Lunox finding so much damage on Ken. This is 2 versus 2, and they're destroying it. Now Yellow Flash will pop the ultimate, just stay alive. Meanwhile, at the same time, bottom high ground tower has already been shattered away. Incendio is finding wins all over the map.
That mechanical play, again, I need to highlight that, man. Apex 47 with the clutch. 1 second or just a millisecond late on that perfect match, and that would have been horrible for Incendio. But instead, it became great. Perfect match time with the hook, canceling the bloody hunt, and now we're going to get a replay, all right? Let's take a look at this one more time. How did he manage to pull that off? Boom, the stun comes in, and there you go.
That's it.
No, actually, no.
What was that?
It's Tianzi's Phantom Steed. It's not even the perfect match. It's the Phantom Steed by Tianzi that displaced Naomi and canceled the bloody hunt.
But everyone is so clumped up. It allows Tianzi to do this so flawlessly, so fluidly. It's like, I don't know. It's like, you know, Naomi goes to fishing, expecting for some salmon, but he fished a shark instead, and the shark killed them all.
That's all I can say about this entire M4 so far is expectations has not been working to our favors, right? I mean, like, talent's expectations going to every series has been, like, proven over and over again challenged. I mean, this team that just popping out, Incendio, what has shown us today is the Incendio 2.0. It's a versatile team that can play any draft. Now with the Lord coming to the base, they're looking to win the game, to get to the match point. Here we go.
Slow push going in. Alien using the wall to slow it all the way down. The Lord's getting baited all the way outside. Here comes the Leomore.
Leomore coming in for the commitment, looking for the damage. And Apex 47, can he find the engage? Grok finding the kill to the backline. Zipex taken down. It does not matter. They're going for the base. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Incendio match point.
Match point for another match here for Incendio Supremacy. And again, we got to talk about that. You guys mentioned Falcon, they could have, you know, tried to split push. In my opinion, I disagree. I feel like they just lost in the draft straight out, right? Even if they go for the split push, Ling has to be able to 1v1 his opponent in the lane that he's split pushing in. Against Alien on that Grok, you're not going to be able to do so. And guess what? You're up against a Lunox and a carry with Leomord as well that can literally just take the Lord 100 to 0 instantly. Remember how fast they shred the Lord. So even if the Ling went over, using that mobility, he won't be fast enough to reach the Lord.
It's just crazy, right? Coming out from Incendio Supremacy once again, another team from, well played, man. Just beating down one of our fan favorites, one of the caster favorites as well, Falcon Esports. I think there's a lot more pressure on them right now to perform. Incendio, on the other hand, they are in element. They showed us that they are not a one-trick Turkish delights. They have a lot more strategies, and I'm looking forward to what kind of strategies they have in store for us. So we'll be going straight back into the analysts very soon to break down the games as well. It is up to you, Gideon, Narashi, also Wolf. Please explain to us what exactly happened.
Welcome back to the analytical department with me, Arashi, Gideon, and Wolf. Match point for Incendio. Wolf, how are you feeling?
You know, I'm very happy about what the result was because Falcon really did show up there were so many like good skill shots that they were hitting. Even Naomi looked really, really good in that game. But it was Insenio Supremacy who eventually won with the draft that they have, as well as the fact that they played much better than Falcon in the latter portions of the game. Actually, when I was looking into the draft and into the game, now I felt why, what was the trend now for Insenio Supremacy. One by one, they have a lot of counters against the heroes of Falcon, which we will see later on.
So a very adaptive draft.
Exactly.
Looking at what their opponents want to do and then countering it every single time. I mean, how do you want to deal with that if you were in the shoes of Falcon right now, Gideon?
Well, honestly, it really came down to just like maintaining tempo, controlling the tempo, but it was a back and forth. At the end of the day, both teams understood whoever had priority, whoever could manipulate the waves a little bit better, always had an advantage in the bigger picture of things, whether it comes down to neutral objectives. But yes, as Wolf mentioned before, those 1v1 engagements and even just slow counters with ultimates or even abilities starts to edge them out towards the middle stages of the games, and it became very, very clear that it was very hard to maintain or even split push like Miracle mentioned before, because they could 100-0 the Lord. Even if it was third, fourth, I would argue by the fifth Lord, you would feel like it's strong, but it would still shred so much faster in comparison to Falcon.
I mean, the late game is just so devastating from the side of Incendio. So take away the items here, that's just plenty of damage available. And I think that's partially the reason, right? In that late game with a carry, with a Leomord, with a Lunox, that's just so much damage.
11-0-6 for Sunshine. Definitely peeled through by Incendio Supremacy. Apex 47, look at his itemization, right? All defensive. And the idea behind this is, of course, that is like the standard itemization, right? But what he needed to do was to be the first one to go in. He's the first one in so that the Grok will actually land the better initiation. Normally, you go for the Grok as your like vision, right? You go and enter with the Grok so that he can tank the damage, and then eventually the Atlas comes in. It was the exact opposite here, coming out from Incendio Supremacy. They allowed Apex to, they allowed Alien to find the better initiations. You saw that in the late game. Then they doubled down on the shred. Lunox and Carry both destroy tanks. Glue and Naomi, the Franco, they cannot stay in front because that's Lunox and Carry.
Yep, they're just such big threats, and there's nothing much they can do, especially as a tank, and you're dealing with true damage. It's something that you cannot touch whatsoever. But looking at the post-game stats, I think we get a little bit of a better idea. Like, Justin is trying his very best to kind of find an open angle or even force something out. With the box, you can land a bit of a mini stun, and that should be more than enough time for Falcon, or specifically Naomi, to help follow up from a distance. However, when we're looking at Incendio, I think that, as we were talking about Wolf earlier, Alien as well as Apex, working in tandem is one thing, but the micro adjustments. First engagement, Apex uses standard combinations. Afterwards, you start thinking ahead of time. Okay, they've got Flicker, so I'm gonna come in with the perfect match, and eventually I'm gonna Flicker, use my ultimate to ensure that I can get at least one or two people and catch Falcon off guard. I do think Falcon in this game, a bit short-sighted, and eventually they hit their cap in terms of how far they can think ahead.
Well, I mean, on paper, it just seems like a very simple strategy. There's three very thick frontliners, and then there's a mix of good magical and physical damage in the back line for the side of Incendio. So it's very simple, but the execution, like you mentioned, Gideon, is just something else.
Hey, we like them thick. That's what I'm just saying.
I'm very much impressed about Rosa's performance. So far in the last 3 days, we've seen this guy perform in the lower brackets. I think that he's slowly showing his identity, and it's definitely one of the candidates for one of the best players out there. He even played the Lunox against a team that likes to play the Lunox, and already, you know, you remember Ruby Didi was, he used that hero against this team. That's amazing. But the man of the hour, though, is Sunshine, and I think that we cannot deny the fact that he played so well in this game.
Well, the fact that he has 0 deaths, right, against a team as aggressive, against all the quote-unquote counters to a marksman that Falcon has, it's just great positioning, great execution.
Yeah, I honestly think that Carry now really deserves a ban if this is going to be the direction that Falcon wants to draft towards to, because it feels like Incendio at this stage of the game really know how to drag things out. They've taken a lot of inspiration from Blacklist International and utilizing the pointers or the strong suits, sorry, not the strong suits, but the characteristics of the Ube strategy, understanding that yes, team fighting is going to be a particular way, but if we look at the heat map, it becomes very clear that Sunshine's overall goal is to spread his influence, knowing that the tanks, if they go in, they hesitate for a moment. You can see people like Yellow Flash even knowing that he has to use his split to protect himself from the proc of Carry.
And I wonder if there's also a heat map for his teammate Apex 47 because I know, and we saw that he's always there for Sunshine. This is not just the one effort from one guy, 11-0-6 marksman, for sure you're gonna attribute to his playstyle, but it's also a collaborative effort where they always protect Rosa as well as Sunshine. Look at him, he's always there with the Atlas.
Yeah, the Atlas. I mean, it just seems like right now, the roamers just play such a huge role. So Apex for sure was trying to make all the plays happen, trying to counter Naomi's signature pick that Franco as much as possible. And it was just so difficult for Falcon to just find a decisive engage because there's no way for them to reach that backline targets.
I think not only is it difficult to engage, picking off seems to be the way Falcon wanted to play it, but Incendio had a better idea, and I think, you know, the Phantom Steed in particular, the placement of it is extremely important, especially when the Bloody Hunt comes through. It just feels like Incendio has a lot of fallbacks. If one ultimate had been used, they still have multiple abilities to do the exact same thing.
The highlights are beautiful because we are not only highlighting Sunshine himself, but also the plays coming out from his teammates, like Alien's timing, see Apex 47's protection and ultimate usages as well, and TNZ utilizing his the raw power coming out from Leomord and the timing that you saw from there, and Rosa, of course, doing a lot of damage. The Lunox bombs were just so good.
I mean, well, unfortunately, we have no more time left here, so we're going to throw it back to our beloved casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Arashi, and of course Gideon and Wolves. A little bit of inception going on right there, but something to take note of. I totally have to agree. Rosa as well as the Sunshine is just shredding the whole Falcon esports roster apart, just literally tearing them apart. This paper shredder composition seems a little bit too illegal to hold on.
And the roamers are dictating the game's pace,
Correct,
right?
yes.
That's so visible here. Naomi versus the likes of Apex 47, a roamer that we thought was going to be just full utility, healer, right? Nope, 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 no. Apex 47 has been popping off in this series. The Atlas, the Kaja, whatever it is he touches, it turns to gold.
Yeah, we thought it was Estes Gaming. But that was it, right? The healer gaming. But it turned out this guy is versatile. He's able to change on command. He can play anything he wants, and he's shown in the last game. I gotta say,
Layla
man,
Tank, try it.
Incendio.
No, don't try it.
Don't try it.
No,
How about Hanzo Tank? That actually is viable. But coming back to the topic, I do think they really pop out in the game as a team because Incendio really is showing us as long as you're confident, you can play anything you want. Because most of the team we saw so far, every single character, every single player, we know like there's a hero pool, right, attached to that player's name. But with Incendio, just like the coach correctly pointed out in the beginning, they have a hero C. You know, they can play whatever they want and they can do a really good job at it.
I would say a hero universe at this rate, but of course, I guess I just have to remind everybody once again, Naomi has pulled out the Franco. Naomi has pulled out the Kaja, right? But has Naomi pulled out that Natalia yet?
Oh man, you know, after losing those two games, Natalia is very hard to pull off here, right? We even saw Yaoi try to pull it off, and it did not work out against Team Hawk. So again, we're gonna have to see how the draft goes.
Yes.
It really depends on. I think at this point, picking up the Franco like that, not a good idea, right?
Yeah.
It was first phase. The reason it worked so well against Blacklist International was because it was a pick that was hidden. No one really expected Franco. The Franco isn't currently meta, but on the hands of someone like Naomi, he could make it work. Still, not on the first phase, man.
Dude, to his credit, he rarely missed any hook that entire game.
He just got countered.
Yeah, he was absolute beast on that, but dude, that's still the Phantom Steed that play over there at the lore pit. That was insane though, the iframe on that cancellation for the ultimate.
And what's crazy is it felt like Apex 47 knew that was going to happen because he was constantly tapping on the Fatal Links. He got it right as the Phantom Steed displaced Naomi, so it was fully coordinated by both of these members, which is crazy. I want to hear the comms now.
Yeah, to be honest, right, I was looking at a replay just now, was played at 1x speed because I know I am old, so I think I need to go back home and play at 0.25x speed.
Frame by frame.
The frame by frame, just dissecting. I think that was a very like 1 in a million kind of play that helped Incendio just to turn the whole fight around. But another thing I also have to point out is that Rosa as well, this Lunox pick is very flexible. You think he's out of position, but no, that is just a bait. He baited you into a Leomord engage, and that's also what makes it super tricky. You do not know how they're going to engage. Are they going to engage with Atlas? Are they going to engage with a Leomord? I don't think anyone is expecting an engage coming out from this Lunox.
To add on to that as well, right, Rosa, what are you supposed to do against Rosa now? You're talking about Apex 47, but Rosa has a very similar hero pool now, right? We thought, okay, Farsa, Yves, that's all you got. Lilia, add that into the mix. Hey, Lunox, what else? What are we going to see next, right? I think at this point, you really need to put Zippix on a comfort hero, right?
Yes.
The reason we've been saying the carry's been left open is because, hey, Zippix can counter the carry with his Harith pick, with his Lunox pick, but when it's picked away, when it's banned away from him, and when he doesn't get it in the first phase, even though he knows, hey, that's the carry, this is an opportunity for me to just pick up the Harith instantly to get a better lane for myself. They don't do it, and guess what happens? 2 games in a row now.
Exactly, Mirko. And in fact, Harith technically 100% ban rate in this particular series, except for the fact that because Falcon had to prioritize the carry pick, and then almost sudden Incendio was like, okay, you know what, you pick up the carry, I don't need to ban the Harith away. But if Falcon doesn't pick up the carry, rest assured, Incendio is there with the ban hammer, the bonk on top of that Harith.
Yeah, I think Falcon going to the game 4 though, they really have to just let go of the constraints. Yeah, they're thinking about banning away Rosa, but at this point, just like you guys pointed out, you can't really ban this player away. This player is too insane on every single character that he touches, he has his hand on, right? We see the Lunox last game, he was flanking as a Lunox from behind. He's playing Lunox like an assassin, the mechanic was on point. So instead of banning something like Farsa, maybe try to think about their own strategy and what counters their strategy. Because usually what we know from Falcon, they have a particular playstyle. They like to ban the glue, they like to ban the 1-1. But this game, this series, we've seen a little bit opposite. We've seen them try to target ban a lot, and it's not been working out to their favor.
Well, again, to talk a little bit about the glue pick, right? I expected the carry pick to come through for Falcon Esports here. The reason the glue pick worked so well in the first game was because, hey, carry was banned. There was no one that can really melt down the glue. The reason that they picked it in game number 3, the reason I questioned it is because dude, come on, you're up against carry, you first pick the glue, you know it's up, and you know it's going to be picked up. There is no way they leave the carry open for you to pick up in the second phase.
I realized they probably picked that Franco a little bit too early. You could have picked the Harith instead of that Franco, and then, you know, Incendio, they literally open it up. But ladies and gentlemen, enough speculation. We're going to game number 4. It is match point. Falcon may be playing their final game in this one.
Yeah, this is Myanmar's champion, last chance to make a stand here now before they got completely sent home here. Let's take a look of the changes on this draft. Actually, we're gonna stick with the Farsa ban. Are we gonna go with Estes ban yet again? We shall find out. And this time, I really want to see Yellow Flash on Lapu, because when he's on Lapu, he's a different kind of player, you know? Like, they've been prioritizing it every single step along the way to this point, and somehow, just because they're trying to counter the Incendio, they're bending themselves into a corner.
I agree. They're overthinking themselves, right?
Yeah.
I think I like the Lapu, but not against the carry. Deal with the carry. Please deal with the carry, right? If they actually still want to stay in this, the carry, and you can see it. Incendio, they're playing with it. They're like, hey, you think we're going to let it go? You think we're going to be the ones banning out the Valentina, the Faramis, and the 1-1, but now you're the ones forced to do that, right? You're the second pick, Falcon. So now 1-1 banned out. Farsa as well. You have to choose between the Estes, the Kaja, or the carry.
Or the glue.
I mean,
there's so many available, man. There's so many available.
If they leave the carry open, Incendio can first pick it. But Falcon will have something to say about that with the Kaja, right? But if Falcon leave the Kaja open and the carry open, then Incendio will just pick up the Kaja, similarly to game number 2.
Personally, I feel like Falcon, hot take right here, ladies and gents. Falcon may just leave the Estes out.
Yes.
What? There you go. That's a Kaja white ban away. Now Incendio Supremacy right here. I think that's a good carry pick. And then all of a sudden, this glue doesn't look as viable anymore.
No.
But this also means Falcon, remember how we set this up. Falcon is the kryptonite to a Turkish delight strat. They should have the answer to this Ube strat. They may force Incendio into this strategy.
Now, I want to talk about this draft, right? Yes, it might have some doubts about it, but at the same time, you ban the Conjure away. Conjure was the reason why in the previous series, previous games cannot use the Fanny efficiently to get to the back line, you know, to kill the Beatrix. So this game, they banned it away. They have a lot of Conjure. They have one of the best assassin players in the entire M4. So taking the Conjure away from the entire table allows them to really optimize those assassins. And I think that might just be picked up in the next round. Here we go, the Harith and the glue being taken out by Falcon Esports.
This is the Falcon that we need to see. first phase pick away that Harris, something that you can use to counter that carry. Just take a look at Incendio Supremacy. It's ranked number 1 in the number of unique heroes used. 30 heroes. Just now was what, 28 heroes?
Yeah, they picked up the
introduced 2
Lunox
more.
and the Atlas, right? So
Yeah.
2 new picks for them, and at this point, they might just be stacking on that, right? They're up against the Glue, they're up against the Harith right now. Honestly, they already have a good pick in the carry. They just need to set up over again for the carry. Previously, they went for the Grok, and here it can still be a solid choice, but the Estes is left open. They go instead for the Benedetta and the Estes.
The meta picks for Incendio, right? The Benedetta on the Alien, Apex 47 on the Steez. This is all their comfort picks. This is what the entire M4 at this point is scared of, to be honest, coming out from Incendio. And that's what has been Falcon banning away for so long. Now, letting the Steez coming out, I think this is the game for the notorious Granger.
Yeah, I feel
not
like
now though. I don't think you. Do you pick it now?
I feel
Granger
like
actually
it's not
do really
enough.
well into carry.
True, but like...
But you have to counter burst kill coming out from the side of Apex 47, but now it feels...
Wow.
Dave!
They picked up the Granger here.
The prediction, what can I say?
Oh man, there you go. That's the Granger pick for Falcon Esports. They're pulling out all the cards this time, right? No more hiding. Now we're gonna have to look at bans.
Yves is wide open for both these
Exactly,
two teams.
that's why I thought the Yves was gonna be picked up here first, right? Get a solid hero.
No, it's like, why do you pick a hero that you know no one's gonna ban? That is something that I have a bigger question. You know that this Yves is definitely going to go into the banning pool right there. Why do you prioritize the Granger pick?
I don't know. I mean, like,
You-
Granger,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, listen,
That's what I said, like, early
the
on.
reason why I predicted Granger, because that's something that we've seen from Falcon in practice, also on tournament stages. When they pick out the Harith, that means they're probably going to have, they already picked out basically all their silence, right? You know, the Glue on the one side, the Zipix with Harith on the other side, and usually when you have the kind of fighter going to the silence, we've seen a hyper carry coming from Falcon. You know, the hyper carry is usually Granger. You know, yes, if you can pick Assassin, hyper carry, the Ling, the Hayabusa, but those are just too little room to wiggle for mistakes, you know? But Granger, on the other hand, you can take Granger and you can stay in the back and do a lot of damage. And the Falcon, by the way, Naomi get a lot of vision usually when he played the support. Like I said, he likes to play aggressive. You saw how mechanically godly this guy is on all kinds of different characters. So Granger, this game, make a lot of sense. And that's why I said it. But is it this early prioritized? I don't know.
I think the biggest problem I felt from the side of Falcon is that, yes, they picked up the Granger. I think that's, well, that's nice and dandy. But what I would like to see is the real world manipulation. You know, the edge of that box is used to stun so that can land down the ultimates well. Because if you notice from the side of Falcon right now, they don't really have this Omega big AoE lockdown. Whereas for the side of, you know, a Incendio, right? They do have definitely the Benedetta will be bringing in the Petrify. There's also this massive slow field coming out from the Estes. There's also that slow coming out from that carry. Something also very interesting is that Falcon banned away the Hayabusa. I think it's more of a knee-jerk reaction. Farsa is super wide open for the side of Incendio to pick up right now.
It's also open for Falcon to pick up, right? It
Yeah.
can be a choice for them. They can go for something. Okay, they go
Lilia.
for something a bit safer with Lilia, but this just gives Incendio the chance to pick up. Another
Rosa.
new hero for Rosa.
That's 31.
This man's on a mission, man. 31. Incendio need a jungler unless the Benedetta was a flex towards the jungle. Oh, there you go. You can already see it. They're going to go for it again. They want to go for the dive. Up against the Granger, though. I actually really like the Granger matchup up against Leomord. Good kite, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And on top of that, Falcon, you know, I'm thinking at this point, if they want to go for this front-to-back composition, a roamer that can suit well, they're going to lack a lot of initiation for Lear.
How about Chow? You know,
Chow?
Yeah, Chow is really good, right? Remember, Franco is still available on the table, and with the Leomord, they can easily lock him down for Granger to do free damage. Kufra will be really good as well. Will completely counterweight TNZ on the Leo, right, to make sure he doesn't dash away. And the Benedetta, obviously, and Naomi play a nasty, nasty Kufra. Speaking of that, he's gonna go with Lolita.
I don't really like this Lolita pick. I
Same.
feel like the Kufra is a lot better. The bouncing ball is a lot easier to execute. But I also understand what Falcon needs, something to point and click stun, especially on the Leoma that's jumping all the way in. But I feel like this is arguably the best in slot for Falcon. But I think the Kufra is a lot better. The bouncing ball should be something that's a lot easier to handle. I don't know what to feel about this as we're going to go into potentially the final game of the day from the side of Falcon.
I love the Lilia pick now, right? Because again, they have a very weak weak jungler here. They're gonna have to get a lot of mid control, and with the Lilia pick, that's exactly what they get. Mid control gonna be in favor of the Burmese here, and we'll see based on the drafts, because the Granger is gonna be the key factor if they win or even if they lose.
And ladies and gentlemen, this game stake cannot be any higher. In the crowd, let me hear your support for your team.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the final game, potentially, for the side of Falcon. Incendio has been reigning supreme for the past 2 games in a row. Looking to replicate that once again in game number 4.
Okay, let's take a look at it again, right? Ken, does he go for a killing spree? I do believe he, yeah. Okay, it's a killing spree emblem for Ken. Again, just very standard emblems here for both of the teams, you can already see. But Yellow Flash is still opting to go for the sprint on that glue. No flicker, not even the vengeance that, you know, we usually see. So Justin also is opting to go for that sprint.
Oh, the wombo combo.
First
Here we
blood
go,
again.
Kakuran might be in trouble, and sure enough, the first blood going to Falcon. This is the 4th game in a row.
Okay, some struggle signs, fight life signs happening for the side of Falcon. That is a good kill given over to Ken, and that's the power of the Granger in the early game. But when you go towards the later part of the game, the Rosa will definitely have enough items to burst down any single target from the side of Falcon, and it's so much easier for TNZ to follow up with the Phantom Steed.
That's going to be really tough, I agree, right? Who can actually get to the Granger? It's just the Gugura that I can really think of, and the Menentukan technically with the final blow, right?
Oh, here we go. The stun comes in into the skill 1, and this is the Ken. Funding Death Sonata, funding another kill into the jungler of Incendio. Falcon fights back in game 4.
Threading the needle. Good positioning by Ken to find that Death Sonata just in between of the members there. And you can see already they're trying to put Ken into a position where he can get the most gold here. Already taking a few hits on to the turret gold and even picking up that gold buff. So the snowball is already ready for Falcon right now. 1,000 gold lead and 2 kills onto Granger.
That's a very early game gold lead, right? And not only just that, it is also Yellow Flash doing a tremendous job in making sure that someone stays still for Ken to land that ultimate. So remember what I said, I need Falcon to have a hard CC. Well, technically speaking, Yellow Flash, that is also kind of like a hard CC.
I like what you said regarding glue, is making sure they're staying still. That's exactly what glue does, right? It fits the name, fits the character, and that's the playstyle for Falcon. I mean, they play Granger like no other team, right? Because right now, this meta is heavily assassin focused, sometimes the tank jungle, both are viable. Falcon plays Granger like just a different, like last season, like M3, you know? They play the Granger is still the most meta character in the game right now. Here we go, speaking of that, Naomi coming in with the stun, Death Sonata finding a lot of damage. Rosa, beautiful dash to dodge away from the damage.
If it goes like this, you can already see it just now in the item check. Ken is already building towards the Hunter Strike very early on. If he gets that down, that's a lot of damage early for Ken, and there's no one on Incendio that can really sustain or soak in that damage. Remember, the Hunter Strike will basically add into Ken's mobility, getting more of that Rhapsody and getting the Death Sonata down easier.
Yep, and not only just that, Rosa is going for the late game route,
There
right?
you go, 3 minutes.
Pulling out the clock, but it's going to be a emblem coming out just for show for now. Zipex goes for the mystery shop. You mentioned about Hunter Strike for Ken. I'm looking at the same for TNZ as well. Hunter Strike also killing spree, but here we go.
Here we go, Phantom Steed just to get away. TNZ, can he make it? Yellow Flash into an Nimblance Blast. It's not going to connect for now, but TNZ taking low. Ken is the target, but he will find a reverse kill. Alan surviving on 1 HP, not for long. Double kill to the side of Falcon.
4-0 start for Falcon, and Zipex
1v2.
On the bottom side, Zipex with the ultimate. Final all damage, Sunshine, 1 HP. But thank you for the blessing of Moon Goddess. He will survive for now.
It will go so bad if Apex 47 wasn't there. You can start to see this is the reason why the Costin Nest has been talking about Zipex Harip. The key answer to a carry pick, and top side is already gone for Incendio.
A key answer to a 2v1. Remember, that wasn't just the carry 1v1, because if it was, you could say goodbye to Sunshine. But with Apex 47 baiting out the ultimate 2 now, it's Falcon who have the resource advantage coming into the second turtle of the game.
Here we go, TNZ looking for the ultimate anytime, but look at the Glue's position though, sneaking from behind. quietly and softly, you know, like a glue, you know, pretty noiseless, right? Pretty quiet. And here we go, the stun comes in, TNZ will have to dash away. The Phantom Steed comes out, looking for the damage, but will have to dash away for now. And the Falcon one more time. Wait! What is the turtle? What's going on? Rosa will steal the stuff away. And now, Mega Kill goes to Granger. Falcon looking to retaliate, finding anything he can. TNZ finding the kill. He will get the kill onto Naomi and equalize the fight. But at the same time, what a beautiful steal coming from Rosa.
Hippity hoppity, you are my property. It's not only applying to TNC, it's also applying to Rosa. What a crazy steal coming up from Incendio.
Oh, that was, I don't know what, I guess that was stellar, right? Oh my goodness gracious, what a steal. TNZ though, he is still the Lord Slayer. Rosa stole that one earlier, but rank number 1 and the highest Lord secured in M4 is TNZ with his incredible retribution. Rosa might follow through in that stat department though.
Yeah, one Lord for Rosa, but I mean, the biggest question is, among these 14, how many are stolen?
Oh, here we go. Numenon's blast. TNZ found himself in trouble, but a flicker this time, and TNZ will have to dash away. With 1 HP, he's able to get to safety. What a beautiful mechanic, and a little bit of miscalculation from Naomi on the flicker.
Uh-oh, misplays happening left and right. That's gonna definitely impact the confidence coming in. And you can see Falcon, I think if they were able to get the turtle and a few more kills on the board just now in that turtle fight, you would actually see Ken go for more damage instead of going for the brute force breastplate in the second item. Sure, it's still really good here. It gets some more defense plus also that movement speed. But at this point with 4-0, let's see. I think he should have gone for more damage.
I feel like this is not the final form for the side Incendio. If you notice, Apex 47 has been babysitting Sunshine most of the time at the bottom lane. Another thing to also note is that Rosa is picking up the clock. Rosa is gonna slowly scale with the clock's destiny as time goes by. Falcon, on the other hand, their time is a little bit short.
Lane.
Yes, there's a Zipex at the last game, but TNZ.
One more time, jumping in onto Naomi, who's taking very low, but here comes retaliation though. Numenon's blast will go wide for now. And now Zipex finding his way into the team fight. Damage is in. Ken looking for the Death Sonata, connecting one, but not the other two. And now Falcon looking to get away as Alien makes his entrance to the team fight. Yellow Flash on himself, isolated by the entire team. And Falcon now making a move onto the turtle.
All ultimates gone. My goodness, that was a brilliant fight with both teams disengaging. Falcon, though, will have a bit more pressure to play with around the turtle, starting it up first here. So Incendio needs to find a proper response. They need to be able to get that gap closer down towards Ken. If Ken is in that backline free hitting, it should be Falcon who wins.
Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Ken pulling the turtle away. But Alien, look at this position, and Rosa on the side. They're looking to flank the backline at any time. This is double trouble we're talking about. Speaking of double trouble, here's TNZ coming in with the ultimate one more time. But yet, it's just a trade-off of skills. There's no casualty just yet, but Naomi's HP is worrisome.
Ultimates are coming back up online already. It's going to be Falcon
Here we
as
go.
well. But here we go. They need to come into this
The
fight.
mask, and this is the full Falcon diving in. They find kill number 1 to Apex 47, who had nowhere to go. As Alien on the run, he will get away. But a turtle cannot, as Falcon will take this objective.
Beautiful execution by Falcon, baiting out that Phantom Steed first, looking to go for a team fight there, but it's all just a bait to bait out the resources. Ken, with no resources available from Incendio to actually dive into the back line, can get that Death Sonata easy. And that's the thing about Falcon's composition here. Ken doesn't even need to be close to the fight. All he needs to do is pop the Death Sonata from afar, and he does enough damage to zone Incendio away. If he targets it perfectly, he might even be able to assassinate some targets. And now you can see, carry, sure, Corrosion Scythe and that Golden Staff, but when you're being outranged this much and you're out-sustained by a Herod that can just constantly be in your face while not taking damage, the carry really struggles.
Not only just that, brute force breastplate already built in before the side of this Granger. Need to prioritize on those defenses that if you notice the damage start to go down.
One more time, TNZ jumping in. Naomi is the target. He will be taken down first. As now Incendio fighting back with the Granger. Death Sonata connecting onto TNZ, who's taken down to 1 shred of health. Alien jumping in, but himself alone, and he will be quickly eliminated from the map. This is a 1v1 trade so far, and Falcon will move back to their side of the jungle.
I take any EXP laner for my Roma any day. Not that, Roma's life don't matter, but your sacrifice is valiant.
Very value. 0-0 Alien though, in terms of gold, not too value, but in terms of pressure on the map and getting Yellow Flash to a point where he's gonna be ahead of Alien, very, very value. Now, Incendio, I think you're really starting to see that mid-game power spike for Apex 47. He's getting a lot of the healing done and sometimes even out-healing the damage coming from Falcon. So this is where Falcon really needs to allocate their damage properly. If they don't target the right targets.
Bottom side,
Solo kill!
The one-on-one! And Falcon take down the Supreme. Beautiful job from the Granger.
Revenge from game 2.
I feel like Falcon finally realized the way to counter the Leomord is in that Granger. Whenever that Leomord is charging towards you, he has to run in a straight line, and that's where you can land all your Rhapsody. You can land down, and that's MSCA modes. You can also land down your Death Sonata as well. It's going so well for Falcon, but at the same time, Falcon is on a timer. They need to end the game very quickly, and they know it. They're taking down turrets for now, and they're taking the first Lord.
Incendio are really struggling to find, a proper engage to lock down that back line because of how good Falcon's front to back really is. You can see here, TNC gets the Retribution down, secures the purple buff. But with the Lord marching, Falcon just wanted to actually, bait out the Retribution, use it to siege more turrets here. Alien's doing a very good job at actually clearing out that top lane. And Falcon, they're forced to group up with the team. That's how the composition is made for, right? What the composition was made for.
Guys, I haven't said Necklace of Durance for a long time.
One more time. That's not connecting. As devastation, disaster still for the side of Incendio. Falcon take the tower and kill a dessert.
Good wave manipulation. Now it's a slow push in that bottom lane. Yellow Flash jumping in.
Oh, Yellow Flash finding a split. Is it gonna jump in? Not yet. The objective's pretty clear. They got a bottom high ground tower. And now it's Cam finding the poke, just a little bit of naughty in the base before they move on to the second high ground tower. The first one has already gone down. Falcon is controlling this map.
I like the fact that Ken usually, when he plays as Granger, he uses the Death Sonata to just poke as well, right? Not just dealing damage, but here in this case, there's no reason to poke with the SS on the enemy team. He holds on to that to actually execute the enemy members when they get back towards Apex 47, which is brilliant.
I think the most important thing about from side Falcon, yes, that's a concealed play by Naomi, trying to look for some form of pickup right there. The mid lane turret is slowly crashing in. Yellow Flash creating a lot of space for Falcon to basically allow them to take the mid lane, but same thing. I like the itemization coming up from Justin, but Rienzi.
This is brutal. TNZ jumping in, find himself on the glue, but that's not a target you really want to go to. And TNZ was like, ew, this is too ugly. He walked away. So
I like that, right? He just looks at glue. Nah, you're ugly. I'm gonna run back on my horse to get away as fast as possible, man. But this composition for Falcon, it's built to siege. You can see so much zoning, so much range. Incendio, how do they even look for a fight here? The poke comes in.
The Death Sonata comes out, just a little bit of damage. Alien found himself isolated, has to dash away for the last remaining tower. Will be taking out Falcon, looking to end the game and take us to game 5. Here we go, a little bit more poke. All right, they back away.
I feel like Falcon is not respecting the damage coming out from Rosa. Usually in my ranked games, I don't know. I don't know whether to compare my ranked games and M4, but usually when you see a Kagura Umbrella, you stay the hell away from it. But Falcon, they ignore it. They know the Rosa doesn't really have that much damage as of now, and they're taking advantage of that.
Exactly, I'll tell you why. It's just no damage, because if you look at the itemization from Falcon, there's not even a lot of magical defense, right? There's just one Athena there for Naomi, but if you look at the Kakura, just no damage. Genius Wand and the Clock of Destiny is all he has.
Yeah, no damage gaming is not the word I want to describe Team Falcon. They're packed with damage. Alien will have to get away, but Yellow Flash in the front split. Can't quite find the target just yet. And now they will move away, but remember, the Enhanced Lord is already born onto the Land of Dawn. It's Falcon making the move.
Lots of ultimates already being expanded by both of these two teams. Falcon does have the Lord advantage for now. This is going to be how Apex with Zipix standing down.
Oh, here we go. Zipix, the only people away. They find a Leo. They have the Super Sense. No, Leo is trying to steal the Lord away. Remember, this guy is the #1 Lord slaying on the map. You gotta respect the number, because that doesn't lie. Here we go, though. Monster kill goes again. Falcon is unstoppable, and now they're gonna take on the Lord to solidify the control over this game. And speaking of that, in the mid lane is Alien being is TNZ being taken down.
10,000 gold lead, and it just seems like we are gonna get that final game in the series. Now Sunshine zoned away. Oh no, he's out of the base.
Oh, Sunshine.
Wrong way. That's not where you should go home.
Oh, here comes Numinous Blast connecting onto one.
The Desunada will find the kill as Falcon claim the base. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the fans asked for it. We're going to go into game number 5. It is Incendio pulling out the Ube strat, which Falcon extremely knows how to handle. And surprisingly, they're allowing Falcon to just take it away.
What an incredible draft from Falcon Esports in game number 4. We saw an incredible draft from Incendio in game number 3, and you could see the level of progression, how much both teams improved just in a matter of minutes. Remember, the break isn't that long. They're improving this much over the course of like, what, 6-7 minutes?
Yeah, and I gotta say, dude, this is what I've been expecting all along, to be honest, letting the ACTs go, because we seen what Falcon did. They countered the Blacklist strategy, the Wu-Wei strategy with the Granger. They should not be worried about it since the beginning, you know? And now they've proven their theory one more time, so next game, we're probably gonna see a similar draft, not banning the ACTs.
Yeah, I don't think Falcon should be super hyper focused on top of the Estes, but Estes. Yeah, like,
the sexy way of saying it.
Okay, but you know who's even sexier? We're gonna throw it over to the analyst desk very, very soon. They'll be, you know, giving us even more breakdown, because I feel like there's a lot of things that went very well for Falcon in this particular match. Not only just from the fact of the item builds, but also in terms of the draw. But I believe the better brains are on the stand. Gideon, and Arashi, and Wolf, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jace, Jay-Z. Man, we're now gonna go to game number 5, and STs, like Jace mentioned, is it that big of a problem, you think?
Well, honestly, I do think there's other aspects that we really need to break down to really explain why it didn't necessarily work. And you know, the Ube strategy, I think people are giving a lot of credit and think that, you know, it's all about the Estes, that's why it's called Ube. Yes, it's a component, but it's not everything just yet.
Yeah, it's like an ingredient in a big recipe, right? In a big cookbook. Now, Falcon, the way that you saw game number 4 and how they approach it, it really felt like it wasn't their first rodeo against this kind of strategy. They won against it in the group stages. They've shown that in game number 1, the way to go is to disrupt the tempo. So they went all in this early game strategy wherein they got the Granger, as they did before, and then the Harith to win the laning matchup. So the draft was all about winning the lanes first, and then utilizing that little economy that they have, and then press it against the lineup of Incendio Supremacy. You saw how they utilized Naomi earlier on with the Numino Blast. Even when it's just one hero, they made it sure that Incendio will not be able to like gather all of their things together for them to thrive in the mid game.
I mean, we see a pattern here, right? Falcon, whenever they can get control of the game and completely dominate, they get that victory. When Incendio is able to make things difficult, to try and complicate things, make it a bit of a back and forth, that's where they kind of shine. So in that final game, are we going to see yet another contrasting draft, or are they going to try and fight fire with fire?
I think it's a little tough to say because we've seen both sides of the teams. You want to play farm-heavy compositions, you know, Falcon can do it, and we definitely see Incendio just absolutely cracked at it. But I think, you know, it's the engagement factor here from Incendio that we're kind of missing out a little bit. I mean, you can see it on the back of us that we're going to be throwing it over to the in-game stats. And I'm very interested to know Wolf's thoughts on this, because for me, I do feel like the glue is a bit of a false positive, especially when you do see something like the carry as well as the Benedetta to kind of nullify it in team fights and in the lane itself.
Yeah, I think it's also attributed to what you just said before your question, because we saw that Rosa as well as Rosa as well as Apex are playing more passively. Kagura and Estes, they don't have engage. Whereas here on the side of Falcon, you see this glue, which should be like bothered about all of the frontal damage coming up from Incendio Supremacy, but he's not, because there's no way to engage. He's freely sustaining himself. Surely he's taking the damage, but he's able to do what the glue does, sustain himself and be a problem to the opponents.
I want to take it a step further here, because we've seen in previous games that Yellow Flash gets absolutely shredded down by Sunshine, while Alien kind of cuts off the backline with the Petrify, Electrify, and the Blow combination. But now you have Ken, who actually can participate in it with the Death Sonata all the way from halfway like down the river. Sunshine gets hit by it once, Apex gets hit by it once, instantly we're seeing the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and then there is an escape mechanic with Naomi, and if Justin's really feeling it and has the black shoes, can actually follow up. So I think that Falcon has kind of figured out how they want to participate in fights, as well as how they want to disengage from these fights.
I mean, I think that shows again the importance of roamers and the importance of being able to make the first move, right? Being proactive and getting the surprise factor onto your opponent. opponents. We take a look at a bit of the post-game stats here. You can see that honestly, this game was just so one-sided. 0% kill participation on two members from Incendio.
That's brutal.
That's brutal.
It really is.
Oh, you know, I really want to add to what Gideon said. You remember, like back in November, we casted one tournament where the lethal pokes are there, like bursts, lethal bursts. What we saw in that meta, lethal poke is quite weird because it's a poke, but it's lethal, right? But you kind of feel that way, right? In that previous game, the way that they're utilizing this Granger in combination with the Lilia, once you get seen by the members of Falcon, they just go all in. They're not wasting their time. They're not ultimate dependent, but at the same time, they pack up a punch. That is why the ultimate coming out from the Estes is so much more nullified because you force it out so earlier on.
I mean, these are high-value ultimates. If you had to like really make a comparison between the shoes, between the two, Black Shoes compared to a Yin Yang overturn, one has a lot more impact. So when Rosa uses it and misses, Falcon initiate immediately.
I mean, looking at both positions, you can also see that Falcon has an abundance of DPS, which we saw a bit lacking whenever we can see that when we see Incendio try and outlast their damage, but now with a Harith, with a Lilia, with a Granger for good measure, there's just way too much damage, and I think it's a solution that's working really, really well.
Yeah, right now I feel like both of the teams are making a cake, and whoever's draft has more layers to it just seems to be, you know, tastier and comes out with a bigger win.
Tastier.
Yes.
I also like the fact that Falcon is winning against the strategy that they wanted, that Incendio Supremacy is very comfortable of. Like we saw already how they defeated the Estes. Now we also now see that they defeat the Leomord now, which was really scary if you think about it. The burst coming out from Incendio Supremacy is also a sight to see. But both of those strategies now Falcon has an answer, and that is also very true with Incendio Supremacy.
Well, the MVP though for this game number 4, it's going to be Ken on that Granger. At this point, it's a signature pick, 7-0-4 with a 92% kill participation. I mean, we talked about how this man was just cracked all the way since game number 1, but he shows us again in game number 4.
He's just killing it, you know? He's really just killing it every single time. He's making sure that he has plenty of movement speed so he can out-kite Leomord if he ever gets on top of him. And again, we're like digging back onto old archives of Mobile Legends games in like way back, season 7 even. Granger used to be so good, Leomord used to be so good as well, but now that you can out-kite him with, again, just well played to him, it feels like Ken has studied this matchup way before, and maybe it's just instinctual to him.
And it's just, I'm just very surprised that we are seeing a lot of like variations when it comes to the jungler choices here for both teams. Both Ken as well as Tienzi, they're playing heroes that aren't being played by other players all throughout the tournament. It's just a sight to see.
It's just about picking the right hero for the right job, depending on the composition. And if you take a look at the heat map, Ken is just all over the place, man. I mean, you can say the same thing about the whole squad of Falcon. This is how they like to play. When they get an advantage, they roam all together and just push aggression on all the lanes. And if they can do that, Incendio need a lane to try and make plays with. Otherwise, slowly but surely, they get constricted.
Well, here's the thing, right? I mean, Ken played a large part of unlocking Yellow Flash from his lane because Yellow Flash was just stuck with the Benedetta. She would always have priority. So that way, they pushed a lot of their resources up towards EXP lane. They're not looking to invade. They can just play farm heavy because what's Leomord really going to do without his items, and he needs time to scale, while Harith naturally can just say, I don't want to participate in the gold lane.
Yeah. We are going to see through the highlights the oxymoron of the lethal pokes that we are seeing coming up from Falcon. As you can see, Ken just into the backline, Yellow Flash in there in front, and then you already have a lot of damage. In Incendio Supremacy, when they get into the fights, they're already put low by the members of Falcon, and when the fight is about to end, they're the ones that are losing it. By the way, great Numinous Blast coming up from Naomi in that skirmish.
I mean, the Numinous Blast, we saw that this was a bit shaky in the early game, but later on, it does what it's designed to do, right? Just zone and be a big threat, being one more factor that Incendio needs to think about. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has so much AoE on top of the already painful damage, so they just get melted down all together at the same time.
I mean, this is a great game to show Ken why he is that Burmese python here. Just the slow grasp. You can see at the top right, under Falcon's name, just the goal differential, just slowly increasing every single time without fail. It feels like your team is just choking out.
They're constricting Incendio supremacy like a true Python, and there wasn't really any part of that game where you saw that Incendio supremacy had their break. This is a much cleaner execution coming from Falcon. It seems like both teams are learning how to deal with their opponents, and now Falcon does have a big momentum, in game number 5. I wonder what they can bring out to the table.
Well, we have to see, but right now we have to throw you guys back to our casters, it seems. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Arashi. This is not Jay-Z, but this is Jace. Alongside the desk is Assassin Dave, as long as Merkel, along for the right, has his hair combed this time. But this is the final game between these two teams. One of them will need to go home, one of them will stay to go up to the next particular bracket.
All right, predicted then.
Predicted?
Predicted. Who do you think is going to win?
Oh, God, that is a loaded question. I gotta say the best team will win.
Oh, man.
I can predict, but I'll tell you maybe in the next half an hour.
All right, sure. Yeah, I think we might wait for the result first before we predict, because every single time the caster prediction here has been pretty abysmal, yeah,
Pretty rough,
because of
yeah.
how unpredictable M4 has been.
We have, my region had the worst of it.
Hey, man.
You know, all I can say is top 8 teams, you cannot count any team out, right?
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
have stuff up their sleeves. Everyone is ready to battle. This is the battle for what chance of opportunity, chance of lifetime, to be honest.
Again, it comes down to how much they have adapted, right? What their style was in the beginning of the series, it doesn't matter anymore. They have changed almost 180, right? The whole time they've changed entirely to fit against their opponents right now. And both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports, it seems like both of these teams can play a lot of different styles now.
I agree. Like, we always thought that, you know, Incendio Supremacy, yeah, I mean, one trigger-based strat, right? One trigger-based strat, it's single-dimensional, but no. Incendio Supremacy has shown us, well,
31 unique heroes.
31 unique heroes. Interesting ways, or interesting interpretation of the Ube strat with the Kagura, but it doesn't really work well. I can see how it would work very well on paper, but Falcon, on the other hand, kryptonite to that particular strategy. I think it's about what we built up earlier just now, right? Falcon will definitely leave the assets up in the open for Incendio to pick, but it's up to Incendio to whether they want to pick that strategy.
Yeah, Incendio can go either way. I mean, they have so many different combos that they can go with.
Yeah.
We've seen how decisive they can engage with the Atlas and the Leo Moore combo. And by the way, this Wombo combo is not something that we've seen very often on the M4 stage. And it's been taken out and executed to flawless, to perfection by none other than the Turkish gods. I mean, Incendio was just popping off today. So I look forward to game 5 because this is it. The only one match left. Whoever wins takes the home. I mean, whoever wins actually takes the next round. Whoever loses will pack it home. This is it, man. Oh my God, I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
Knockout stages, man. It's gotten all of us speechless so many times with crazy upset victories, especially from the team you see on screen, Incendio Supremacy. But on that note, we are going to take a look at the hero pick recap, and here it is. Fun fact, Rosa. It felt like he did no damage, but he is the main damage dealer that
It's
game.
surprising, to be honest. Yeah, because we didn't really see Rosa having a lot of impact during the team fights, especially even when Falcons literally clumped up together. And once again, Alien and Yellow Flash, same amount of numbers as well. Another thing also from the side of Zipex is actually doing a lot of damage. Those AoE damage is just helping a lot. There's just overwhelming amount of damage with the help of Justin, alongside with Zipex and Ken as well, together to just outburst the burst healing of Apex 47.
There's another thing worth mentioning. Compared to game 4, you see Rosa and Lilia, he was doing like 80,000 damage, right? Something double the side of Justin. This game, like the total damage is kind of low because it's such a fast-paced game. You expect Granger game to be like, oh, a little bit slower pace. Granger needs farm, need to like scale up a little bit more, and then start one-shotting everybody. But in this series, in this particular game, the past game, it wasn't like that at all. The game ended at a really fast pace. Really, you seen like the first blood was in the first 1.5 minutes. That's when we see the first blood. It was absolutely insane coming out from Falcon. Hopefully they carry the confidence through into the next round, into game 5. And same for Incendio. What can I say about them?
I feel like Falcon going with the Grandeur is a good idea, but I think it can only pull once. Incendio now hyper aware on that Granger pick. Granger's super crazy in the early game, in fact. The Rhapsody does a lot of damage if you know how to balance your dash as well. If you time it well with your last bullet, it does a lot of damage. And Leomord, on the other hand, is very easy to predict on how he pop. And with that said, you heard that transition. You see the numbers on the screen. This means that we are going to go into the final game of this particular series. One will go home, one will move on.
Okay, let's see. Incendio opting to stay as the first pick. Falcon on the red side. Same exact bans for the first 2 bans, but now you're seeing a difference. Harith instantly respected right now. That means the Valentina is still up for grabs. Last game they banned Faramis, Valentina, Kadita. 1-1 still going to be the option here, and I do believe that Falcon might just go for another. Actually, at this point with the Harith ban, they might actually go for a carry ban.
They might, you know, because right now you have Owen being banned. Carry is one of the characters that's so hard to deal with, and without the trump card that Falcon has to really counter it with the Granger, it's going to be hard to let it open, right? I mean, there are not too much direct counters. If you talk about in lane, you can pick the Leslie, but Leslie in the current meta right now is just not the favorite, right? It's more favoring towards the attack speed marksmen, and it's really easily dove. So here we go. Let's see the next round of bans. I mean, it's business time.
All right. You know what I'm thinking? Falcon, it's up to Falcon's job to ban the carry away, Incendio to ban that glue. But this also means that Falcon will have access to that. Okay, no, it's the other way around. Falcon, I think you take that glue away. You bet Incendio Alien will go on that glue and probably create so much space against Yellow Flash.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? Ban out that glue, take that hero away from Alien, but also, honestly, it can go either way. They can just opt to leave glue open because Alien performs way better on something like a Benedetta on the Raw. These flashy heroes where he can actually create plays for his team. Meanwhile, for glue, sure, you do create plays. You still are able to zone people away, but it's not that same style, right?
Yeah.
At this point, Kaja might be a better option, and they go for the Kaja ban here. Incendio can just first pick that glue, but, they really like first picking the Benedetta, like in previous series, right?
Yeah, I think that this could be a first pick Benedetta. I think I take my point back. I agree with you, Mirko, the bigger brain right here. Kaja feels like a better ban for the side of Falcon. You bait that glue pick out. Now Incendio has to choose. Do you want to give Alien something that he's not comfortable to play with? Or do you want to give the do you want to pick up the Benedetta, which you know Alien has results on it?
Yeah, but the thing about Benny, this character counters so many different characters, right? It counters glue in lane in the sense of it doesn't really worry about like how much damage you do, how annoying you are. I have so much mobility. I just shove the lane and I'll rotate you to the team fights.
Oh no.
And speaking of that, it's gonna be Incendio taking out glue and neglecting the Benedetta. I was just about to say, if they pick up the Benny, it's also a straight up counter to Eve, right? To someone like the backline, which is still available on the draft.
Well, now with the glue picked up, it's gonna come down to Falcon Esports.
I'm thinking a Yuzhong already for the side of Falcon. Yeah, because I really feel like the Yuzhong will do very well in any plan that Incendio wants to pull out, especially when we're talking about a lot of dive compositions in this current meta. I think that Yuzhong also can create a lot of space. It's safer. You also gain bush control as well. There's a CC immunity too.
Valentina or Yves can also be an option here. Valentina's been left open. They Incendio opted to go for the Harith ban. And they go for Lapu and the Lunox. No Valentina, no Yves. But fun fact for Falcon, this Lunox is not just one lane. It's a flexible pick. It can flex it over to the gold lane and even to the mid lane. So they're forcing Incendio to pick first. You want to pick the Yves or the Valentina? Then we can answer with another.
Yeah, the best part about the Lunox is that I can go, the Yves can go into the real world manipulation, and then after that I can go in with the brilliance. But let's take a look at what RS7 has to say. For me, Incendio Supremacy, the strongest team in M4. Wow. I wouldn't say it myself, but RRQ, but if I were R7, because of their macro and symphony of skills. Wow, that's a good and beautiful SOS.
That is high praises. Coming out from none other than R7 from RQ. That was insane, because a lot of teams, I think most of the viewers watching probably rate RQ was one of the best teams, right?
I like it.
And he himself is able to humble himself and say, like, you know, recognize that Incendio's place in this entire tournament. One more time, just say how great this tournament really is. Entire M4, the atmosphere when we're in the hotel, the players they love each other, they play with each other, and it's fantastic to see that.
You know what, this time I'm actually You know, at this point, Franco would be great. You're up against the Hayabusa, you want to lock him down. Another hero that can do that is that Franco, but they instead go for the Valentina, a safer option to go for. They saw the Lilia, they see that there are some ultimates to take, and they still want to dictate the draft with this Valentina to stop those big ultimates from coming in. So Falcon picks it up now into the second phase of the banning phase. Gold lane going to be targeted down for sure. They've already secured their own gold lane, which is going to be that Lunox. So Falcon should be just taken away. Maybe, I don't know, the bans here. Should they go for Beatrix first? Or should they go for something? I
mean, at this point,
which one to ban first?
They don't really worry about a lot of marksmen, right? I mean, all the marksmen get one-shotted by the Lunox late game. I mean, if anything, they would consider banning more of the initiate. Yes, the roamers, right? The engages. And we're coming, and sure enough, we're seeing that it's Steve's ban. If you don't take it, we're gonna ban it in the second round just to take the comfort away. But even so, though, like you have a Hayabusa in the jungle, how likely are you gonna pick up Steve's roam?
Yeah.
I feel like Incendio just doesn't want to go for the Estes already right off the bat. Looking at what Incendio has drafted thus far, you already have a Hayabusa which would not enjoy that healing factor when you go in with a Shadow Kill. And I just feel like they do have some form of sustainability, right? You got the glue that does have the sustainability in the first skill once you pick that blob up. You do have the reset coming up from the Lilia. I feel like Falcon, that slot is a little bit wasted away. There's something else they could ban. I think even take away the Popo and Guba is something very, very, very annoying to deal with, especially you got that long-range stun. Non-committal long-range stun is super annoying.
Yeah, and as I said, right, if they actually want to get the gold laner out, it has to be the Beatrix. A bit more, flexible there in terms of how you can play the Beatrix. Meanwhile, for other marksmen, it's very straightforward.
Yeah.
Brody, you want to go in, you want to just try to play the lane, snowball. Everything's very one-dimensional, aside from the ones that has been banned here. You see, again, Harith, the carry, the 1-1, and now the Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, right now, Falcon can actually look to go for another Fanny. The main reason the Fanny did not work out is because the Kaja that has been banned now. If they do go for Fanny though, they don't need to rush it. They already see that it's up against the Hayabusa, so they can just opt to pick it for the last pick. They can go for Naomi's pick first.
Yeah,
which
I
can
agree.
be the Franco.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Not only you force Naomi to go for the Franco pick, you technically deny the Franco pick away from Incendio. You allow the Fanny free reign as well all across the map. There's no hard CCs from the side of Incendio right now, so that's something that I think Falcon could technically take advantage of. Naomi, I feel like this is an easy Franco game, especially when Incendio has already taken away the Phantom. No, that is going to be a Chow.
Oh, I love that Chow. You know, I want to see this. Yeah, I want to see this for a long time. Naomi is known for the aggressive playstyle, and then I really love to see, because also Valentina is a character that's, even though it's really meta because the ultimate, you know, I am one, so I can take your ultimate, I can be anyone I want, but at the same time, Valentina early game is not that strong, especially talking about wave clear. You know, with the help of Chalo, they can shove the lane in one combo, rotate together, and really put a lot of pressure, especially after level 2, Valentina becomes something you really have to worry about.
Now, this is the big question, right? Incendio, if they want to get out of the lockdown, they want to go for something like a Diggy, but remember, the Valentina is up for grab. Oh, well, the Valentina has been picked up, so that time journey is going to be massive to steal away from. They go for the Joy instead. That has been left open, and now this is the big question. The Roamer. Wait.
Oh.
Joy Roam. Glue
No,
Roam.
Glue Roam. That's a Glue Roam. Joy could be going into the EXP lane. And we all know after the game yesterday by White Chicken, Joy best lane is the EXP lane.
It's so risky, but they can flex the Cho into the jungle and pick up the Franco now. You need someone to well, they already have the Cho, but on top of that, if they can really lock down 2 of these members, right now the Cho can only lock down onto 1, right? With the Franco, you can lock down onto another, and that just gives so much for the Lunox and the Valentina.
Yeah.
But then, well, no, physical damage is not that bad too. They already have 2 physical damage dealers here.
I think the Fredrin looks really nice here, in my opinion, for the South Line. But no, Falcon, they're going to fly high, and they're going to fly even higher with this lane pick instead. And that concludes the draft, ladies and gents.
Yes, what a pick. We're just thinking about, because if you go Granger here, go a Marksman, Hyper Carry, it's going to be so hard against Joy, you know?
And Haya.
Yeah, Haya, like there's so much dive, so much full commit to your backline. So they decided to go with Ling, which is really mobile, and then also 50-50 against Haya as well. But again, this will come down to like how much mistake you make. You have to be really careful with every single execution. But I do think that Falcon has what it takes to do it. Same as Incendio. The game 5, who will take it home and who will take it to the next round.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's like what we like to say, this is do or die. You can see the fans in the stands showing, the support to their preferred team, waving their flags up high, showing the love, they're showing the support, even if it's in another country. There's two going in. It is the battle of the dark horses. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports.
Let's see, once again, in the land of Dawn we go. 4 flickers from the side of Falcon. There's a Vengeance and a Sprint from the side of Incendio Supremacy. So, already a bit more diverse there. You can see Falcon with this composition, though, they're going to lean heavily on, again, that pick style early on.
Oh, Glue already being a monster. Look at that. Just being really annoying. He's in your jungle. What are you going to do about it? He might even force the retreat. Oh, actually, can't get a save it. Naomi, very good zone to make sure that one happened.
I think the best part about Naomi on that throw is that, you got that Jit Kundo, right? You can technically slow down Apex 47s, but this is another adaptation coming out from Incendio, right? This Glue going in the EXP lane has proven quite annoying. Let's take a look. This is how I like to play the Glue sometimes.
Oh, Glue. Already used the skill 2 though. Doesn't really have any more skill to get away. Luckily, he does have the skill 1. Now he's being an absolute monster on Naomi.
We haven't seen too much of Glue in the roam position, right? And now we're going to see it if it can work out. Because honestly, it's very oppressive still. Usually you see this in the XP lane. Very good laner, but as a roamer, you're super annoying too. You can actually just constantly force invades here, and you're not really at risk of dying early on to a Ling and a Cho, right? The only one who can really... I wouldn't even say the Valentino really threatens him here.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the lean, diving in, can find the damage at Apex 47, who has nowhere to go. And first blood one more time. Go to Falcon, 100% first blood rate in an entire series, and they're showing us they're doing it.
Now, there's a lot of things that I think Incendio is really adapting very quickly, right? First of all, is this the first clean that we've seen in the M4 series? Second of all, is that Joy has been cutting the waves very quickly. Third, of course, we've already mentioned it, the Glue in the roam, trying to put some pressure on Falcon's side of the jungle.
Here we go. First turtle. Yellow Flash out in position. Hayabusa still farming. Same as Ling, getting the blue buff. Make sure it's very, very important that he get the resource he needs before he go to the major team fight. Yellow Flash finding the position, same as Apex 47. He does have what it takes. Dashing in.
Apex 47.
Popping the split, forcing Ken to use the retreat. Can he do it? Yes, he will. And now Allen to the backline as well. Alien, excuse me, over there finding a lot of damage, forcing Ling away. And now is TNZ pulling the turtle towards the Incendio's favor and trying to start off the fight. Naomi though finding the engage. He will get a kick, but Rosa popping the black shield to get himself away. And now both sides back away. Kent does not have the retreat. I was gonna contest this though. Oh, despite the combo, they're not gonna get it. And Incendio walks away with the turtle. Here comes the shadow kill. Finding the damage on Naomi. And beautiful dash to make himself to safety.
Again, no commitment from Falcon Esports to really go for that, right? They didn't want to go for a fight too. No retribution. They used a lot of the resource to try to find Rosa there, who was able to escape. Now, it's time to take a look at the items here. In the gold lane, Sunshine has been laning pretty well, right? Already building towards, I guess, the first item, Endless Battle here for himself. And if you see from the Lunox, getting the Clock of Destiny early. Both gold laners doing pretty well for themselves, but in the jungle is what I want to put my eyes on. Ling still doing a bit better. That's where well, actually, he didn't go for Demon Slayer. He went for Killing Spree, right? So, despite that, he's still actually farming a bit better, despite TNZ also securing the turtle.
Yeah, I feel like what Apex 47 successfully did was you forcing Ken's hand to use a retribution so that Incendio will be able to pick up the turtle super well. It's like a confirm. There's no reason that TNZ misses that turtle away. So, props to Apex 47 and what he's doing.
Yeah, he's been an absolute goo monster, man. Like, he just going in, just putting Ken in an awkward position, right? Ken was like, oh, do I use my retreat here? Wait a minute. Ken actually got the blue buff. Very well done there. Ken is doing an absolute good job despite all the pressure. Now he's making a move onto the bottom side, looking to do some damage, or maybe stealing some camp. Knowing that bottom EXP lane is going to be 1-on-1. But now, no more vengeance. Oh, beautiful stun onto Alien, who's taking very low. Dash number 1, dash number 2. A shadow kill. Will find the retaliation, will find the kill, and TNZ popping off.
You can climb on the wall, but TNZ is that annoying shadow just following you like an obsessive girlfriend.
Yeah, okay, I like that. Time to play is though. it was used by Ken there to find the kill. Unfortunately, Alien is so mobile. Ken just get away from that. And Ken didn't get the middle down, right? So he did not actually get the CC down onto Alien. It was a choice he made so that he could actually catch the blades nearest to Alien, but it just did not work out. And without the Thames of Blades, it's just so easy for the Hayabusa to get that kill down.
Yep, Retribution check right now. Both these two junglers does have it. Apex 47 unable to replicate what he did earlier. In the meantime, it is Apex 47 that's setting up for that turtle. Now the members of, well, both of these two junglers, in fact, they're looking at the top side.
Yeah, look, just a complete stalemate right now. Stand still. One of those Mexican standstills, you know, like I look at you, you stare at me, but that's not really happening. Just looking cool at each other. But speaking of nothing happening, Alien jumping in, finding a little bit of damage, but nothing really come out. It's just a trade-off HP. Both sides are still pretty healthy. Yellow Flash is looking to do something serious. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, one more time is going to be the Alien who finding lane priority. Speaking of lane priority, Naomi in trouble, had to dash himself away to safety. And TNZ jumping in, finding more damage into Naomi's health bar. Speaking of health bar, Justin don't have to get away. He does have the black shoe copied. Apex 47, popping the ultimate.
Alien.
Justin is a target, no more. And he will finally dash away, but here it comes. Beautiful Apex 47 with a split will force the flicker coming out, but it's Chow being taken out. TNZ one more time, slaying the support. Yellow Flash finding the Braves Warrior, flicker coming out. Rosa is the target. Can he find a kill? Meanwhile, at the same time, it is Luna finding a double kill onto the side. Zipix find themselves in the team fight. He's popping up. Rosa will be taken out one more time. Kane is slaying this game.
A 1-4-3 trade. I take that any day if you're signing Falcon. Right now, the gold lead looks almost the same, but rest assured, with this turtle slain, it's gonna lean towards Falcon.
And Senju definitely overextended there in that team fight, right? They initially got the better pressure down. They were able to poke Falcon Esports back from the turtle to actually go for it, but no, they then kept on going. Alien, even just under the tier 1, right between the tier 1 and 2. Alien now gonna be caught again.
Here we go, he does have the ultimate, gives out a little shield, trying to get himself away, but ultimate comes out, tempers the blade to finish off the kill. And this time, the shadow kill is not gonna be either in time. As Kane walks away, Falcon take another kill.
Again, it comes down to that, right?
Yeah.
Incendio now are a bit too comfortable sometimes with their pick. They go in early on as well, knowing that, hey, I will 100% be able to out-trade the Lapu, but forgets entirely that Ken now, usually, this is the curveball that Falcon is set up from the first game, right? Every time Ken goes on lane, it's always the way the wait.
Here we go. Apex 47 taking low, forced to use the ultimate just to stay alive, and he will be cute little glue babies and walking away from danger. Here we go, TNZ though finding more damage onto Naomi's health bar. Very, very tanky though for him, and Naomi is able to push himself away. Meanwhile, on the outside is Alien finding damage onto 2. He's now finally without vengeance, Justin going and copping the ult, but without the passive, now finding out. Meanwhile, at the same time, killing spree goes to Ken. He is destroying their opposition.
Man, Mirko, Dave, Castle's Curse is true. I was about to talk about, hey, Sunshine hasn't died a single time yet. But as before I could actually touch about Sunshine, he went down at the bottom side, gets assassinated by Ken. And I feel like Sunshine could be the answer for the Silent Incendio to actually climb all the way back. Look at his items. And let's battle Granny pick up, going straight for the Berserker's Fury right off the bat so that he could land out as much damage with his passive. But for now, I think the game state right now, it could be dead even.
A beautiful wave of Dragon putting Apex back to his team. And Naomi will make sure this is Apex 47 finding himself between the black and white screen. Ken coming in, finding kill number 2. Ascension being taken out. Incendio Alien in the front line, but not going to be finding any damage. No, Justin with the black shoes will secure a triple kill to Falcon and walking away safely. Falcon is dominating game 5.
All right, I can finally get my point out after, what, 5 minutes of constant fights.
Yeah.
Jeez, all right. The curveball is, TNZ might actually interrupt me. No, all right. Curveball from Falcon, never mind. Alien! They don't want me to talk. They don't want me to talk. All right, here it is. Ken usually on the Demon Slayer, now finding on the killing spree. It's a different playstyle to the Demon Slayer, and Incendio are not prepared for that kind of link. That's so active on the map. The Berserker's Fury and now the Endless Battle is also built up. He doesn't need the Wind Talker here in his first 2 core items because he's mainly focused on not farming, on getting the kills down, so Burst is more necessary.
I like the fact Mirko had to wrap through all that.
Yeah, in case TNZ jumps in.
Exactly, but Apex 47 always got your back like our secret land. Number 1 highest total assist, 136 assists. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah,
that is a lot.
That is a lot. And now look at Falcon forcing on the tier 1 tower. The minion wave is already dead. Naomi taking a lot of damage. Right? Hypers are coming in. The shadow kill will make sure he dies. Naomi goes down. As now Incendio fights back.
Lord marching at the bottom lane in the favor of Falcon for now. I think Falcon needs that big mid control. If you notice, this is the problem of not drafting a marksman in the gold lane. You don't really have a lot of pushing power. Most of the pushing power is in fact in Ken. Take a look. Even though you do have that Lord advantage, Falcon cannot crack that mid lane open.
Yeah, bottom tier 2 though might not have the same fate, same luck. Retribution comes out, Ken takes the red, as bottom tier 2 was slowly but surely falls down just to the minion wave alone. And now without anything to protect the mid tier 1 tower, it seems like that will be Falcon's next move, going to the mid.
And with Tianzi so far behind now, he actually has to go for like 2 armor penetration items here, right? You can already see it here. It's the Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roar, despite, again, not a lot of physical defense here being built up.
They take the tower. Alien taking low. One more shot will take the kill.
Tianzi.
Meanwhile, at the same time, Tianzi on the side. Yellow Flash found himself in a little bit of awkward position here, trying to dash himself away. Can he do it? The shadow kill comes out. Might be a little bit too late to issue the ultimate.
My God.
He dashed away just in time. Apex 47 into the back line. Despite the stun, it's Apex 47 zoning the entire side of Falcon away. And now we'll have to walk away, pop the flicker, just get himself to safety.
Alien.
Look at Alien, no jumping in 1v5. Maybe a little bit too ambitious. Ken jumping in, and he will find a kill. It's a 2-0. Falcon takes the fight.
Yellow Flash, what an absolute Chad. Low HP, bravest fighter of the minions, gets the HP back, and even stuns too.
And not only just that, Incendio, I think there's something wrong with their execution, right? Take a look. It was Tianzi that went in. After that, Apex tried to go in. And then after that, Aliens go in. Sunshine is already dead. There's no point for Incendio to fight. Incendio right now, they just need to buy time. But for who?
Time is running out. Time is running out for Incendio, right?
For Sunshine, right? You can really just say Sunshine and Rosa, they are going to be the late game carries. But looking at that, Sunshine's so easy to catch again. I mean, for Falcon, right? They have so much dive. Practically every single member here can dive towards Sunshine. And Sunshine's most of the time in the team fights running away instead of dealing damage. Ken also has that BOD, so that's just more kill pressure on towards Sunshine.
You know, BOD, big amount of damage going in for the side of Ken. They've already set out for this Lord for now. Incendio, they cannot step into the Lord pit or basically contest this at all. Falcon will take this free Lord. But once again, the weakness of Falcon's draft, yes, I've got a lot of damage, but I don't really have a lot of pushing power. Taking a look at his items once again, there you go. That's a BOD already being built. Look at Clint, already having the Berserker Spirit. Maybe that's enough damage. But Falcon, on the other hand, the bravest warrior coming out in Yellow Flash, is proven very hard to deal with. And not only just that, Justin always have Rosa's ultimate in his back pocket.
Oh my God. I hope all of you guys watching live in studio or back at home is entertained, because this is it. This might be the last push of this best out of 5 series. Falcon is looking really good. They're in a really good position. 8,000 gold ahead. Was one push that could push them all the way to the next round of this knockout stage. Or with this one push, this might be Incendio looking to make a comeback. We should all find out as the clock is ticking.
I like the response, though, from the Clint right earlier when you saw the item build. Endless Battle, Berserker's Fury onto either a Malefic Roar or a BOD. Doesn't care about defense anymore, because at this point, they're 8,000 gold down. He needs to be that hyper carry. He needs to find that space. Even if he goes for defensive items, it's not really going to matter here, right? So the best defense is offense for him.
Here we go. Lure finding the charge. Top high ground tower is already going down. Falcon looking to go in here. Mid lane high ground tower. Seems like it's going to be the second tower to fall. As
Naomi.
Now beautiful engage from Naomi one more time. As Rosa will be absolutely obliterated from the map. Alien jumping in, but cannot find any luck or damage into the back line. And now it's the shadow kill from TNZ, finding absolutely no damage at all. And he will have to back away as Falcon now go into the mid high ground tower.
Tianzi, at this rate, is tickling Yellow Flash, and they're going in right now.
They're going right now. Tempest Blade has already been issued. Tianzi trying to stop the wave. He did it, but at what cost? He will have to back away. Now Yellow Flash trying to push everybody away. Sunshine trying to find the damage as much as he can. Just into the back line. He will find a kill, and he will slay the glue away. Now Falcon is making a retreat.
Wow, man. 12,000 gold lead, but Incendio are still able to defend for now. 14 minutes in, they're still fighting their lives out, and you could see now, we have to take a look at the items again, because Sunshine, does he have the BOD? Does he have the Malefic Roar? At this point, oh, well, Tianzi does.
He needs more damage. You saw how he literally gave a massage over to Yellow Flash with his shadows,
Justin,
right?
against Justin, he wasn't able to burst
Justin
him
as
down.
well. Yeah, there you go. It is going to be a Malefic Roar first because it's the cheaper item. It does armor penetration, but it doesn't give you a lot of numbers. Now there's another Legion Sword going to be built in by the side of this Clin. Definitely going into a BOD, but I feel like at this stage, I may be a nerd, like what Lafell would label, but I would go for more defense at this rate.
Defense? No. Honestly, at this point, your back is against the wall. You need to do as much damage as possible. You're so close to your base. Just go for some damage and hope for the best, right? Go guns blazing. You're 13k gold behind. No amount of magic defense is going to stop Xyp9x from, shutting you down. You can one-shot Xyp9x before you get one-shotted. That's the game plan here.
Hey, by the way, I just want to say, even though everybody's saying Falcon doesn't have a marksman, but look at how fast the Lord just got shredded away, right?
Lunox, dude.
Lunox, dude. He just jumped in, went into the dark form. Like, next thing you blink your eye, the Lord is gone.
This is the reason why, Dave, I wish that the Lunox KO shot actually applies onto the turret. Because you can see how the turret could just melt if that's the case. But unfortunately, it is going to be a Falcon Lord marching in the face of Incendio.
Justin looking to the damage. Oh, Naomi coming to engage and the lean is Ken. Everybody's being pushed away. This is Falcon's Hurricane going through the face of Incendio. Lord being taken away. Beautiful defense so far from Apex. He finds a glue. Shut down onto Xyp9x.
Sunshine.
And now Incendio is holding on to the dear life. The minion wave is still alive. Can they do it? Oh, Justin finds the kill. Beautiful from Tonton will make sure he stays alive. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Falcon will take the series.
Man, what a beautiful game number 5. Falcon forced Incendio into a 2-2. And Falcon came back fighting, and they will stay just a little bit longer.
Unfortunately for Incendio, they have been knocked out of M4. Sunshine with that glass cannon build almost being the difference that got them that final defense, but unfortunately, so much damage coming out from Falcon, so much defense. That 12,000 gold lead was too much to handle in the end.
Yeah, and not even with the help of the Lilia to just basically clear off the wave as quickly as possible, but there was a glimpse, a small little moment, but ladies and gentlemen, good luck for Incendio because this was a really good fight. Thank you very much. But it is, of course, congratulations over to Falcon Esports. They're soaring high as the Sea Killers as they advances. But we're gonna go over to the analysts right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about that? What a match. Congrats to Falcon. Unfortunately, there needs to be a winner and a loser. This is the nature of a tournament. But man, did the fans win today?
That was the series that you can say that it wasn't just a result of one game or whatsoever. Every single pick that we saw in game number 5 resulted in their slot because of what happened in the previous games. I think this was a great development. You have to watch this series as a whole 5-game stretch.
This is a docu-series you do not want to miss. And honestly, the way that they played it, the drafting, the evolution, the thought process so far, people were finding, again, I think that both Incendio and as well as Falcon had really solid ideas of how they wanted to play the game. So therefore, their hero selection specifically, oh, if the top tier isn't there, we're gonna go one step down until we have what we want.
In a way, even if you didn't get like the top tier picks, if you know that there's a pick with potential, with a particular ultimate, a particular kit that can just work really well, they'll just go for it, and that is the creativity we come to expect from M4. And if you analyze each pick, like you mentioned, there's just so many factors in play.
We got to a point where it was Lunox's second pick and a Lapu-Lapu, right? After Raku. I mean, how crazy is that? But then again, there was a story behind every single pick that we saw. This Lunox is one of the stronger heroes of Falcon. And then eventually, Incendio Supremacy took it. Rosa was amazing with it. And the entirety of Incendio Supremacy knows how to utilize it. Eventually, now Falcon, the real masters of the Lunox with Ruby Didi in their second batch of players. And then, of course, Justin who can play it. Eventually, Zipix played it. I mean, this was amazing from Falcon to think about.
Let's begin with the story here, right? I mean, it came down to match number 4. Hey, we have no priority. We need to be able to force it. Let's try and fake him out with this glue, even though it could be a false positive. But Falcon stuck to their guns, their coach and supporting staff. Well done to them for identifying, because Sunshine, he really struggled in this game without having something like a Beatrix who could safely clear those waves from a far distance. He really struggled. He has to walk up, and his only saving grace is that trapping recoil. And if he misses, there are just too many layers of this cake to cut through Falcon.
I mean, Falcon have so many tools to just dive onto him. He is never really left alone at any single moment in this game. And we were talking as well, speaking of the items, about the fact that there's just very minimal healing reduction in this game. Everyone is just trying to go guns blazing, go for damage, and just take out your opponents.
And if you look at Yellow Flash, right, what did he build? He was building a bunch of components. He was really thinking about it. Did he really need the anti-cuirass? Probably not, until Sunshine was in right position. So he greeded out, got a Queen's Wings after the Bloodlust Axe, which again, most EXP laners would think you're kind of trolling, but in this situation, it's so perfect. There's no Dom Ice, there's also no Necklace of Durances, so he gets to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and we saw that in the mid-game, just after the laning stage, that the result of the first few minutes was the fact that Falcon had enough damage to overwhelm Incendio Supremacy, whereas Incendio Supremacy, you will have to wait for them to combo up just to take down members of Falcon. This Zipix Lunox was in a way, in many layers, it has developed, and you will now understand why Falcon chose for a mage for the gold lane on the side of their composition, because they want to funnel everything into Ken, and they were successful with it. So far, that's almost the same with game number 4, where they disrupted the tempo of Incendio by having good early game comps. This time, surely they don't have like the actual best laning stage like dominators, but when it comes to just the raw idea behind their strategy, they want to win the laning stage, eventually take from 5 minutes onto the latter portions of the game, deal the damage with the Lunox, clean up with the Ling, and then eventually peel with the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, we talked again about how Falcon really likes those outplay, those immunity kind of heroes, and they use it to full the full value. And of course, the MVP for game number 5 here is going to be Justin on that Valentina. It is subtle. It's not a very flashy hero depending on the game, but the damage is just always there. It's just solid, and the crowd control cannot be ignored as well.
I think Justin was playing it as flashy as possible. How many fadeaways do we see in that game alone?
Oh my goodness, he went in to dive into the middle lane, utilize his first and second skill, dive with the flicker, then eventually steal the magic shoes, get out of there like he's a mile away after getting a snipe. That was amazing. And then the end sequence, he got a triple kill because of his management of the dashes, as well as the fact that he's stealing the right spells in this game. He was instrumental all throughout the series. When he's on fire, Falcon is just soaring. He's like the launch pad of Falcon.
He's truly the launch pad. And we're looking at the heat map. He spends a lot of his time playing hyper defensively for his team. I think, one of the reasons why he had to, number one, glue, there's no real way to actually stop him. Was there a real solution to the problem? They just needed to get ahead. So they're waiting for that very first mistake. And once they got that lead, they never let go of it.
It's the pattern we see, right? Falcon, once they get a lead, they just lock in onto you, know that who they have to target, and just shut you down, making sure that you do not have a chance to just come back in the game. And if you look at the fights here, with the mechanical heroes they have at their disposal, they just made it as messy as possible, which made it very difficult for Sunshine to even do anything in these big team fights.
Seeing the three-pointers again and again and again never gets old. And I mean, again, the game was just played so masterfully by Falcon, understanding at what points they are strong and realizing that Incendio's overall build makes their itemization even more important. From the bottom micro to the itemization to the macro, perfect and flawless throughout.
I mean, initially we did think that with so much mobility as well, like the Hayabusa, like the Joy coming in from Incendio, might be a bit difficult for Falcon to locate those kills. But when you have enough damage, it doesn't even matter.
I think that this is the problem for Incendio Supremacy was almost the same as game number 4, where there's no hard engage. Surely you have the glue, you have the joy like to initiate, but there's no actual engagement to keep their opponents in place and actually open up for their damage dealers.
That's actually very similar to Falcon's game number 2, because that's when
true.
Naomi was supposed to be that engager, but he fell so far behind, which in this case, that was Glue's job, and he fell way too far behind.
Yeah, that's true. And I think this is a time where we also talk about Incendio Supremacy. Although they did not close out the series, they made a lot of fans all over the world. I mean, I've been watching a lot of Filipino fans, they've been really into Incendio Supremacy, and even the chat through the English stream, man, hats off to you guys. You made a lot of fans in the M4.
On that note, though, we're going to throw you guys back to our hosts, Mara and Buddha Monstar.
Hola! Yeah, we are here, Mara and Clara, on the stage. Now, we're about to talk to Falcon Esports, who reached all the way to game number 5. This was such an intense game. So how about we call on stage the winner of today's match, Falcon Esports. Let's go, Falcon Esports! Congratulations. That was such an intense match.
That's right.
3, 2, and finally they are here. And it was back and forth, back and forth. Right. Well deserving. I mean, the crowd was really happy. It reached all the way. And now, how do you feel about being now in the top 6?
We are very happy. This is our first time top 6 secure in the world stage. Last time we got 4th place in MSC, but that was not the war, you know. This M4 is the world championship, so this is our first time, and thank you everyone.
Yeah, but you come into the 6th place, not the 6th place, the top 6 right now with a style. You guys come with the bravery. You play with lots of hero, especially Harriet in the gold lane, and you make it happen. You come back, and then what do you think about your drive, your strategy in this World Championship? How you make it happen?
Because we have many strategies, but this is the comfortable and the best pick against Incendio. So we choose the Harriet Golem.
Ooh, how was the reaction like when you guys won? I mean, backstage, who was the loudest? Who was the most happy? How was the reaction like back there?
We are all happy, but especially our goalie Nasib. He's the happiest, I guess, because this is the first time. He don't even play MPL or on stage.
Oh, wow.
This is his first time.
First time. Let's
Are you
talk to
nervous?
him.
You're not
Let's talk
nervous?
to him.
Are you nervous?
Were you
on
nervous?
being this stage?
I feel so happy, but I'm still happy now.
But
I don't know.
I'm
so excited.
Your first time on stage. How did you manage your emotions to not get it in your head, to not get too nervous, and you were still able to perform? That was your first time on stage. And he said even on the MPL, you didn't play on stage. And now you're doing so well.
I feel nothing.
Oh.
He said he feel nothing.
He feels nothing.
Yeah.
You're
Because
numb. You're
He's pro players
So,
like that.
You know, Clara, this is the perfect time to be heartless.
Oh,
when
that's
you're
right.
numb, only when you're on stage.
Because the next stage will be super hard for them.
Oh,
because
that's
it's
right.
against either Blacklist or RRQ Hosi.
That's right, you've beaten Blacklist before. So if you were to pick between the two, who would you rather meet again? RRQ Hoshi, fighting with the crowd as well, because for sure there's gonna be a full house.
Ooh.
Or would you rather face again Blacklist International, who had a difficult time against you last time? Pick between the two. Which one?
I think we want to face RQ Hoshi.
RRQ Hoshi, why?
Yeah,
because we're good friends outside the game, and we've never played against them. But last MSC RQ, they said that they wanted to face us in the grand finals, but that couldn't happen in the last MSC. So in M4, we want to meet them.
So you want to beat them because they've never faced before and they're really good friends outside the game.
That's right. But before we say goodbye to the Falcon, would you say something to your friends around the world, Falcon?
Yeah. In Myanmar, we don't have Ampere for 2 years straight. And the Turkey team also, they also named Ampere region. And we also named Ampere region. So we need more supports and more tournaments in our country to develop Mobile Legends, our community. We hope for 2 slots for coming Ampere Myanmar. Yeah.
Congratulations once again. Falcon Esports, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck for your next battle. And
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama. You love nasi goreng.
Congratulations. Claire, that was so nice, a speech that Justin made.
That's right.
He was actually praising their opponent Incendio Supremacy, and he was saying that they're both non-MPL regions. They want more support, and they hope for the next time they will get 2 slots.
That's right. Top 6 is not that easy. It's really hard. The best of the best will come again and again. They will fight again and again to be the most of the best.
Speaking of the best, we have another 2 teams who's going to battle it out in the upper bracket. We have the most popular team in Indonesia versus the most popular team in the Philippines. RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. The question is, will the king bow down to the queen? Or will the queen bring down the crown this time around?
Yes, dan untuk saat ini buat kalian yang lagi ada dimanapun, segera berkumpul karena saat lagi akan ada match upper bracket antara powerhouse kita, ada RRQOC dan juga Blacklist International. Siapakah yang akan tertunduk di upper bracket dalam match kali ini? Apakah raja dari segala raja ataukah sang ratu? Maka dari itu, jangan sampai kalian lewatkan untuk match selanjutnya. So, we will be back soon after this for the upper bracket match. We will back soon for the M4.
Stay tuned for Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Like breakthroughs, nightmare heartbreaks. This was day number 4 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. The first series of the day saw the Myanmar representatives clash heads with S11 Gaming's Argentina. But it there was a storm of feathers as Falcon Esports dismantles their opponents with a quick 2-0. While Falcon Esports might have taken the win, S11 Argentina deserves just as much praise. Next, Team Hawk started strong against Incendio Supremacy. But it was the Turkish Delights that staged a comeback and defeated the Malaysian champions. It's a bad day for the Malaysian fans. As not one, but both Malaysian representatives went down in one day. The Valley of North America showed what they are capable of with refined teamfight execution and prime display from Basic. Last but not least, the boys from Brazil stand tall behind the RRQ Kingdom fans. RRQ Akira pushes their lead early, but Occupied Thrones of Mina fought valiantly to defend their thrones in Game 2 of the series. They eventually fell to the final Lord Charge to prepare for an intense day of competition as there are only 8 teams left to battle for the crown in the Land of Dawn. Dare to be great.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming. But not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield.
Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th.
She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think.
Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M-Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best-of-7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends, become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Ghouls was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BTK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane. But the bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Whoa, never mind! Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG. But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is the next target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by a Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What
on the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20-30 vision where they just literally see the future.
There's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងផ្គុំផ្កើននៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Don't just go. You're a man of saving. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
M4 World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't ever win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't ever win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars.
a show, y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it bound. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends M4 World Championships. We are in a treat for today as we go to the upper brackets for an encounter of teams manifesting greatness. The grand chess match continues as the Kings face off with the Queen for another rematch. The control mage genius did not let Toda break through the defense of their kingdom. Controlling the flow of the entire map, Clay supports his teammates by giving them advantages early in each lane. They are here to seek revenge on not just for their brothers in Brazil, but for themselves as they go to another rematch against their fated rivals, Blacklist International. The KDA machine is revving up his engine for the world stage as he gave a stellar performance during their last match, denying the RRQ siblings encounter. Yet another rematch is presented to them against their longtime rival, Blacklist International. World, right now, we can't even describe the feeling, the experience with RRQ Kingdom here in the venue, as well as the Blacklist agents. Welcome to the M4 World Championship with me, LaBelle, Naisu, as well as Strex. How pumped are you with everyone here?
My goodness. Yeah. This feels electrifying, man, and I can't wait. I mean, we still have multiple days to go here, but you can feel the energy here.
Most definitely. I mean, I couldn't describe it any better way. The electricity in the air right now from the kingdom, the agents, the tension is high.
Hey, here's the thing. We gotta talk a bit louder, man. We got a match with everyone here now. The hot topic is the King's final gambit. Here's the thing. RRQ Hoshi, they need to be able to win the World Championship. Nice, I'm gonna put you on the spot. You're with the agents. Whoa. How do you feel about their chances?
He's with the agents. Well, I don't know. Am I with the agents? I don't know. You don't know. Here, we'll just put it this way. Both these two teams, powerhouse teams. Now, this is, I guess you could say, part one, right? Even like we saw on the social media, this is part one for the final gambit here between these two teams. But who wouldn't want to start on the right foot with getting that first victory?
With that being said, let's look at the talent predictions because this isn't the grand final, but it's starting to feel like it. Looking at the talent prediction, as of now, is actually going towards RRQ Hoshi, where only D as well as Top Mo is thinking of Blacklist. Trex, looking at this, do you think you agree with the talent prediction where we're moving on? And this time, it's dominated by Blacklist.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is my name there. But let me explain this real fast. I think the thing is, RQ looks extremely strong, right? But Blacklist, on the other hand, they're the reigning champions. I think they got a lot more to lose right now than RQ, and it's still the upper bracket, so it could definitely go either way, but I just feel like they have something to prove here in Indonesia.
Okay, looking at both teams, we gotta look at the power between both of them, because again, everyone basically knows Blacklist International as well as RRQ Hoshi, but now we gotta look at, in terms of the numbers, we're gonna look at Vin, we're at 80.5% team fight participation. Now, we gotta talk about the weakness. Hero pool, only 55%. Do you think this will be a factor in this best of 5?
You know, I know looking at it, you might not think it's too big of a factor because honestly, when it comes to the hero pools, if what we're seeing so far is that success rate of a lot of teams just relying on, let's say, good 3 picks on the heroes, right? As long as you have that under control, which, you know, Vin obviously does here, then I think that sets your team up for success here. In comparison, as we see from Oh My Venus.
I was literally just about to say this, like, if you think about Blacklist, they haven't really pulled too many cards in the term of hero pool, right? Especially Venus. What works, works, and it's what they're gonna use. So in the general sense of things, RQ may have the deeper depth of hero pool here.
I mean, sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Once you know something works, then just stick with it. So, okay, looking at both of you, it looks like in terms of the hero pool, it really shouldn't be that big of a factor. So I think in this match, because we even talk about it's a chess match, the macro play is going to be very, very important. Before we go into the game, I'm really interested to see what do the casters have to say. So the guys on the desk, get ready, because we're passing it over to you. Good luck.
A match worthy of the world stage. The Sang Raja faces Juara Dunia. Tonight, the King of Kings goes up against the defending champions. And, well, it's happening on Indonesian soil. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo. This is Jays and that's Arashi. And we're covering tonight's best of 5 from the upper bracket. It's RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. Real quick, let me remind everyone to never go out of style when you wear and game with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer. And this is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. The M4 Pass is available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliant skins. And if you reach that level, the M4 Beatrix figurine, they're all waiting for you inside the pass. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to be Great when you talk about it on social media. Fellas, this is a matchup worthy not only of the world stage, but also of a grand finals.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Leo, it felt like, the grand finals came a little bit too early right now. I know we're only halfway throughout the brackets, but, well, my fellow brother, what do you think so far?
I think it's going to be a crazy match because it's such a big contrast. Both these teams have their own signature play style. And speaking of which, we're going to see how their lineup.
Yep. They made their way on stage several times already this week. But tonight, it's Clay, R7, Skylar, Albert, and Vin going into this best of 5 against the defending champions.
It is the main roster with their own signature playstyles, and we've come to expect certain things from this roster, and that might be a bit of a problem, especially against this roster.
Man, but you talk about the main 5 roster from the side of RRQ Hoshi. I'm also talking about the main 5 roster of Blacklist, Haji, Edward, Oheb, Wise, and of course the Queen. Oh my Venus. A solid roster fit for the world stage, and we're going to start off from the player room of Blacklist International. They need to pump it up, they need to hype it up. It's all about the Yubei playstyle that made themselves known, whereas everyone has moved on to different passions or strats. They stick to their guts.
Walking into the stadium at the front, marching on, it's the Filipino sniper, also known as Blacklist Prime. This lineup has won title after title and after title, and today they're on their way to making history. They're defending their championships for the first time in MLBB Esports. Arashi, this squad, I don't know how else we can describe them. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, but here they're fighting on foreign land. Let's give it up for Blacklist International.
Woo! Man, I mean, usually we talk about pressure. We talk about having the audience in the crowd just be such a big factor. When we talk about Blacklist, though, this is where they belong. They've been here again and again, and they have proven that they are here to stay.
But of course, here comes the challenger, the potential usurpers, the fan favorites. Everybody in the stadium, even back at home, they're cheering for Viva RRQ. You look at the fans, they're pretty strong, and this is their home turf as well. And they're walking up in stage. This is going to be hard, Leo.
Led by their team captain, that's R7. They've come so close to that world title, M1 against EVOS Legends in Malaysia, and here on home soil, they're looking to change history. This is the King of Kings, the Sang Raja. Jaya, 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 let's hear it for RRQ Hoshi!
Looking pretty solid here, Arashi. This is basically the home ground. And you mentioned it, Arashi, this is also, technically speaking, the best roster, right?
It is the best roster that they have decided. They've experimented with so many different combinations, but this is the one that has had a lot of success, and that is, of course, D2, who you see on screen right now.
Oh yeah, the coach is led into stage by our referee Banyu, that's Coach Achil, Coach Arcadia for RRQ, and Coach Bonchan, and Coach Master the Basics for Blacklists. And we're gonna have to start in the draft, right?
Yes.
A lot of what these two teams bring to the table, whether it be an explosive start into a snowball for RRQ, and then that very, very, I'd say, strategic and slow-paced game style that Blacklist has made popular. It all has to start with a good lineup.
I agree, because I feel like usually 60% is won in that draft. However, I feel like in this particular meta, that number is slowly rising. But ladies and gentlemen, if you notice on the screen right now, take a look. This is the outdoor stadium.
Wow.
It's all packed.
Indoor, outdoor, no difference at all, man. The supporters are here to show that they want their team to get success. And speaking of success, we talked about the drafting. And with both teams being so iconic with how they play, maybe that can be an issue in the flexibility department.
Arashi, talk to us about what the teams look like on a statistics basis, because in M4 alone, RRQ Hoshi has won more games than Blacklist. How?
I think the current meta really favors this very aggressive playstyle. We see it again and again. When a team is able to just get full control and not let their opponents come back, not make a mistake like that, they can just completely snowball and take over. I think it just the meta really makes the statistics favor RRQ. But of course, when the chips are down, when it comes to those big matches, sometimes it doesn't have to be fast. It just needs to be sure.
It just needs to be sure. I feel like Blacklist, if you take a look at this graph, it's just the surface area doesn't look as good. I feel like, you know, Blacklist International, even though the meta has shifted something else, a lot of dive composition, they still stuck to their ultimate bonding experience. This is their strong meta. They created this meta and they're here to stay. But let's take a look at the most picked and banned heroes.
Yep, this is for RRQ Hoshi. Again, by the call of Coach Arcadia and Coach Achil, they like the Eve, they like the Yuzhong, they like playing with the boxes, right? And they like to get rid of heroes that might mess with that. The Kaja and the 1-1. Skylar, they want Skylar to win that lane, so it's hard if the opponent picks up a hero. That pressure's so hard, much like 1-1.
Big pattern you see though from their most picks and their most banned by opponents, they just really like those playmaking heroes, mobility, crowd control, anything that can allow them to single-handedly turn the game around. On the flip side though, here are the stats for the most picked and banned heroes from Blacklist International by Coach Bonchan.
Bonchan likes to make sure that Oheb gets his carry, Agent Zero, Edward gets his Benedetta, and of course, the world goes crazy when Oh My Venus gets that Estes.
Yeah, I think that's the key ingredient, right? Like the Estes, the Mathilda as well. A lot of things is something that, you know, we talked about the drop earlier. Remember I mentioned 60%? No, it's right now 75%. Feels like most of these M4 results are based on the draft in the end of the day. So it's up to, well, I don't know what to call it, the King or Queen's Gambit. It's the chess match happening between the coaches that allows, you know, both of these players from both of these two teams to shine.
Yeah, and again, the agents and the kingdom are here for it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about how exactly they're going to win in the Land of Dawn. Arashi, talk us through RRQ Hoshi's keys to victory.
It's all in on Vin to find openings and break the code. If he can engage, if he can find the right pickups, RRQ can find a lot of success on the back of those plays. Depending on R7's versatility and commanding lane presence, he can win that lane and take out a very big factor in the XP lane of Blacklist International. Force the aggression, dictate the tempo, and respect Wise's enormous and unusual hero pool. If they can make sure that they control the game and control the picks possibility from Wise, they have a good chance.
I mean, that's the reason why we're picking Fredrin in the jungle more often. Valentina is because of Wise. And now, Blacks International, they have ways. It's odd to say that M4 is not their meta. It was the opposite for when they won the World Championship back in M3. Right. So now, their keys to victory have to adjust as well.
Yep, let's take a look at the keys of victory from the side of Blacklist. Allow the Queen to orchestrate a complete Ube. The Filipino sniper is a battle of the snipers between the Indonesian and the Filipino side. Contest will trade, and of course, these are only just small little things, especially for a game of this level, Leo. I'm excited.
We're mere moments away from the draft beginning. But first, let's take it in. Let's hear the crowd. The kingdom is loud. The agents, I'm sure, in Tennyson Dorsinayan will soon be making noise as well. But we also have to listen to the watch party just right outside the stadium. They are also part of this whole celebration. MLBB Esports has never been more alive. You see the smiles on their faces. We're all just one big family at this point. But let's see what the world thinks of this upcoming matchup between RRQ Hoshi and Blacklist International. Because the prediction, again, it was still split, right? Between the talents, it was still pretty split.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty split. And the fact that, I think I like the fact that Trax was put in a very awkward spot right there because he's technically,
Didn't expect it.
Yeah, I think he's technically like the third party, right? He's there as an observer and he has to kind of break the tie just a little bit. Now, before we actually see the audience prediction, I'm actually excited to see what they have in store, what the whole world thinks about this particular one, but also a lot of focus on these coaches as well, right? Like the amount of draft, and we've seen the performance from RRQ Hoshi as well. Albert performing wonders in the previous few days.
Arashi, talk to me about the impact of Coach Achil, especially in the draft, because I've heard so many things and their success in the past year and a half, I believe Achil is very much responsible for.
I mean, Achil is a man who understands, who really is sure with what he wants. If he thinks that something can work, he ensures that his team will go on with it. And of course, there are times where this leads to a bit of questionable results, but of course, when the whole team is united, when the coach understands that his players has his back, that is where the team can shine the most. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to the drafting phase, the banning phase for game number 1.
It's RRQ Hoshi. They're the home team on the blue side, on the play. They get the pick. First up, banning out the Kaja, the Benedetta, and the Eve, while Blacks International answers back. They got the 2 picks on the red side, banning out the Wanwan and the Franco.
I think wide open right here. Carry's wide open. There's also that blue potential pick. I feel like some of the teams have already started to realize that, yes, Carry is a must pick, a must ban, but there are counters. Like, for example, the Harry, for example, the Lunox. Right now, Blacklist International, there's some MCQ that they need to solve.
Ooh, I mean, I'm wondering if we're going to see something crazy. We already mentioned earlier, both these teams have signature heroes, signature playstyles, but as Jace was mentioning, the longer this tournament is going on, the more it seems like flexibility becomes key. And now with all these strong quote-unquote heroes banned away, are we going to see something unusual, or are we going to see the classic power picks, considering that this is only game number 1, and as the first pick is going to be that Joy?
That's a hero that rarely comes through, right? Usually you see it banned, and just in the recent days of the knockout stage is when Joy started to run rampant. Literally, when you watch the hero, right? Mostly in the XP lane, but the answer by Blacks International, they put Haji, the KDA machine, on the Farsa, again, setting up that box in the absence of the Eve, and then they pick up the glue. So there's a good amount of dive and just blocking potential for that box that they want in the team fights.
I think it's instead of the box, it's like a circle, Leo, right? But apart from that, I am actually very surprised that RRQ did not prioritize the glue. It's mostly going in for the Joy. Now, I think we're starting to see some of the pro players starting to realize that, hey, the Joy is kind of melting on the EXP lane. But of course, I think currently we're not too sure whether this Joy will be going into the jungle or Joy going into the EXP lane. Hopefully it's R7 that will be playing it. Now as the pick phase counts down, we need to see which is the best in slot for them. So it is an Albert on the Fanny and the Hilda.
It's a Fanny and a Hilda and a Joy. That is a lot of early game pressure. Considering the RRQ, if they want to go and start snowballing, this is a composition that can work. We talked a bit about that glue, as well as the Joy and the possibility of flexing it around, and there's still chances available here, but for Blacklist, that is that signature asset showing up in the first game of the match.
Usually, for Blacklist International, this is where you start seeing the Estes, at least in their previous performances here at M4. They're so gung-ho and ready to just pick the Estes right when they're ready, and they're so decisive about it this time around. And I like it. This is a growth for the world champions because, again, they needed to grow in the past 3 months given how much of a struggle they had in recent international championships. I'm talking about IESF Bali. I'm talking about MPLI. So now they're trying to redeem themselves.
Definitely redemption is the king here. Well, queen here, mind you. But from the other side, oh my goodness, going into Estes, you're expecting Y to go for this very tanky front line. It's up to RRQ to realize it. Banning away the Barats, banning away the Fredrin. I think these are the top bans from the side of RRQ, but Blacklist bans away the Kadita.
They ban away the Kadita, understanding that they are susceptible to just getting combo, getting dove in the back line. And honestly, it does seem like RRQ has so much aggression already available. The last thing the Blacklist wants is to deal with a very elusive roamer or mid lane, like that Kadita. So right now, Barats has been banned away as well. For RRQ, with so much mobility, with so much burst potential, if they can deny the tankier members, the beefier heroes from the side of Blacklist, they can get success in the early game.
Yeah, and again, on screen, it's the Filipino sniper himself, the M3 Grand Finals MVP, Oheb, with a very powerful quote. Words of, I'd say, competition for the King of Kings. Good luck, we will destroy you. Well, it's going to be tough because, again, the first 3 picks from RQ already very strong. Very rarely do we see a lineup that has the Joy and the Fanny in the first phase. Now, wrapping up their draft, what's Skylar to pick? There goes the Harith. What's left?
Ooh, with the Harith banned down, I mean, there's still potential. Depending, it's so difficult right now because it really depends on what you want to go for. We've seen that, for example, the Lunox can come into the gold lane, but that depends, right? Are they going to try and go for early game burst damage? Because then it makes a bit of sense if they need a bit more magic damage as well. But otherwise, they might just go with something a bit more safe, something with some range, something with a bit more kite potential.
Jace, are you thinking this should be the Fredrin? Because if not, I can expect Blacklist to just snap pick it as soon as we come back.
Yeah, definitely. If this ban is not a Fredrin, it will be snap picked by the side of Blacklist. But that's also another thing that RQ has also considered the fact that the Beatrix might know it's going to be the Boxer gets taken away instead. I like what RQ is thinking as well. Yes, that could be a Fredrin pick going in, but I think a Beatrix will be better, in my opinion, for the side of Blacklist. But it's gonna be the Brody instead. This is unusual coming off of Blacklist.
They're keeping him thinking. And again, the Brody is a pretty solid when you have Joy in your face, when you have a 1-1 in your face.
Yep, Joy in your face.
You can expect that the baby alien, Fanny, Albert, will be going wherever he can find Oheb or Haji. I mean, even Oh My Venus.
I mean, it's a good pick if you want to try and kite back, have a bit more self-protection, right, on that marksman role that's usually very vulnerable. But now that means that for RRQ, they can count on the fact that there's very limited amount of DPS coming in from the side of Blacklist. They have burst damage, so pick-up potential, but in the longer drawn-out fights, this Hilda might just be too beefy to whittle down, to melt down by Blacklist.
I think another thing that we also have to talk about is Wise's jungler. It is going to be RRQ that locks in the final drop, a Faramis and a Claude. Something that could counteract against the heal of Estes, but there you go, a Fredrin finalizing the drop of Blacklist.
They didn't need to rush the Fredrin. I mean, if the writing is on the wall, you know what's up. This is the right timing for it. Now that we've seen both lineups, I have to say, the Faramis in mid for RRQ Hoshi, it's gonna be very 50-50. Like, if it works amazing. It makes sure that they undo the damage that possibly the sustained Estes brings to the table. But if not, it's just gonna act as another possible re-engage.
I think another thing that RRQ could play this is that Faramis is not meant to basically win the lane. It is usually the Fanny that, you know, wins the mid lane by playing aggressive in the mid lane very early on.
So a lot on the shoulders of the baby alien.
Yeah, man.
Arashi, what do you think?
Ooh, I think in the early game there's so much potential. It's such an oppressive composition. They are tanky, they have decent amounts of base damage, and they have a cult altar to facilitate crazier plays. If Blacklist does not curb that aggression, they might be looking at disaster.
Let's go into the Land of Dawn for game 1 in this best of 5. Let me hear a big Viva RRQ and break the code. Let's make sure that our athletes get the best experience first. We'll need to iron out some kinks in this competition. Gives us time, though, to digest and, of course, allow our crowd to let it in. Let the atmosphere in.
I mean, the atmosphere, we've said it again and again, but we just have to keep restating it. It is crazy right now.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have headsets to cancel out the noise, but we can still hear them through. It's kind of ridiculous.
I can only imagine what it's like for our players. And again, that's why folks at home, and again, everyone here in the stadium, we want to make sure that they have the best experience, all the decisions that they make, all the equipment, and all the things that they need to be able to compete at the highest level are set for them, and that's why we need to wait just a little bit more. Jace, talk to me more about how maybe it's on the Fanny this time to help win that mid lane, because that's a main artery. What's that going to mean for Blacklist International if it does work out?
So I feel like right now Blacklist has to answer this question, right? Where is this Estes going to go? Are you going to protect the Brody, or are you going to protect that Farsa? Personally, I feel like Blacklist should prioritize protecting the Farsa, because I think the Feather Airstrike is a very big utility towards your early games. Whereas Brody, no offense to Oheb, right? His role is just to push down turrets, and Claude, on the other hand, doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. So maybe that's what Blacklist needs to go. However, from the side of RRQ, Fanny should attack that Farsa.
And to make matters worse for Blacklist, they usually like to rely on the Farsa. They're just roaming by level 2, so just being a very consistent factor around the whole map. So if RRQ can shut down that lane, that's already one tool that Blacklist like to use, just denied from them. And from there on, that is where they can actually try and contest the other neutral objectives, because without mid pressure, and the Farsa cannot get into position to try and capitalize with that Feather Airstrike.
And now that gives Blacklist a lot to think about, because we know that the KDA machine, Haji, is good at protecting himself. But when it comes down to, again, that gold lane, it's also very possible that Vin just pressures Oheb all the more. Clay can do the same, because again, I'm used to seeing Clay on heroes like Savior, on heroes with huge range like the Eve. But now, he needs to get in your face a little bit more. So with that being said, I'm guessing even RRQ might be trying out something new here, being a little more aggressive than we're used to.
I think aggression is the key right here. If you take a look at RRQ's side of the drop, right, their roster, except for the Hilda, there's not a lot of hard CCs. The Glue will technically have a CCs, no doubt. The Farsa has a lot of CCs. That's a massive slow. There's a stun in the Brody. There's also a taunt in Fragile too.
And we haven't really been talking much about the Claude in the hands of Skylar, the gold laner for RRQ Hoshi. Very good friends with his counterpart in Blacklist International's Oheb. Arashi, talk to us about their head-to-head. What do the stats say?
The stats say that Skylar is a lot more aggressive. He does get more kills, but as far as GPM and damage per minute is considered, Oheb has him beat. So it does seem like RRQ, they're just more suited to this early game playstyle, and from the looks of it, it's gonna be an early game battle. Even if Blacklist is gonna drag this out to the late game, their only real late game pick is gonna be that Farsa. So it's gonna be very difficult for them to match out the composition of RRQ from multiple aspects here. Is it going to be the DPS, the mobility? RRQ just seems to have an upper hand when it comes to that.
I feel like, Arashi, this is the stats that I like to see if this is my gold laner, right? I have a higher KDA, but with a lower GPM at a lower DPM. So basically, he is a lot more economical as compared to Oheb. This shows that Oheb needs more time to grow to output lesser KDA as compared to Skylar. So I think in this player head-to-head, I'm leaning towards Skylar.
And Skylar on the hero like Claude allows for that.
Yeah.
It's faster rotation compared to the Brody. It's much easier for him to be part of fights, as he should be, because again, we're expecting Albert on that Fanny to cut straight through. And I believe, again, ladies and gentlemen, we're mere moments away from getting back into the action. And I'd like to thank everyone, terima kasih semua, for everyone here in Tennis Indoor Senayan for being patient with us. Because again, just as like everyone, even those watching at home, we want to see this bout. We want to see this maybe go all the way. I mean, for both sides, just to be clear, right?
Definitely. And since we have some time here, we have to talk again about the fact that Fanny is in the hands of Albert. This man is a mechanical genius, to say the least. And they also have a Hilda on their composition. So now, if you look at the composition of Blacklist, there's not a lot of crowd control, at least not a lot of reliable crowd control, and that might be dangerous.
Not a lot of instantaneous ways to stop Albert, and that could be dangerous. And oh, the crowd is feeling it. Oh, the spirit. I'd love to see the agents get in on it like the Kingdom are. It's no wonder that even RRQ Akira, in their opening year under that banner, just have fallen in love with the Kingdom with this kind of energy.
Yeah, it's just crazy, right? On home turf, I think. Well, you could argue that there's a lot of pressure on Blacklist International as the defending champions.
Yes.
But there's also, I would say, an equal amount of pressure for RRQ themselves. Can you imagine RRQ losing to Blacklist in the home turf?
Whoa. Let's not go there. But yes,
relax,
because back home, it's Blacklist who actually has this kind of reception when we play in the MPL, right? So now the shoe's on the other foot. Let's next talk about the roamers. Let's talk about Vin. Let's talk about the Queen. Oh my Venus. I didn't expect Oh my Venus to have such a high KDA.
Yeah, but I think that's because of the Ube playstyle, right? It's a lot easier to rack up the assists going in and the kill participation as well, whereas Vin, more of a setup kind of tank. Your main goal is to set it up for your team, just catch 1 or 2, and then after that the rest follow up. Whereas, of course, you know, damage taken per minute, definitely heavily leaning over to Vin. So I think it's just the contrast between these two playstyle of kind of roam, a support versus a hard tank engage.
And to keep in mind that Oh My Venus plays a lot of utility, a lot of supportive roamers, whereas Vin likes being that front line, likes being that main engage tool. So it does get reflected, as Jace mentioned, in the damage taken. But of course, I think Vin is also very crafty with how he likes to engage fights. Sometimes he just tones down the aggression in order to be able to just go for a big fight and just surprise their opponents completely. We've seen it again and again, and of course, some people might say, oh, he hasn't been doing it recently, but there's nothing to say that he cannot do it today, right now.
And again, it's just the fact that the KDA is much lower means he's more willing to trade. Because when Oh My Venus falls for Blacklist International, all the other cards just get laid out as well. And that's very important. That's key to how the Ube strategy works.
Yeah, I like the fact that this is the hot topic, right? We're talking about the King's final gambit. It's also the Queen's final gambit, right? It's the battle of the King versus the Queen together as well. You lose your Queen in the chess match, that's it. It's really hard to climb back out. Whereas, well, King is the one that kind of ends the game, but still, the value of this Queen may be the biggest double-edged sword of Blacklist International.
So are you saying it's a Royal Rumble right now, Jace?
It is. It is a Royal Rumble in the Foreign Empire.
In the what? In the Foreign Empire?
Yeah, well, they are on a different soil, right? So it is up to RRQ to defend this ground.
And boy, oh boy, slowly but surely we are loading back into the land of Dawn. Once more, we would like to thank everyone who's staying with us, everyone patient for the competition.
Here we go.
Let's get into game number 1. RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. Eyes on the early rotations. Where are junglers starting?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
It just seems like both teams are trying to make sure that their jungle is safe. Vin, of course, on that Hilda, will be attempting to try and get a bit more value, abusing that passive coming in from the Hilda.
Yeah, so it feels like it is going to be a mirror matchup. Of course, the Fanny will prioritize the purple buff first, but instead of seeing Vin, hard invading on the enemy side, it is Vin on the protective side. It's something, as I mentioned as well, Oh My Venus will need to stay around the mid lane, need to make sure that Haji gets to level 4 as quickly as possible.
Yep, and for the first minute, 45 seconds, I'd say Vin could be a little more aggressive, and I guess that's why Haji and Oh My Venus are staying here. That's the reason why they're trying to protect Wise and get him his buffs before, again, the much, much faster Albert can come in and try to contest.
A lot of situation right here, but Vin actually gets jumped on, he gets stunned, won't be enough in this early game, and this is the problem, right? They don't really have any pressure in the side lanes to try and facilitate Vin, trying to just disrupt Wise's farming pattern. And being on a Fredrin, he can hold his own 1v1.
Yep, I mean the best part about Wise going for the Fredrin jungler is that he's unfazed about the damage coming up from Vin. And not only just that, because Oh My Venus is sticking around the mid lane, there's a lot of heal, but hold on a second, Albert's already spinning over Venus! First blood! Going over to the RRQ National!
Hate it when we're right, but this is what RRQ exactly needs to do. Small lead in a minute and a half, about 500 gold, but that's what you do with a lineup like this.
We thought that the target was going to be Haji. It is Oh My Venus. Bursted even through the ages. That is unreal. Early game damage coming in from RRQ. It's not even level 4.
Yep, something to note, we didn't see this in the prep or the draft going into this. A battle spell we rarely see in game, at least in the professional scene. Yes, indeed, folks, that is Oh My Venus on the Aegis. Oh, something down bottom here.
I feel like it's just about Aegis, making sure that if Oh My Venus is able to survive even longer to sustain against the burst damage coming up from Albert, so that he could just spread out the heals. But something very interesting is Oh My Venus is the one that lost his life first. Haji only just hit level 4 at the same time. A lot of pressure coming in, Albert coming to the spin, but he will not be able to find anything as well. Edward pulls the split for now, it's coming in, possessing Vin for now, on the middle, but here comes the call at the same time. Haji in the back line, running down the air shot, but will be able to push Vin out of their jungle.
Oh, that's a 1 for none. And that's RRQ with a man down. They're pushing Clay away as they start this first turtle.
Yes, Edward. Oh no, he's actually putting a lot of pressure against Albert, but Albert's actually spinning around. Look at the... oh no, Edward just managed to push Albert away, giving Wise that turtle. That is absolutely fantastic.
RRQ still trying to get something back. Edward is the main target here.
Edward!
Going for the kill. They're able to secure it. And it's still over. Both teams duking it out.
And they're duking it out. It is all going. Oh no, Albert, he got caught right inside the turret, inside the brush as well, but he's able to cable away. Blacklist International destabilized, but RRQ on the other hand, they're not taking prisoners.
Ooh, it's just a tough situation right here, and Albert is the one that needs to back off.
Feather airstrike.
Both trading, but Feather airstrike will not be able to make a big difference. And I think Wise actually stole the orange.
Yes, he did. Looking at the board here, Blacklist have gotten a small lead. Again, 3 minutes and a half. We're about 1 minute and 15 from that next turtle. Again, let's talk about the emblems here, because again, even the battle spells have gotten already pretty tricky. Arashi, talk us through.
I mean, look at all that movement speed being prioritized. Rotations, rotations, rotations. That is what both these teams like to use to get an advantage. And unfortunately for RRQ, early on in this game, I don't think the Faramis Cult Altar can give you that much value because you don't have the same amount of damage that you can dish back out. Whereas for Blacklist, having Haji on that Farsa just allows them to just destroy RRQ when they're clumping up in the jungle earlier. So they need to wait for a bit more power spikes to ensure that aside from having a second life, they have the damage to back it up as well.
Yeah, and already, it looks like RRQ are off tempo. It seems like Blacklist response to this hyper-aggression in mid has found its match. Wise gets pulled very precariously because, again, bigger presence from RRQ here in the mid. But Turtle is spawning in the top side. Oheb pops a torn apart memory. Oh, I'm loving Blacklist positioning right now.
I love Oh My Venus positioning. In fact, being in the mid lane means that you could actually rotate all the way up top, all the way up mid, all the way bottom. In fact, even the jungle, this global map presence of Oh My Venus is there. Even with Albert's Fanny, wasn't able to match.
This is why it's just so difficult. RRQ, they want to go for pickoffs, they want to abuse Albert on that Fanny with that early game damage, but when Blacklist clump together, fight together as a team, they have the Faramis as a quote-unquote counter, but it's not working right now.
The Feather airstrike will be able to land from Albert as well. Albert will be able to cable all the way out back to safety, but that is a very low jungler. Albert needs to go back and reset. Blacklist, they have total control for now.
Oh, they go ahead and start it.
R7.
It's only R7 first to the scene.
R7, zipping around. Skylar coming in, but it's going to be R7 and takes down the Innovative Sniper. And not only just that, Wise will be there to go down the damage to cover the turtle. Wise going there, still will be able to calm Vin. Vin will also fall in the hands of Wise for now, but R7 look and destroy. Super annoying, and Haji, K-Ray machine, will also fall. Edward right now trying to delay, trying to actually put out some damage, but look at Skylar is actually pushing down the turret at the same time. Kane already here, but Edward possesses R7 right there. But what are you going to do? There's a Skylar right there, right ready for you to pop. Edward, I'm a little bit afraid of you. You have to run away, my boy. But Edward, turn it around. R7, oh my God, so much time bought by Edward.
A long-form trade there by Agent Zero, buying time, buying map space for Blacklist International, keeping that fumble in, I guess, recoverable space, and they push down bottom. Arashi, how did Blacklist recover?
They were just able to actually buy so much time in that fight, and their members were able to come back from the fight despite being taken out earlier on due to the big combo from RRQ. This is what RRQ needs to be very careful about. They have a lot of damage, but they need to make sure that they do not allow Blacklist to have multiple rotations of their ultimates.
Vin managed to catch Oh My Venus, has to find the ultimate for now. It's going to be Oh My Venus against Shigandola, but here comes Albert for the assassination. He finds the Queen, and will be able to zip his set out of the way. RRQ on the roll right here in the KDA.
Arashi, that's Oh My Venus' third death. But wait, V-Wise, of course. If you take down V-Wise, is going to respond. Oh, they're looking for something.
He's trying to look for something. Skylar will be able to beat MI all the way out. Edward, I don't think there's any kills for now they can do. Blacklist, they managed to stabilize for now.
Arashi, talk to me.
It's so dangerous right now, man. RRQ, I think once they have a bit more items, they can start being a lot more menacing to Edward, to Oh My Venus, and Wise. This is what we've seen again and again. very solid damage dealers from back far away, and 3 very solid tanky members in the front. This is what Blacklist is working with right now, and unless RRQ has the right items, for now, Blacklist still has the advantage. They can still bully RRQ away from the objectives.
Yep, but it's going to be Bin that engages all the way first. Faye coming in, but it's going to be Edward. Oh no, he stops Albert right now. It's going to be Retrovato, but it is won by Wise. And now, then there's going to be Blacklist going to try to do something. R7 all the way in the back line, looking at Edward. He's actually super tanky right now. The bench is leading pop. Wise going in, the better extra going in. R7 needs to run away, and he manages to run away from the artillery strikes.
Something tells me this is the ideal engage that Blacklist was looking for maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yes.
That's what they wanted to do in that other turtle up top, and now they're able to finally execute.
They're able to pick off a win in that jungle fight, and afterwards you can see that everyone just jumps on the opportunity. RRQ, they are forced again and again to back away, but now that Skylar has the golden staff, it's going to be something that Blacklist needs to keep in mind, right? They are working against the clock right now.
And with this 1,000 gold lead, their stats against Indonesian teams in M4 are looking a little better, right? The small lead in the mid-game, 8 minutes in, 1,000 gold ahead. They're currently sitting at 0-6 against Indonesian teams. Their fate may change right here.
They have a chance to just turn it around, but look at this EXP lane. It's just constant battling, and keep in mind, R7 was able to be so tanky there due to that vengeance. This will be a lot more annoying the longer the game goes. Once he has the concentrated energy, the other sustain items, it's going to be near impossible for Blacklist to try and kill him without locking him down.
Yeah, locking down, I think from the side of Blacklist right now, they're able to stabilize. Oh, no, he gets caught out. It's a whole gang, but Colors are coming in just in time at the same time. Gonna jump all the way in. Let's go. Oh, the Warlord, the execute. More than enough for RRQ to slowly take down Blacklist. It's gonna be just Wise. He gotta be just Edward. And now Skylar, he gets caught by EBMI out. R7 on the chase right here. Wise looking in the mid. Edward just trying to kill. And then he will try to possess. Going in this Vincent. He got on top of R7. It's just a slow death for the joy.
Agent Zero gets his man. Down goes R7. Something tells me, as we get more into the late game, there will be a cap. There will be a limit for RRQ's aggression, and then more and more Blacklist can find their way into this game. 10 minutes in.
The longer the game goes, the more healing all my Venus will have, but also the more damage RRQ will have. So it's going to be a bit of a balance. It all comes down to execution. That blazing duet was just so devastating, and if Blacklist keep coming together, that's dangerous.
Albert coming in, would not be able to do the retro battle. Albert needs to tap out for now. It's going to be Blacklist going to be engaging on top of RRQ for now. It's going to be Bin, and first of all, the Haji, the heal coming in, managed to sustain for Blacklist to fight.
Down goes the M-Series all-timer who hit his 500th assist in the M-Series overall win, sitting at 0, 5, and 5. The Hilda's doing its work, right? Looking at its items, he has physical defense in the Antiquiras. He's building up towards magic defense. But I gotta say, against Blacklist International, you're really only building against OHEB for physical. What's going on here?
Well, they want to make sure that their main kickoff tool, right? The tournament memory cannot be used.
Strike! Albert gets deleted right off the map as he tries to get his purple buff, and that's not a good timing for RRQ.
Arashi, back to the point.
Back to the point, man. The tournament memory is the main tool they're using right now. Yes, the better airstrike is going to be difficult to deal with, but R7 now trying to deal with the whole team of Blacklist alone.
Yeah, but not just that, it's going to get denied by the, oh my goodness, actually here, but the Vengeance actually trying to next to shoulder. Hey, coming in with the call, making sure that the Joy stays alive just a little bit. Bin, he finds the back line, and he wipes out Haji at the same time. There'll be the trade for R7, but oh my goodness, the damage starting to come for RRQ. Blacklist is trying to crack the bottom lane open.
Oh, they pull Edward! No. And the split comes in right on time. The baby alien has to respond to the lane up top, and just like that, 11.5 minutes in, 5K gold lead, Blacklist International turning the map red.
It's such a chaotic game, but at the end of the day, Blacklist are the ones with the map pressure advantage. Now, once the Lords become even more important, they can use this to set up traps for RRQ, even though in the way, right, RRQ has a better vision game, considering that they have a very strong front line. Let's take a look by the instant, at the instant replay by TikTok of that fight. Begun with R7 just going in alone, but afterwards Vin was able to locate Haji in the midst of all the chaos. Unfortunately though, it's all traded in for several turrets in the process.
Every single time, if it's Vin for Haji, that's worth it for RQ Hoshi. But if R7 has to come along, that bundle package is way too much.
Yeah, the burst damage is something that Vin has to be careful about. Not the real manipulation, mind you. The fact that airstrike, you can see Vin has to tap out.
Yeah, and just looking at the items, Arashi, I just noticed, man, the 4K gold lead, you can see a lot of it on the junglers. You can see it on Albert, you can see it on Wise. There's almost, what, 1,500, 2,000 in between them.
Oh, here we go. The Joy Vengeance instantly deleted. That is a very scary jungle for RRQ to be in.
This is the traps we were talking about with that vision game. But look at the split push coming in from RRQ. They're trying to find value despite being on the back foot. And keep in mind, on the point of items, there is a Necklace of Durance already rushed to be built by Clay, but Blacklist, they seem to be just going for the base.
Better airstrike will be used to zone on RRQ right now. Albert's trying to make a play. He has to recall back the base for now. It's going to be Skylar. Oh no, he gets countered by Wise, and that would be a monster kill. Give it over to the Blacklist jungler. And Blacklist right now, they were into the fight. What can you do when you don't have a damage dealer? Wise will say, no more Clay.
1-4-1, Skylar for Haji, and just like that, Blacklist makes a beeline for the Lord. Arashi can RRQ contest.
Without Skylar, it's going to be a very tough process. He is the main damage dealer for the BPM members. Unless they can pick off Oheb or Haji, it's going to be very, very difficult, but Albert seems to be trying to make an attempt.
Vin, just check in, and just like that, Blacklist, let's go. It looks like they want to make sure that it's a clean go. They want a full maybe 3v5, 2v5 if they can, but with the way RQ Hoshi are finding Haji and threatening the kill on Oh My Venus, it's not so easy.
It's not really easy at all. Skylar could just BMI right in and all try the Blazing Duet, but then there's the Menace, right? Oh My Venus, it's the thorn against RRQ side.
This is the difficult part as well. Blacklist, they are content just trading out damage because they have Oh My Venus on the Estes that can allow them to sustain through most of the damage. The same thing cannot be said for RRQ, who have to rely on a Cult Altar, right? A more decisive use of an ultimate to try and gain advantage. Vin can sustain with the shield and the healing coming in from the passive, but it's 1 compared to 5, and for Blacklist right now, they have all the map pressure in the world to work with as well, but right now, Albert is the one that's far away from this Lord. They might just rush it.
Different airstrike going in at the same time. It's going to be the Lord that will be forgotten about both of these two teams. The call already committed, but that's the damage coming out from Clay. And R7 will be able to find the backline. Will be zoning everything away. Wise will be down. Oh, trying to actually do something, but he won't be able to do anything for now. R7 trying to zip his ass. The ultimate was already activated, but now Albert, he coming for the assassination. And that's the jungler gone. The jungler advantage going to RRQ.
Oheb for Vin was a good trade, but now it's all going down.
No, that's not a very good sign. RRQ does have the retribution battle right now. It's up to Blacklist trying to make something happen. They need to try to land the retribution at the very, very right side. He has the retribution, and he gets the Lord.
The baby alien scores it, and you hear the kingdom roar. RRQ running away. Edward and Oh My Venus trying to look at least for a trade on the map. Blacklist still with a small lead, but RRQ Hoshi scores a Luminous Lord.
They have caught up, and man, the building literally was shaking at that Lord take. That was way too close for comfort, and now Blacklist make a play for the purple. It does seem like Clay will be able to secure that buff, but now we have a bit of downtime, and let's talk a bit of the items yet again. Glowing Wands have been purchased by the side of RRQ, knowing that there's just way too many big dudes on the side of Blacklist International. But on the other hand, look at Haji. That's a lot of burst damage, Divine Glaive as well, and with the truncheon, there's a potential for an outplay to happen here. RRQ need to be very careful in calculating how long the cooldown is on that item.
Oh, I think they have eyes on where Edward is. Haji pops a Feathered Airstrike, pushing away Vin. And this is what's so hard when you're Blacks International, right? You have to manage the waves because Albert's much, much faster than a majority of you. And then now you have to play honest. So far, Blacklist International have kept a small lead, but now RQ Hoshi, they've done so well to recover. The map is blue.
I think it's the other way around. It's RQ that's a little bit behind with the goal lead. They actually slowly claw all the way back, but it's going to be R7 getting a bit of damage for here. Wise in the thick of things. It's going to be Oh My Venus slowly healing up Wise. Blacklist International, they defended their throne for now.
This is the limitation of this team composition. Sure, it's a lot of damage. Sure, in a big fight, it has so much combo potential. But when you're up against a Barca, there is no high ground and there is no marksman to try and whittle down these turrets. So RRQ will be very, very reliant on winning fights with the Lord and then using the Lord to crack open the base of Blacklist. Now, knowing this, Blacklist can very easily adjust and look for traps, opportunities, and loopholes to try and punish RRQ.
Wise playing with fire. R7 comes in.
R7, Haji has to fly away, but it's going to be R7. That could be the ultimate play. He's all the way in the back line. He's ulting alone. Play. Manages to go out there just in time, but it's going to be all my meters actually desperately healing. The fight. It's using the mid-lane. Element fight. But he gets Tonton. Wise. Unstoppable. Unkillable. Scala and step out. Haji manages to take that Element as well. Element is not going to allow her to run away. OM is there to slide down Clay.
The only problem is they left that wave up top. But again, a man down is a man down. Albert, 30 seconds away from spawning. Can he make it to this Lord fight? Are they going to start it immediately?
They can just go for it if they really want to try and deny Albert, but that's still a risky play against RRQ's composition right now. They seem to be going for that mid-base turret.
Yeah.
But look at Clay, just looking for an opportunity. This might be a disaster for them.
Ohad going in. Clay was actually going to activate the Shadow Stampede just a little bit, try to zone it away. But Blacklist just continues to love to have that mid lane. And now RRQ's base cracked open.
That's permanent damage in mid, something that RRQ constantly have to tend to. And that's what Black is avoiding. That's why they sent Edward back home. That's why Haji's paying attention to top lane. And Lord is a clean 5v5.
I think RRQ just need to execute the fights cleaner here, because earlier there's a lot of burst damage, there's a lot of potential, but when you funnel in one by one like that, it allows Blacklist to deal with the threats individually. Whereas if you come at the same time, the Fanny, the Hilda, the Faramis, as well as the Claude, they have to actually ration out their crowd control, and maybe one of them will pull through and be the deciding factor for RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah,
so they have to be very careful.
Something tells me there has to be some specific way of cascading your skills for RRQ Hoshi to get it right. Now, Vin trying his luck. R7 coming in with an angle.
Vin eventually wants to fight as well. The call activated at the same time. Haji's better edge trying to provide some high ground, some protection for Blacklist International. They shove RRQ out of the team fight.
Just didn't work out. Now Edward on R7. Let's see the relentless one, not letting go. Team captain, always pushing forward, leading with boots on the ground. This joy, 4-4 and 6. That is the KDA of a true warrior. R7 wants to force the issue. And look at that wave down bottom.
It's a huge wave, and R7 is pushing it out again, but Blacklist react almost instantly. R7 can flank right here. He does have the Divine Blade. That's a lot of damage available.
Vin will be the one that falls. It is going to be the Giant going in the back line. Oh my Venus! He's actually trying to kill, but will not be able to do so. I think the one fall. There's no damage him up, but it's not Blacklist anymore. RRQ, they will try to force this fight. Oh my goodness! The Queen will fall, and now RRQ full control of the map.
That was the exact order that they were trying to pull through the past 5-6 minutes.
That's it.
And now RRQ are threatening an inhibitor push.
It's going to be an inhibitor push right now. It's going to be Venus absorbing all the time. It's going to be cracked open from the top side, but Edward goes to fall. It's way too damage for the side of RRQ. Blacklist, they need more time. But RRQ, they are not going to give any more time. This is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Wise definitely trying to hold, but there's so many people from the side of RRQ for now. Blacklist, they need to do something. What is it? Going on? Not a good idea. It's RRQ. Next game number 1.
Oh my God.
The King of Kings draw first blood here in Tennis Indoor Sinayan. 1-0 in a best of 5. That match did not disappoint, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingdom roaring. They ask for more, and just like that, we've reached an all-time high PCU for M4. That's 3.1 million viewers all around the world.
That is insane, man. You don't want to miss it. This is the match we've been talking about, and this is why. Action-packed gameplay throughout the whole game, and even then, you can still see the adaptations, the itemizations, the tactics being displayed by both these teams.
Let me tell you how close this match is. For like good whole 10 minutes, the goal lead is like, what, in the 3 figures. After a while, Blacklist gained like 2.4k gold lead or something like that. And then RRQ, they found the right moment to scale out of control.
And again, these two teams have been problem solving all throughout that close to 20-minute match, right? They've been figuring out how to engage, what works, face checking. Again, R7 did so much for his squad, and eventually they found the formula. Blacks International crumbles in the pressure of R7 and Vin, pushing forward constantly. And yes, they found Skylar several times, but in the end, all it took was one wipeout. The 1v5 was almost gonna work, but that was what, 3 or 4 seconds short.
It's such a tough situation, man. And again, this shows again the power of being the aggressor, being the proactive one in an engagement, because several times, even in the last team fight, Haji didn't even get to pop his winter truncheon. Everything happened so fast, and when you're the one initiating, you have a measure of control in your hands.
I hear you, Arashi, and the whole stadium hears ya, because they are thirsting for more. I'd wish we could just go ahead and start the game almost immediately, but our teams, Blacks International and Arkiyoshi, have to go back, have to reset, and more is on the shoulders of Blacklist. They lost game 1. Let's talk about Battle Night, though. It goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and awards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very same day. Save the date. Log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together. Call your friends. Now, with that being said, I think it's gonna take very, very specific minds, very smart minds to break down exactly how Blacklist can come back or how Arkiyoshi can just push the advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Arashi and Jays, my name is Leo. Let's go to the analysts.
Thank you very much, casters, and 3.17 million viewers worldwide witness Arkiyoshi drawing first blood against Blacklist International. Welcome to the analyst stand with me, Lapel, Naisu, Estrex, and gentlemen, let's start things off quick. Initial thoughts about the game.
I mean, RQ brought a very scrappy guerrilla warfare type of style to that game, and today they were able to break the defense of Blacklist.
I gotta say, man, that R7, amazing game. The joy and side lane with the vengeance, really hard to deal with, and that's kind of the trend we've been seeing here, that teams that decide to place joy in that side XP lane. And that was a question a lot of us had, where does she work best? Well, I feel like now you could say the XP lane.
Yeah, talking about the joy, let's look at animation as well as the draft, because the draft is actually very interesting, where Blacklist International, the way that they drafted kind of counters what Albert wants to do. They're gonna clump up, and Oh My Venus with the Aegis is preventing the burst. But RQ, still one Trex.
I mean, something to really point out here, Clay with a full damage build here. Not only that, R7 as well, building a decent amount of damage, even some penetration there. And I mean, this is the thing. They were able to just shred through that typical Blacklist bulkiness, and they were able to build this much damage because of Clay with that Cult Altar. It gave them just enough survivability to be able to last long against Wise and against Venus.
I think just the fact that Albert, the way he played the Fanny here, he started off strong, built that momentum, and as the game went on, everybody else was doing for him, and Albert kind of just swept in and was able to capitalize on a lot of those kills, and kind of that was the trend for them. And at the same time, at some point, even though you have the Eztez, that signature pick there for Blacklist International, it just wasn't enough. And then there's so much chaos when you're talking about, I think they had, 2 sprints on the side for RRQ, and that was really hard because you saw that last team fight where things just kind of sandwiched in.
Yeah, looking at the stats, we can definitely see in terms of team fights, Blacklist International actually did a lot because the carry Sandbag as well as the Forgotten One is for Blacklist. Oh My Venus, 7 total assists, Wise, 253,000 damage taken, and Ohab dealing 110,000. But looking at how it's been done, it looks like RRQ, they dealt enough damage to deal with whatever Blacklist has for them.
I think something very important to point out here, though, is Skylar being the rich guy here. And in the beginning, we saw Albert, of course, popping off, right? But towards the end game, it started to shift to Blacklist, but eventually, Skylar comes online and is the determining factor in that final shred. And I mean, as a whole team, we saw the team fight participation. They all did a great job.
Honestly, talking about Skylar as well, something we didn't talk about is the corrosion side on the Claude. But before we talk about that, we gotta look at our MVP, where honestly, anyone from RQ Hoshi deserves the most valuable player. But here, we gotta call for R7, the MVP with the EXP Lane Joy. And talk to us, Naisu. What about his MVP performance?
Again, man, this was a crucial component to their success because, like Trex mentioned, there was a point where Blacklist International had a great lead. I mean, they almost had a point where they could have marched into the base of RQ here, but R7, the fact that he was able to create chaos in the back line of Blacklist International was really hard for them to deal with. And then again, you have just a lot being thrown at Blacklist International, not just that joy there, but still, even R7, you can see just how proactive he was here in the heat map throughout this, especially this crucial part of the game, that mid-game into transitioning into late game to allow that chaos. And then, like Trex mentioned, when you have that Claude online, it's really devastating.
Yeah, the heat map is very interesting because we got to talk about 5 minutes going into 10 minutes because R7 was the determining factor of changing the pace back to RQ's favor, because in the early stage of the game, RQ tried really hard to engage against Blacklist International, and Blacklist won that one. But during the turtle fight, R7, again, just zipping around everywhere, being very tanky and dealing a lot of damage. And I kind of feel like at least half the damage is from the Vengeance alone, really changed everything. Without R7 showing crazy mechanics on the Joy, I doubt RQ Hoshi would have won that match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every player just played it textbook. And from the beginning, this is about, what, 5 minutes in right here, we already see how R7 able to get into that back line. And if Albert can't finish it, R7 will, picking up that kill onto Oheb. Another one goes on to Albert. I mean, all around able to spread that kill distribution and make sure everyone gets their items in.
I mean, that's the thing we're seeing, right? There was a very tanky, sustainable lineup that Blacklist International had, and RQ knew that. And as they transitioned into the game, it was like they were whittling down those health bars. They were getting through that armor, that kind of front line, and things just started to fall in place for them time after time.
Looking at the highlight, I want everyone to pay attention because Blacklist International as well as RQ Hoshi both had amazing drafts. And honestly, both drafts kind of counter each other. So in this best of 5, looks like what we got to look out for is definitely the execution, because RQ Hoshi should not win against Blacklist International lineup because they're denying the win condition from RQ, and yet they played around it because, sure, you guys can sustain, you guys can heal a lot with the Estes, but as long as we wait it out and we re-engage, they could deal the best. So I kind of feel like in all of the best of 5s, we got to look at how the team fight is approached.
I mean, today I feel like the unstoppable force met the immovable object, and right now the unstoppable force is winning one game.
Moving forward, game number 2. Will Blacklist International answer back with a victory, or RQ Hoshi will continue? Trex, Naisu, LaFell, it's an amazing game for us to watch. We've got to pass it over to the casters.
I hope you folks are ready for another 20-minute bout, maybe even more, but that's just me. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Arashi and Jays. And let me remind you guys all about the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now to get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance skins, and of course, that M4 exclusive Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting for you inside the pass. Go ahead and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great if you're talking about it on social media. Fellas, the analyst stand, the very handsome men there talked about how the lineups should have countered each other, but in the 20-minute bout, it seemed like they both found ways to do the exact opposite. So now, what can we expect? Because it looks like Blacklist's losing streak is continuing.
I think the most important thing is that for a certain period of time, RRQ was a little bit behind in the damage department. It was constantly denied by Oh My Venus, right? But then, somehow, somewhere, when the item starts to slowly build in, it is Blacklist that lost the momentum in terms of the damage, and then allows RRQ to just scale out of control because Skylar is just so amazing with that Claude.
And if you compare the compositions, I mean, for RRQ, they have a lot of tanky members that can also dish out a healthy amount of damage. I mean, even R7 on that Joy, he was relatively tanky. I thought he was going to go for the concentrated energy, but no, he went full damage with an Oracle, and the Vengeance just allows him to just tank up so much damage while still ensuring that the back line, like Haji, for example, just cannot have any space to maneuver. So I think the fact that they have a lot more options like that, hybrid utility coming in, damage and tankiness, I think is what RRQ were able to abuse. Because if you look at Blacklist, it's always, okay, I'm a frontline, I'm a damage dealer. It's pretty clear cut.
He's onto something, right? This Joy on R7, truly relentless. It's a hybrid build, as you mentioned, and that should be something Blacklist takes into consideration. Let's talk about the good, though. The Blacks International put on the table. Is this normal? Should we start seeing glues deal this much damage?
I mean, Edward was just destroying everyone, especially in the early game with the base damage. We know that Glue is a hero that just does so well moving forward, moving aggressively. And when the fights just go into each other in that chaotic fashion, I think Glue just has so much value. But of course, that's only if the fights get that messy. So it's a good pick for the right situation.
I think personally, right, as a marksman main, right, myself, I wasn't expecting OHEB to do so much damage on the Brody. Usually the Brody was the one that, I see turrets, I take down turrets, ooga booga, that's all I do.
And that's what I think he did, right?
Yes.
That's what made that mid lane push so much, easier and possible despite the immense amount of pressure that Albert put there. And again, we did mention that with the lineup that RRQ Hoshi brought, there was going to be a cap, a limit, wherein their damage will take time to make a dent in Blacklist International's lineup, and they totally skipped that. They were like, you know what, let's not get to that point, let's burst them down while we can, and they tried a lot, right? There were like 4 or 5 different engages where it was started by R7 and Vin, and then it led to, not so ideal results, but with that endurance, with that perseverance, they found the clean wipeout, they found the win.
I mean, it just seems like composition-wise, right? The fact that there's so many quote-unquote assassins on RRQ just means that inevitably the backline of Blacklist will be targeted, and this is the quote-unquote weakness, right? If you go front to back, if you try and just fight, you melt down the front lines, Blacklist has such a solid composition that can do a lot of damage from behind and still tank up so much damage with the beefier members and the healing from the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. But I think that RRQ, they just inevitably will find that backline, and I think that's just the composition being at play again.
I'm hoping that these two teams are revitalized much like the stadium, because, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the draft. Game number 2 almost upon us. Let's start with RRQ on the play, banning out the Kaja, the Benedetta, and the Eve, with Blacklist International taking out the 1-1, the Franco, and of course, the Joy. First pick here, gonna be that carry. Arguably the best marksman currently at M4.
Yeah, the best marksman again for 100% pick ban raid, but it is RRQ Hoshi stating the statement, I don't care about your glue. And in fact, Blacklist International, if the first thing doesn't work, I'm gonna try it again. That's insanity.
This is so Blacklist. We've seen it time and time again. It's worked for them. The results will speak for itself. They again pick up the glue and the Farsa, much like they did in Game 1.
I mean, with this glue going up against a carry, it's going to be such a difficult time. Early on against a Claude, maybe it's easier, but carry is built, is designed to deal with big HP targets like this glue. And on that note, Justin has a quote here. Advice to RRQ Hoshi against Blacklist? Nothing. They already know. Ooh.
And they showed us, Game 1.
Yep.
That's how you do it, but it looks like there's more in the bag. The answer from RRQ Hoshi, it's very different from their initial draft from Game 1. They pick up the Lapu Lapu and the Valentina, which was originally a Fanny and a Hilda, so it looks like they're flexing. They're showing how deep their pockets are. Coach Arcadia, Coach Achil.
You know, Leo, it feels like we're watching a rematch from Game 1, right? Like, the fact that Blacklist has already drafted exactly the same thing. But I hope the last 2 picks will surprise us, right, Leo? But Arashi, looking at the draft coming out from RRQ, are you expecting something like a Fanny to come back up again? But I think it's up to Blacklist International to ban that Fanny away.
I feel like if Blacklist does not secure any particular counter to these mobility heroes, there's no reason why RRQ cannot pick up another assassin. It worked so well, especially because Blacklist is just so reliant on that backline, as we mentioned before. So they've banned away the Joy. If they don't ban out the other potential assassins from Albert, like a Fanny, for example, or maybe a Hayabusa, there's really no reason at all. So I assume that with what happened in game number 1, Blacklist will try and get some stuns, some locks to ensure that Albert gets under control.
At this point, it's not even up to RRQ anymore. This is Blacklist making the right calls to try and make up for what happened in game 1. This is what they do. They constantly try to push a strategy until it doesn't work, until it's over, and hoping that it doesn't come to match point, because again, it sucks when somebody tries the same thing over and over again, and now at least they're making these adjustments, right? They're banning out the Fanny, they banned out the Ling, which they previously did not do. It was previously a Kadita and a Harith, all the while RRQ Hoshi, they're doing the same thing here. They're taking out the Barats. Might this be the Baksha again?
I think it should be the Baksha. I mean, like, if Blacklist International is going into this game number 2 again with this exact same game 1 draft, if I were the coach, I'm gonna just go ahead and ban the Barats as well, because I don't want to really have. Oh, wow, okay, they're gonna leave it open. They're gonna ban Aldous instead.
Was that so clear from the get-go? Were they so sure that, all right, I'm not sure if it's Arcadia or Achille who goes, they're gonna go Aldous. This is a throwback to Season 8. Take it out.
Maybe they feel like when the chips are down, Blacklist will default to something that always works, right? And this Aldous pick is just really, really solid. But another pick that we've seen quite often right now is that Granger as well. I wonder if that will be put to use, because when you talk about kiting, there is a possibility that they will try and utilize that tool.
The Granger might not have to come up because Oheb is their marksman, right? And I think there was something to the whole Fredrin in the front, Estes and Farsa in the back. So I think that's where they'll adjust.
Yep, behind every strong jungler is a strong supporter. That's basically the statement coming out from Wise and All My Venus as well. Wise being the front line to tank all the hits, whereas All My Venus just heal him out of control. That's basically Blacklist International strategy. That is their brand, right?
Right, and now for RRQ, they require something playmaking heavy hero, because right now with the Lapu Lapu and Valentina, they can try and make an engage, make a pickoff, but obviously if they have something more reliable in their arsenal, that'll be great. And the mobility for sure, it's going to be Hilda again, and that's that Lancelot, man. Talk about mobility. Get ready for Albert's Lancelot, man. We're in for a treat.
That's a classic.
Yeah, man.
I mean, almost synonymous with his name. Baby Alien picks up the Lancelot, and Oheb picks up the same hero. So I'm guessing now they've learned a lot from game 1. Could this be the lineup? Again, it feels like it's deja vu, but could this be the lineup that breaks Blacklist's losing streak against Indonesian teams at M4?
It's crazy because it's the same exact lineup.
Literally!
Literally the same exact lineup. I guess they did find moments of success, and they probably feel like it's all down to execution, right? Both teams were flexing their quote-unquote mechanical skill. So I think Blacklist is thinking that, okay, this time we won't make that mistake. We'll be more prepared. We've seen it once, right? And they'll try and match it again. But of course, as Jace has been talking about, the drafting phase is so important right now. I don't think they can really afford to just go with the same draft again.
I feel like Blacklist International is just putting out a statement there. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. It's about the bans. Banning away the Fanny, banning away the Ling, banning away Joy. That's something that they did going into game number 2. That's a little bit of flexibility right there. But the Lancelot game though.
Oh yeah. We're going to be throwing over to our Bahasa counterparts as we march into the land of dawn. But for you guys watching at home, welcome. This is game 2 of Blacklist International versus RRQ Hoshi. Look at this mirror start here. Baby Alien, Albert starting here as well, Wise. So again, we can expect the early game to be very similar?
I think so. Both teams will just be trying to get their mid lane shoved in, get the jungle to start rolling, and now Lancelot against a Fredrin, right? Lancelot is very strong, a lot of output potential, but nowhere as oppressive as a Fanny in the early game, nowhere as much mobility. So maybe Blacklist can get a bit like a foot in the door right now to ensure that in the mid-game, they can actually get more success.
Well, my Venus already using the Aegis right off the bat, but I think it should be just in time for the turtle fight, right? But it's going to be a Blacklist International, right? Moving towards the gold side of the map. You want to make sure that Scarlet doesn't get the farm, make sure that Oheb gets enough pushing power.
Oh, the flicker. from Haji there. So that's off timing, at least for this first turtle. But then again, if game one is any indication, they're going to take their time with this turtle. I'm expecting at least maybe a purple delay play from Albert. And again, Wise is also taking his time, so we'll see if that timing falls into a place. 30 seconds until this first turtle spawns. That 1v1 between the glue and the lapu-lapu, we've seen it so much here at M4 so far. I'm thinking, what's Clay to steal? Oh, Albert coming in.
No, I don't think there's anything you can do. Haji just goes into, pigeon form, just fly away. Doesn't really matter. He doesn't really care.
Doesn't really care, but right on the top side, you can see RRQ pressuring the other side of the lane to try and make sure during the turtle take they have a lead. But even R7 now already very dangerously low. But Clay gets smacked with the Appraisal's Wrath.
That damage though, I wasn't expecting that. I was like, okay, I think he should be okay.
Clay was playing with fire there. I mean, if you were standing in front of Wise to get enough stacks to trigger Appraiser's Wrath that quickly, oh, this Lord is just free for Blacklist.
There seems to be a free Lord.
Turtle.
Turtle.
We're jumping the guns right here, ladies and gents.
Exactly.
Deja vu, that's what it does, right? Deja vu.
We're ready for that late game already. But fortunately for both teams, the jungle has been relatively safe, but I have the feeling at level 6 or 7, that is about to change. Both teams understand that in the mid game, they have their own relative weapons in this fight, right? Blacklist has sustain and RRQ has burst damage. So we'll have to see how the execution plays in, as Edward actually disrupts Albert yet again.
Oh. Haji going in for the airstrike, gets cancelled by Bin for now. It's going to be Bin that got stuck on 3 people, but Bin will not be able to survive for now. It's going to be Clay leaning up towards, I'm not sure what he's going to do, but at the same time there's a fight happening out and actually using the Panda execution to giant on away, but Edward will be able to follow him.
2v1 here, Agent Zero walks away with impunity. No punish from RRQ Hoshi. Blacklist already 1,000 gold ahead here, 3 minutes in. A lot of outer church shields here taken out, so that means gold for Oheb up top. 3v3. Who's going to engage first? Oh, both are skittish to do it.
Both are skittish to do it because I think both don't really have a solid engage tool. Right now, it just seems like that is the play being made by Bin.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming up from Bin. At the same time, it's going to be, my Bin is actually healing. The Tonton memory doesn't do any damage from the side. Oheb at the same time, Oheb will actually try to push forward. But he's not going to have been more than he could chew. He has to fall for his greediness.
The Filipino sniper gets punished hard there. Arashi, you were saying.
The Blessing of the Moon Goddess getting stolen by Clay allows them to sustain through the Feather Airstrike, and afterwards, it's just too much greed, but it's going to be the same story for Blacklist.
Bin involved. It's the same thing, but technically speaking, if you combine those two fights, but hold on a second, Wise. Oh no, he actually catches the taunt on top of Skylar, and he'll be no more. It's going to be Edward picking up a double kill at the same time. R7 coming in for the flank at the same time, but we'll not be able to find anything for now. Blacklist stabilizes.
It's a 5v4 situation with the second turtle spawning already. Still 2K ahead. Blacklist International, Wise pulling it away. Arashi, is this going to be a problem? Because I'm looking at RQ's lineup just now. I just noticed it's only Clay who's dealing magic damage.
I mean, Vulcan has a lot of magic damage, but on the note of damage, that is R7 getting taken out as well. Later on, it's going to be very easy for Blacklist to itemize against RRQ. And right now, it seems that they're having problems all across the map.
I think Albert is having a lot of problems. That is not a statement right there. Using the Thorn Rose, Edward possesses the machine.
That's just a tough situation for RRQ. Everyone on the side of Blacklist are just too tanky, and they're abusing it right now. Just standing in front of towers, but look at R7 going in alone.
Going alone is indeed the damage reduction coming in, but here comes the wall for the Sai as well. But oh my goodness, actually healing. Haji is actually letting a fire on top of the drop of RQ. It's up to Skyler trying to clean up. But coming in with the hunt, and will be able to pick up the double kill at the same time. Now Oh My Venus has to run away.
They're trading 2 bodies for a push down bottom, and the Queen stands alone. Arashi, tell me what is this going to do for the economy for Blacklist? Are they going to maintain this lead, or was that going to bite them in the behind later on? That seems like a bad decision.
They have still quite a big lead. They're able to get the tower in the bottom side as well. But of course, if they keep trading kills like this, eventually the team with the better late game is going to win. And I can't help but feel that with a carry on your team, right, it's going to be very scary trying to deal with him in the late game. Of course, Haji on the far side can just zone away Skylar in these big fights, but we've seen how chaotic the fights can get. So Blacklist needs to be very careful and make sure that they don't let RRQ get anything back.
Yeah, man, RQ are doing what they can because this is Lancelot's debut. Vin, obliges.
Oh, the big burst, not enough. Unfortunately, we're going to all head will be the one that takes them in. Trading for the Roman for now. RRQ. It's going to be actually Clay that trying to heal up Skylar, but Edward is coming for the flank. He's looking for the food, and he's going to go into a split. But Oheb snipes him down.
2 for 1. Oh My Venus falls. I'd say with Turtle 10 seconds away, you have Clay out of the picture here. Blacklist has an advantage.
It's a huge advantage, and now Albert, he might try and go for a flashing play. Is it worth it though? There's so much burst damage in the hands of Blacklist. It's going to be very risky for him to even try anything. He might just be forced to let it go, but Edward will not let him go.
Something to note as well, in the roughly 7 minutes that this game has elapsed, Aragyoshi have not pushed a major objective yet.
A lot of damage coming out of Edward. He's just really trying to breach his first skill at the same time. Wise Horns going in. Albert was not able to find any form of entry, but Vin may be the one to be able to do that. But at the same time, it's going to all have actually take down the top side as well. Edward just really trying to time. He goes in the split as well, but runs into Edward as well. Haji, he's flying over, but not in just in time. The turtle will still get secured by Blacklist, but that's not enough. R7 looking for the engage. Wise, it's going to be a slow little collapse coming out of Blacklist International. Haji, better airstrike going in. Bohem snipes down Clay, and they're trying to push mid lane.
Maximum range, torn apart memory there from Oheb, but popping Clay wide open. They're gonna convert into, that's
a steal.
Purple, he stole it.
Purple stolen by Wise, and of course, we saw earlier the turtle was stolen as well. This is a disaster coming in for RRQ. This is to just losing their way. They have no idea what to do, and Blacklist are just getting stronger and stronger, and with the range available, torn apart memory and feathered airstrike, RRQ, they're in a difficult spot right here.
This is literally Blacklist telling me, hey, I'm not the problem, you're the problem. I'm banning away your fanny, I'm banning away your leg. My composition is solid. This is that statement.
Yeah, no, they've converted these Ube engages into map presence, into siege balls for Haji and Oheb. Again, the Brody has to clear waves the old natural way, right? But with Oheb, again, as you say, Ooga Booga, I wreck turrets. That's what they've been doing here, which resulted in a 6K gold lead 8 minutes in.
That's the macro play we've been talking about. RRQ, they don't only lose the objective, they lose members taken out by Blacklist, and they lose the tower on top side as well. And Blacklist are trying to push the tempo here, trying to make sure that the jungle is not safe.
But the pincer in, going in for the back line at the same time. Oh, they're actually trying to peel, but here comes the heal coming up from Clay. And also, oh my goodness as well. It's going to be Haji. Flicker right in the back spikes. The Fed actually will be able to take down one member on the side. RRQ. It's going to be Wise. They take down Clay at the same time. It's an unfair trade in the favor of Blacklist International.
2 for none, and boy oh boy, they have eyes on this mid lane tier 2. Lord, level 1, 10 seconds away from spawning. I must say, I love Clay, right? But I love him more when he's playing heroes with massive range. He made the Farsa work earlier. He had the range advantage. He knows when to hook. But with the Valentina, you have to be in your opponent's faces. And if you're facing off against Blacks International with 7K ahead, it's not an ideal situation.
If you're a squishy character right now,
no, the fight.
Ooh.
Oh, the fight ensues as well. Vin managed to catch Haji for now. It's going to be, oh my goodness, to take out R7 at the same time. The damage coming up on Oheb. The door to bomb memory coming out. We'll be able to input Vin into a body bag.
Arashi, you were saying if you're squishy, this is what happens right here.
Exactly. Burst damage coming in from all directions. Even Edward can delete you if you're too careless. And if you're now Clay and Skylar and Albert, they are all squishy and they are powerless to try and stop Blacklist from taking these objectives.
Did you see just Wise soloing that Lord on his own?
I did. I mean, it was off cam. It was on a small little screen, but yeah, I did.
Yep.
The world did.
That's just how dominant Blacklist is right now. 9K gold lead. We saw that they had an advantage in the previous game, but not like this. Look at the items right here. For Haji, with the Divine Glaive already prepared, that's a lot of burst damage. And if you are trying to just melt down this Edward on this glue, there's just not enough items. Corruption Sight and Golden Staff done for Skylar. It won't be enough to just break through the Dominance Ice and the Tikiras as well.
Everyone across the board, say for Haji, has physical damage reduction. So that's why RQ Hoshi's engages are all the more, I guess at this point, trivial. It's so hard to define the finish.
I think the biggest problem is that if you take a look at Clay's items, right, that is not a very good item if you are a Valentina. Right now, Clay needs to try to steal the better airstrike because Haji could always walk up and just basically zone it up. And here he goes. It is going to be RQ that's really trying to defend. Skylar at the bottom side clearing it out. The Lord is actually getting killed very, very slowly. Skylar building on some damage. Blacklist, they touch and they go. They've already taken the prize.
Good news, bad news. Clay has a feathered airstrike right now.
Yeah.
Bad news is they're inside their base, so they can only really take advantage of it. It's a win-win for now, but if Blacklist can find that engage again, Wise has been their initiation like this.
And there we go. The Defender Airstrike going in at the same time. It will not be able to control and crowd control and deny. The Defender Airstrike is going to be Blacklist taking down the bottom lane turret at the same time. 4 member left. It is going to be Wise leading the pack. Trying to charge. Albert trying to look for some play right here to sing, but not being able to find. And it's going to. Oh my goodness, actually going in with the ultimate. Desperately, Blacklist is in a portable fountain.
They have 2 base turrets, and now they're going for the third. Trying to airstrike yet again, and RQ, they are forced to respond, but every time it happens, it's just the wrong response. R7 now taken very low, and Blacklist, they're looking for the end possibly.
Oh no, that's ults and battle spells spent by RQ Hoshi. They're gonna have to defend.
They have to defend. This Vin is already here as well. Wise is already taunted as well, but Albert's looking a little bit caught about memory, doesn't able to connect. It's gonna be Blacklist, but there is no minutes. That one wave marching down, a slow march as Clay, the battle of the better airstrike. R7 trying to make the play, will be able to find but will not be able to do so because Maybe is desperately healing the bond. The core is getting back to the bond. Blacklist International, they're giving a statement, but Skylar, mega kill, shuts down Edward, but look at the core, the HP is slowly, the defense coming through, but Blacklist International, they are still healthy.
3v4, RRQ Hoshi, 3 Kings standing, down goes Clay, make that 2v4, can they defend? It's Skylar left,
Defend.
It's just Skylar.
It's just Skylar and RRQ, Blacklist International takes game number 2.
The curse has been broken. The streak ended. Blacklist International's first victory at M4 against an Indonesian team.
They double down and use the same exact draft, and they get it done. As you mentioned, Leo, just the bands have so much impact right here, and they have shown it. RRQ, they try and do the same thing, but they do not have the same tools. So they are expecting the same kind of result, but they are in for a rude awakening.
This is pure insanity, right? Like it's like trying something, trying the same thing again, but expecting different results. It's insanity.
They found a way to force RRQ Hoshi into this lineup. Again, taking away key heroes. No more Joy, no more Fanny. And in the debut of Lancelot on the world stage this year, it resulted in a loss. So this is a result of that insanity. This is a result of Blacklist International sticking to their guns and forcing RRQ Hoshi into this draft, into a Game 2 victory. Now, with that being said, before we go throw it over to our analysts, I'd like to remind everyone of the M4 Pass. It's available now. Complete all active tasks, and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser and Stellar Brilliant Skins, and of course the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting for you inside the pass. Use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great when you're talking about it on social media. The M4 Battle Night goes live on January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from said chest. Aside from that, battle bonuses await you in the same day. Play matches, you don't get this. Team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double battle BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that same day. Save the date. Log in on January 21st and enjoy the matches you'll be playing and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together. Call all your friends. It's a faster matchup, and again, we did not expect Blacklist to do so well against RRQ Hoshi after their loss 20 minutes into game number 2. What's the reset going to be like for RRQ Hoshi?
I think RRQ just need to relook at that Lancelot, right? I think giving Albert something that's very comfortable, but it's Blacklist's game to win in that particular game number 2.
And with that being said, we'll leave it to the analysts. Tell us what you think.
Well, what we think is the biggest question mark here, same picks, different band, a world of difference. To talk about it, my name is Lapel, Naisu, as well as Strex. Guys, what do you guys think about the draft?
I mean, I'm really wondering, was game one just a test to see if they could withstand the Fanny in future games later on in this event? And the test was proven, maybe they can't. So the question all reminds us, why did they ban the same well, why did they pick all the same things? Because I think those are the picks that they believe are exactly solid. And it turned out it worked against that draft.
I just think, I mean, looking at the draft, yes, it's the same for Blacklist International, and we talked about it earlier, right? They took out the Joy, they got rid of that, and they also took out the Fanny from Albert, and I feel like that was critical things here because it was a lot harder for RRQ to get in range.
Yeah, I think that is kind of like the biggest thing we got to talk about because right now, looking at the items, I kind of feel like everything is in order. I want to talk about the range difference between Blacklist International as well as RRQ because R7, 0, 4, and 3, he was the MVP just now, but he could not catch up to Haji.
Again, I think the biggest part here is, like you said, the range. Every time you saw R7, maybe even Vin try to cut them off, try to jump in there with the bravest fighter, Haji, all he had to do was fly away, right? And then you have that sustain to work with you as well. And just the range. I mean, this time we saw Oheb really pop off on this Brody pick. And at Clay, right, with the Valentina, you really got to get in range to be able to get the ultimate that you want. And he just didn't get the opportunity to do that.
Well, we got to look at the post statistics because, again, we got to look at all the damage coming out because in the previous game, Oheb, he was the carry. He dealt the most. And right now, looks like it's the same thing, but this time, he's also the rich guy.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Oheb, and you also mentioned range, Oheb also had a very decent range, and if they tried to dive onto him, he's able to hit that second skill, bounce away, bob and weave a little bit, and get that damage down. And once again, 812 gold per minute. That in itself speaks for itself, and he's able to secure that Hunter strike, able to get even more speed to get his range away.
Looking at a team fight participation as well, Clay as well as Skylar, both of these guys try to keep dashing forward to get the kills onto Blacklist International because in the early stages of the game, both Oheb as well as Skylar were very, very aggressive in securing those kills. But again, one of the difference makers is definitely Oh My Venus with the S's because Skylar is more punished compared to Oheb.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing, right? The sustainability. This is why we keep seeing that Estes pick. If teams can't work around that obstacle of the healing, just clumping together like that, it's really hard for them to come up with something. And then you kind of start seeing them get a little bit desperate, maybe a little flashy, right? Trying to pick up kills if they can, but it just didn't work in this game number 2. And now we're gonna take a look at the MVP.
The MVP has gotta be Oheb, 9, 2, and 6. KDA, almost 80% kill participation, but I feel like the MVP play is that he dashes forward, he gets those kills, he trusts his teammates to always have that range advantage, to always cover for him when he makes a mistake. But it looks like he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, only 2 when we look at this, only 2, which is good on a world stage for sure. I mean, and as we said, to me, the build is pretty typical, right? We have the Hunter Strike, we have the Blade of Despair, and then a little bit of penetration to top it all off. Oheb once again just comes in super clean.
You know what's cool about Brody is, yeah, you kind of have to dash in to get the marks off, but then you have that really cool effect of dashing away, fade away, torn apart memory, and then you pick up the kills.
Right now, I want to look at the heat map because this is actually very crucial in how the rotations coming in from Blacklist International from 5 minutes all the way to 10 minutes. The way that they move around the map is they dictate which lane is easier for them to win. They're going to stick around, make sure they get at least 2 objectives, which is the turrets. And then once they secure that, they're moving to a different lane. Where looking at this, they go to the mid and then they try to dictate the gold lane. And then after 10 minutes, they go to the EXP. Right now, we got to look at the highlights in this game to really see what really happened throughout.
Well, again, part of this game, they were already jumping in. Look at the lead that Blacklist International has already, right? It's 1-7. They control so much a part of this map. And like you mentioned, you can see, right, RRQ is really trying hard to find those angles, find those moments where they can. But unfortunately, every single time they initiated, Blacklist International just had to pull back, heal up, and reinitiate themselves.
You also notice that they focused heavily into that gold lane early on in this game. And as we saw from the heat map as well, OHEB never had to go down. They had faith in Edward. And with this is what gives OHEB that scaling capability in here. Whenever they are a little too close and personal, the heal from Oh My Venus lets them resituate, move around, get more range, and then re-attack.
I gotta say the SS is a big problem. Right now, RRQ Hoshi looking at this game, they gotta figure out how to actually make everyone from Blacklist International isolate themselves, because looking at the way that they're playing, OHEB feels a little bit too safe. Haji feels a little bit too safe because Albert getting the landslide, he should be able to burst a lot of the more squishy players, but it really didn't work out on his favor.
You know what you do?
What you do?
You just ban out the Estes.
I mean,
they ban the Fanny. They ban out the Estes.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. Even in Malaysia, we're like, just ban the Estes. But with that being said, we gotta go back to the host, where looks like the host is down here, and they got a lot to say. So, what do you have to say to the audience?
No doubt, Blacklist International and RRQ Hoshi have the most fans in Indonesia and in the Philippines. And here with us, superstars here in Indonesia.
For this upper bracket, kita punya, memang ada artisnya, ada penyanyi, supermodel, YouTuber, dan langsung aja mereka hadir di sini untuk nonton bersama. Yeay!
Mantap.
Ada Miss Paula, Mbak Imbong, dan juga Kak Fatin.
This is such an intense match. How are you guys feeling right now? What do you think about the match?
Kita pakai bahasa Indonesia ya.
Bahasa Jawa juga boleh kok Kak Baim.
Oke, nggak apa-apa, grammarnya jelek abis ya. Oke, pertama pasti tegang ya. Yang kedua juga yakin Indonesia akan menang.
He really make sure that Indonesia will win. It's Miss Paula.
Pastinya tenang, senang banget dan excited banget. Jadi pokoknya Indonesia harus menang.
Happy, excited, of course. Kalau Kak Fatin gimana nih? Apa rasanya?
Deg-degan banget ya nontonnya. Karena pertama kali nonton langsung juga. Dan tapi aku yakin banget Indonesia akan ngasih yang terbaik sih.
Okay, this is the first time that she watched the tournament on the stage and she was ready to watch Indonesia gonna win this match.
So we're even right now, 1-1. I think the RRQ Hoshi players need some message from you to pump them up. What do you gotta say?
Ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih buat anak-anak RRQ nih?
RRQ will win 3-1. Sorry ya, asik. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Viva! Viva! Viva!
Mantap. Rame banget di sini. Dan
What about you? What's your message to them?
Of course ya, pokoknya.
Oh, it's working.
It's working. Oke, lakukan yang terbaik, pokoknya kalahin
Blacklist.
Yeah, Blacklist.
Okay, did the best and beat Blacklist. Kak Fatin ada yang mau disampaikan nggak? Atau mau nyanyi? Mau nyanyi nggak? Boleh nggak sih nyanyi?
Oke. Inilah akhirnya harus ku akhiri. Sebelum cintamu semakin dalam. Maafkan diriku memilih RRQ. Sebelum ku tahu cintamu lebih besar darinya.
Oh my God! Goosebumps! How about one more time? Let's get everybody cheer. The whole crowd. When I say Viva, you say RRQ! Viva! RRQ! Viva!
RRQ!
One more time. Viva! RRQ! Let's get this game 3 started. Casters, tell us what you got.
Viva!
Oh,
sorry, I was supposed to catch that.
Yeah, no, I'm still feeling the energy, all right? Welcome back to the desk. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Arashi and Jays.
Get the order right, all right?
Yeah. And
It's
we're about
Jays
to
and
load
Arashi.
into game number 3. And with the same draft, Blacks International has somewhat figured out how to take down and win in their first game so far in M4 against Indonesian squads. And now, with that being said, how will the King of Kings recover? We're about to find out. Let me remind everyone watching about the M4 pass available now. Complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. Log in now and get exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser and Celebrating skins and the M4 Beatrix figurine. You can get all of that just by completing the pass in-game. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to be great. The M4 Battle Night goes live as well this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete the battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from that chest. Aside from that, got battle bonuses waiting for you. And get this, you can play matches to get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be up for grabs that very day. Save the date. Log in to MLBB on January 21st. Enjoy the matches and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together. Call your friends. Now, with that being said, Jace, Arashi, I said that right.
Thank you.
Correct order. I believe with this series alone, we've broken records, all right?
Yes.
We've surpassed M3.
Yeah, man, this is a big celebration, right? Literally, it's something that we could also celebrate together during Battle Night as well. So thank you very much for all the viewers out there showing support. But of course, we will be going into the draw very soon, right, Leo?
Yep, the exact number is actually 3.7 million.
Wow.
All right?
We're not even at the grand finals yet.
Not yet. Again, we did say that this was a grand finals worthy match.
Yeah.
And we're breaking records. Previously, 3.19, and already after hitting 1-1, it's at 3.7 million. Arashi, this is amazing.
This is insane. I mean, who would have thought, right? Maybe in the grand finals we can break some records, but the fact that we're still, well, we're kind of close, but it feels so far away from it, and we're already breaking records. This M4 has been insane, man.
Well, this is for you guys watching at home, and for everyone here at Tennis Indoor Sinayan, go ahead, claim this milestone redeem code M4 Dare to be Great for goodies and rewards in-game for all of you supporting our great sport. Now, talking about game 3 here, how do you think RQ Hoshi resets? What do? Do they try to take Blacklist off of this lineup? Because it seems like, I mean, if it works, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think RRQ right now needs to take some parts of this lineup away. I'm looking at either the glue, either the Farsa, or either the Fraser, because Blacklist International, this insanity cannot be allowed to continue.
I mean, honestly, if RRQ can get similar weapons to just dive into the back line, maybe they can still have a bit more of an advantage. And of course, they require a bit of an engage tool, because we saw that in game number 1, it's all R7, it's all flanking maneuvers. In game number 2, you see very little of that. Yes, we did see that Vin goes in from the back, trying to flank, but it's just not nearly enough. It's not decisive enough, right? He doesn't have the speed, the gap closers, the damage that R7 had in game number 1. So if they can get something similar, they can go for it again. But unless they can do that, I think they should try and adapt and do something different.
Pak Maslimta, I agree with you, all right? That's about 100% true, because watching game 1 and game 2, you had R7 on the Joy, Hilda on Vin, and that was already enough to break the Ube. Here in game 2, there was almost nobody trying to break the Ube, if anything. So going into game 3, that should be key. Again, a quick recap of how game 2 went down. Skylar was doing a lot on that carry, but only so much, right? I mean, Clay dealt more damage, good AoE. On the other hand, Oheb, this is when Ube works. Ube works its best this way, when Oheb can do everything he wants for free, rough shot.
I mean, just so much damage, and he is so secure because he also has that very reliable self-peel. And in contrast, you see that RRQ, their main damage dealers kind of struggle to match that kind of performance. Even Albert has just such low damage here. He dealt less damage than R7. So clearly, something needs to change. He needs a bit more backup, or he needs a bit more utility, some more tools to try and enable him, because given the right circumstances and the right tools, we have seen that Albert's Lancelot is just insane.
Yeah, but I was kind of a little bit, I was expecting more, not gonna lie, because Albert, known for his mechanical skills, known for all these flashy Albert plays, known for all these Lancelot plays, right? But it just fall flat. And as RRQ being a very momentum-based kind of team, and then getting beaten by the same exact draw by Blacklist, I don't know what to feel about the mental, man.
Yeah, and if you're speaking about mental, I believe that's one thing that R7 may have over Edward. As much as I love Agent Zero, the relentless one, team captain for RQ Hoshi, it doesn't show on stats. You can't put a number on how relentless someone is. But if it comes down to engaging, that's what R7 has over Edward, despite Edward having the numbers advantage.
Right, R7 is just a lot more dynamic. This is something he's already infamous for, just showing up behind you out of nowhere, and it's something that RRQ just puts to good use every single time. It's part of their core identity right now. But on the topic of Albert's Lancelot again, Jace, I think it's just very difficult because we already mentioned, Leo, early on that there's very limited amounts of magical damage coming in from the squad of RRQ. So you saw the items coming in from Blacklist International, and they all itemized for physical defense, and that just shuts down Albert completely, because in the early game, on an assassin, if you don't have enough penetration, then you can't burst anyone down.
And at that point, you're chasing, right? You're a step behind.
Yep.
Because you're solving a problem that's already present. Now, what I'm thinking is, are there enough junglers that are magic-based that maybe Albert can pick up, that plays to his advantages? Can the baby alien get a hero that will still fit the bill and do the job for RQ Hoshi?
Joy Jungle?
But
it was banned.
Yeah, or it needs to be counterpicked.
Guinevere?
Oh, no, don't give RQ Hoshi ideas.
Too spicy?
I think it's a little bit spicy, but I think that could be because of the flicker buff recently, right? Because Guinevere could have more range right now, but we gotta go.
Yeah, we're seconds into game number 3, and everyone here in Tennis Indoor Sinayan can't wait. Things are about to get gila about it, because of course, if it's the King of Kings versus the defending champions, how can we expect any less? It's RQ Hoshi still remaining on the play while Blacks International remains on the red side. There's the Benedetta, there's the Farsa, taken out by RQ Hoshi as well as the carry, while Blacklist takes out the 1-1 and the Franco. Expecting maybe here a Joy? Should that be their priority?
They have banned the 1-1 and the Franco twice, the first and second game.
Yep.
Joy comes in the second game, and here I think it's still a very valuable ban to be applied here, because of course it can go in the hands of R7, but it can go in the hands of Albert as well, potentially. It's just such a flexible hero, and I don't think Blacklist want to deal with that.
I think right now is the fact that it feels like the pattern right here from the side of Blacklist International. 1-1, Franco ban. Like what you say, Narashi, 2 games in a row, Joy definitely should be going right there. But I think if you are RRQ right now, I think you really have to prioritize that Fanny pick right off the bat in the first pick phase.
So right here, first pick. If this is the Fanny, how does Blacklist oblige, right? Also still open. The Eve, for the first time in a while, Eve is open.
Eve is available, but it's very situational. I mean, of course it has great poke, great utility, and it does seem like Clay will pick it up.
I know my Clay, bro. I know my Clay.
Exactly.
You know, you molded the Clay into a pot, and he will come out with that Eve. But that is also something I've seen how you can deal with this Eve before, with the Fanny coming out. But I don't think Wise is the kind of jungler that will go in with this Fanny picks, right? I think he likes, those Barats, the Baxia. I think those are something that we could definitely look out for.
Yeah, you mentioned Baxia, and I'm looking at how Blacklist will build that box. Because again, despite not having a Farsa, despite not having an Eve, they find a way to do that, and that's where they relish, when they're able to say where the fight happens and how the engages come through. That's why the Fredrin is such a key hero for them. Now, after the Eve, they answer back with a glue possible answer, and this opens up a Claude, an early marksman, a first in the series.
It's very, very early of a pick. And honestly, the glue pick seems to be very prioritized by Blacklist, but of course it has been working out. Although he needs to be careful because right now with Yves on the opposing team, there's a chance that he will rush that glowing one and that will just spell a lot of damage for the beefier members like a glue and like probably a Fredrin or an Estes like we've seen in game number 1 and 2.
And here's the comeback of a hero that has made quite the impact in M4. There's the Grok. Great flex though, at least for Arkiyoshi at this point. And then the Fanny, the trademark hero for Albert. Here's a quick quote by the man you see on screen, a world championship coach, Bonchan. I hope he can change the fate of RRQ, or maybe that's what he wants. The same thing that happened in M3. He's talking about his counterpart in Arkiyoshi, Coach Arcadia.
Yeah, it feels like the battle of the coaches right here, right? Especially prominent in this method. I started off the series, I'm telling you guys, this is basically down to the draw. Game number 2 is a clear evidence of that. Blacklist International doesn't really need to change the roster, just need to change the bands and see how much difference it make.
They're answering that question. They're putting in the mold that will fill that void with a Valentina. So what's Haji stealing so far? Hell, I'm not even so sure if it's on Haji because Wise has been known to bring this into the jungle. He has a real world manipulation. He has a wild charge. What else?
Yeah, and right off the bat, you already answered the question that you ask yourself. But I really have to agree, the wild charge steal from the side of this Valentina is going to change the game so much, especially when, you know, Albert would definitely cable to a wall, right? That Grok will want to just wild charge you right into that wall, Arashi.
Well, we'll have to see. I feel like even though this is how it looks, it seems pretty solid for Blacklist, they still require some kind of crowd control, not only for the Fanny. I think later on, once the Grok wants to try and engage, maybe they can try and deter that as well. But the next band that they pick is going to be the Harriet, so trying to make sure that the DPS output coming in from the side of RRQ is, I guess, you know, limited, and especially because Harriet is survivable and can do a lot of AoE aside from just DPS.
Already what we're seeing from the RRQ Hoshi lineup is their box is just amazing, right? You're able to put up Guardian's barriers to say up to where the opponents can go or where you want them to stay, and then you have the real manipulation, and then Albert cleans up. By banning out the Harith, you take out one more factor, one more possible war zone that RRQ can say, because if the Zaman Force drops and it's Skylar on the offensive, best believe bodies are dropping.
Yeah, definitely. And not only just that, with the Yi going into play as well, it will be literally raining damage and big burn. Now that's a card that gets taken away by Blacklist. Another thing I also have to point out, RRQ very strong in this Fanny pick. If you notice how Albert plays the Fanny, right, was able to find the right target in the midst of chaos. I think that is something that I think Blacklist International have to start respecting.
Yep, and going into the final phase, Arashi, what are they going to get here? Because I'm not so sure where the Valentina goes.
I'm really thinking that there's going to be crowd control for sure, but maybe it's a Fredrin. We've seen that for sure. But I'm wondering that with that Fanny in particular, are they going to try and get heroes that can deny dashes, like the Mincetar, like the Kufra? I mean, it's a solution we've seen some teams explore, but I'm not sure if Blacklist likes doing those out-of-box picks. I feel like they'll rather just go for their own normal picks and try and manage it through execution instead.
Oh, I think this kind of spells it out.
Yeah.
The Fredrin will clearly go into the jungle while the Valentina stays in mid. We still don't have a hero for the Queen, and again, with that Valentina going head-to-head against Clay's 100% win rate Eve, I think it's a safer bet that they put this Fredrin in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the Fredrin pick is also quite a good idea, especially when, you know, you got defender that needs to bypass you somewhere, somehow, right, through the cables. If you can time it just right, the Tonton will be a very big hard CC towards this Fanny. I think the question from the side, I think Arashi pointed out very interestingly, Mincetar is something that Blacklist International can definitely explore, but is it All My Venus's identity? But before we can answer that question, it's going to be a Lunox getting locked in from the side of RRQ. That's a lot of magic damage if you ask me, coming out from the side of RRQ, ending the draw with that Kufra as well.
Wow, that's just a confusing, I would say kind of confusing to me, but now with the Lolita as well, it does seem like it's going to be a bit of a front-to-back situation, but of course, with Albert here being an assassin, that will be the X factor. If he can delete OHAP or Haji, that means that RRQ can get into a fight with an innate advantage, and that is a possibility that Blacklist do not have in their hands.
Yeah, I think right now, right, if you notice how Blacklist is doing this, I think they're putting a lot of chips into, they're literally going all in with getting Claude to scale, getting Valentina to scale, right? These two are your main damage dealer. You're not expecting a lot of damage from the other side of the team. However, something to also take note of is the Kufra could always easily cancel the Luminum Blast from the Lolita. Not only just that, the Grok can also easily cancel it off. And I think that's about all my Venus positioning going into the game.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi coming in. It's clear they want to win team fights. It's clear they want to engage and then capitalize and then convert. How will Blacklist play around? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into game number 3. Audio in at the stadium, throwing over to our Bahasa counterparts. For y'all watching at home, welcome. This is game number 3. RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International. It's a mirror start, purple for purple.
Purple for purple. I mean, that's why it's important. Of course, in the early game, the cooldown will just make a big difference. For Albert in particular, though, on the Fanny, right, this is one of the main buffs, so he needs to make sure that he can get it without any interruption.
I think something very interesting throughout this whole series thus far, right? All My Venus has focused a lot of focus on Haji instead of OHAP. OHAP, I think he should be able to handle the Lunox earlier in terms of the level, but because the Lunox being brought into the gold lane, that's not 4 minutes problem, it's a 3-minute problem. So the heal coming out from Skylar's first skill will be a little bit skewed towards, but it's a lot of damage. 3 members already at the bottom side. Vin get terrified a little bit. No biggie for RRQ for now.
Yeah, no, this is very similar to game 2. Again, how Blacks International put the pedal to the metal early on and spent battle spells as they should to better time that first turtle take. We're about a minute away, 50 seconds before that happens. And I have eyes on Albert because this is a huge presence they have in bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like right here, the first 2 games, they're focused a lot in the mid lane, but now All My Venus using the flicker for now. Albert actually stunned Albert. Albert does have the ultimate this time around activated, but no kills for now. Blacklist International will side for relief.
They're trying to actually collapse on this bottom side, but of course the turtle is on the top side, so Albert goes in aggressively. He is all alone though. This might be a mistake.
A missed cable, but Albert managed to get out just nice. A lot of focus happening at the bottom lane. Skylar will be the one that we had focus on. Skylar burned off the flicker right off the bat for now. Blacklist 3 members at the bottom lane, but Fanny is slowly working towards the turtle pit.
Yep, that's key battle spells spent at least maybe seconds before this turtle, and it looks like they come to a gentleman's agreement. All right, we get purple first, both of us, and then we try to contest.
I mean, Skylar on this Lunox, right? This is what makes it a deceptively good pick. There's good sustain, good outplay potential. He's going 1v1 against OHAP right here. Ooh.
I can see the beauty of this right now. Skylar going in. Oh, will not be able to miss a shot. Skylar will not be taking down his counterpart just yet.
Oh, Vin at about half health here at level 4 already. Oh My Venus not hitting that quite yet because the Queen has been left to, again, babysit so much of mid and bottom. And with that being said, top lane.
Top lane spins to win, but Edward will be the one that wins it away. So a little bit of a Mexican standoff. A very slow early game, if you ask me, ladies and gents.
It's a tough situation for RRQ because compared to game number 1, they don't really have a lot of targets that they can just burst down, like we saw to get Albert snowballing. Edward is just tanky, he can run away. Haji is relatively mobile as well, and right now they're going for the turtle play.
Real woman ability to go in, the liminal charges. It's going to be the Berlaga hits now. This 2 crazy real war manipulations putting out the damage, but it's going to be Edward that picks up the first blood for now.
Oh, Edward forcing Clay to flicker underneath that turret. Crystal Void keeping him where he is, but all this time, it's Blacklist who has their eyes on the bigger picture. A clear lead already, 3 minutes in, 1,000 gold. Arashi, what are they doing with that gold?
Clay is building towards mana regeneration. He definitely wants to be able to clear this wave, and Albert just comes in with some swag. Won't be enough right here. And as you can see, Skylar with the mana boots as well. He just must try and sustain in the lane, play it safe, try and avoid the ganks when possible. And on the other side, Blacklist, you can see, starts itemizing for physical defense. Again, trying to counter, ensuring that Albert does not get to snowball, because that is a big factor for RRQ's victory.
Something interesting right here. Oh, that's a wall charge already used, right? On top of Edward, but Edward just walks away, scoff it off like a boss. But hold on a second, real woman, the bitch coming down. Limit no much challenges. Albert will be able to pick up the bubble for now. Haji will respond to the same. Ben coming in, just bouncing around. Alzheimer's revenge going in. It's a choke point, and the son of the man for RRQ. And right now, Blacklist International picks up the double kill at the same time. Albert trying to spin It's gonna be the Roma traded for 2 members, but Wise is not putting out just yet. And what picks out R7.
What's impressive is the fact that Haji did not die. I could have sworn his Valentina was gonna bite it, but again, that's just what happens when you're the KDA machine. This young man has been playing jungle for a while. His career started that way, and that's what explains his mechanics. Speaking of mechanics, oh, Albert looking for one up top.
Not enough damage, I don't think so. Edward may have goes into split just right in time. Albert will be getting out. Lumina Blast, oh! Skylar has to burn the flicker and an ultimate just to get out of there.
Arashi, second turtle, spawning in about 5 seconds. Who has the advantage?
I think Blacklist definitely has an advantage right now. 3K does not seem like much, but it does make a difference. And they have the pressure because we've seen that they are the ones being more successful in these big fights. They are the ones that have the beefier members that have been able to survive most of the damage. And on our queue, they have to be careful because Clay and Albert has been the main target.
Albert is in the vicinity as well. Wise will be the one that brings the retribution method for now. It's going to be Haji letting down the fire. Would not be able to stun RRQ for now. Blacklist International to pick up their prize and to walk away.
It's a bit curious right here because usually when we see Clay play the Yves against a Valentina, he is very careful in letting that Valentina steal the real manipulation. In this game though, Haji has been very active using that to spell demise for RRQ. It's just quite the interesting situation. I wonder what exactly is causing this. But as we look at the items right here, Ohab already has the Demon Hunter sword, so the frontliners, Vin as well as R7, are going to be a bit squishier in his eyes. So that is something that we have to be careful about.
Slay will not be able to activate the real one manipulation in time. That's another kill. Given over the time of Blacklist, but Albert trying to spin will not be able to find a kill. Unfortunate for RRQ.
That was ults and a chicken sandwich thrown in there to take down one. But it's not done!
It's not going to be enough. It's going to be Haji. Will not be able to push Vin right into the wall. Blacklist International walks away alive.
That's a tough situation, man. We said RRQ has no targets on the side of Blacklist International, but the opposite is not true at all. If Clay gets hit by any kind of crowd control, the follow-up is more than enough to ensure that he gets taken out. So he is a sitting duck for the members of Blacklist International.
You know who's a sitting duck? Oh my Venus. Concealed right out of there. Albert, just not enough damage.
You mean invisible duck? Conceal play, saving the queen there. And again, it just shows that RRQ Hoshi, at this point in the game, mid-game, 6 minutes, 7 minutes approaching, they need to shrink this 4K gold lead. And they're doing their best, right? They're finding things on the map, and it's come to the point where Wise can steal buffs away from Albert. This is a difficult place to be for the baby alien.
I think right now, just RRQ unable to use Albert to find a pickoff. Another thing that we also need to take note of is Skylar 000, right? Going into the clock item as the first item, he needs more time to get more damage to rack out. But once he gets that threshold, you expect Wise to get chunked down very quickly.
Later on, though, it's going to be a moment where the Lunas will do a lot of damage. Look at the glass!
Go all the way in. It's going to be R7 wall charge. The Blazing Duet going over the back line. It's going to be Haji rewarding the same. The turtle is actually forgotten by both of these two teams. But Albert is actually the one that falls. Sky following suit. Wise will also pick up Skylar as for free. And they will go ahead and try to crack the mid lane open and then rotate over to the turtle.
That choke point became their demise. RRQ Hoshi giving 3 members away for free. The Blacklist. That load lead just astronomical at this point. 8 minutes in, about 7K. This last turtle going for free to Wise, and the map is red.
It's just it's so sad for RRQ. They tried to make the play happen, but they get comboed instead. I was about to say that later on, there will be an extra factor in Skylar being a big problem for Blacklist. But before that can even happen, Blacklist seems to be trying to end the game early, make sure that the gold lead is just too big.
I saw that, right? You saw that, right? It's so weird. Albert was trying to invade, take the purple buff. Don't forget, a Fanny without a purple buff is basically playing the game with half your hand. Albert is doing exactly that.
Well, where did the purple buff go is my question. Now it's Wise's turn to do the same. And this time he gets it. No orange for you, sir. Not today. Let's look at the items here. About 9 minutes in. What's going on here, Arashi? Can we expect Skylar to come online soon?
Well, on the other side, Ohab already has the golden staff, so things looking more difficult for him. And Skylar is still so far away from his power spikes, it's going to take a bit longer, man.
Lumina Blast across the wall for now. There's the flicker going in. We'll be able to catch Vin at the same time. Real Wall manipulation coming off for Clay. Providing some support as well. R7 would not be able to find anything at all. Actually, will be the one first fall. But Skylar, here comes the Blazing Duet coming off. We'll be able to pick up R7 in the back line. But unfortunately, Skylar will be able to return that trade. 2 damage dealers for just a Arc and also the Kufra.
A relatively relatively messy team fight. They
Yes.
engaged with Valentina, Haji getting the wild charge, and was taken down even before it made a difference. So with that being said, where does RQ Hoshi go this time around, Arashi? What does Albert do?
Albert needs to just be a nuisance right here. There's no real easy target he can just one-shot. So if he just splits the map around, making sure that the members of Blacklist are constantly worried about him moving in out of nowhere, he can allow the rest of the team to just do damage, because we saw that Skylar, despite only having a Clock of Destiny, is beginning to do a lot more damage. So, yeah.
Personally, I feel like, guys, Albert has been going out without purple buff, but hold on a second, he may actually be able to do something for now. Skylar will be able to shred all my business in the backline at the same time. Skylar almost close to taking down Haji though. But back to my point, I think Albert has gone 3 minutes without a purple buff. And look what Blacklist is doing.
They're just starving him.
Yeah.
That's key. And again, if his goal is to split up the map and maybe pick up a purple along the way, then that's just gravy on top, right? And they're not out of the woods just yet. There's a small win here that they're looking at, a possible push up top.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta take a look back at this game. If you notice Blacklist International, they did not clear the purple buff. If you notice, the purple buff is there, but it's only that small little dude, right? Right now, what Blacklist International is doing is basically starving out. There's only one purple on the map.
Oh, and they've turned it into a bait?
Yeah.
Because look, they're engaging.
Look, they're engaging for now. It's going to be Albert this time around, unable to secure the purple buff for now. It's going to be Min that actually falls. Engage coming up from RQ. Skylar is trying to be doing some damage by the backline, but will not be able to find it. R7 going in. The Blazing Duet coming in the backline. The Lumen of Blast charges will not be able to connect on top of Skylar for now. Albert coming in for sweep. Haji will be the first team to fall, coming up from Blacklist alongside with Haji.
2 for 2, and just like that, key members going down. Vin and R7, while Blacks International, I wonder who made this call. I'm pretty sure it's the Queen. They go straight for the Lord.
Straight for the Lord. Albert is trying to make a play happen here. He is alone. He's actually 3v3.
He does have the retribution, ladies and gents. It's all about the retribution. Albert will not be able to do so. He will lose it live to the Queen.
Instantaneous punish. Arashi, what's RQ Hoshi to do?
They need to play a more conservative, man. I think that when they try and counter-engage with the wild charge, they're finding a lot more success, but Blacklist is not letting them breathe at all. Right now, RQ are trying their best to clear the waves, and if you look at Skylar, the damage is starting to build up. He has a Divine Glaive, and if you look at R7, he has a Blade of Despair as well. So the damage is available, it just needs to land on the right person. But of course, Oheb already has the Athena shield as well, unwilling to ensure that he does not get shut down, get picked off by the members of RQ.
Game 2 draft, again, it was so easy for Blacklist to defend. Again, just build physical defense. But now I'm liking the damage coverage. There's a good amount of magic, good amount of physical, especially from R7. I am afraid to walk into his grok in a dark alley at night. But now it looks like the choke is continuing. No purple for you, says Blacklist, as they go ahead and pressure all lanes. The map is turning red. The strength of the Fanny is being quelled. Usually you're so mobile, now you're stuck in your base.
Yeah.
I feel for the baby alien.
It feels bad, man. Albert had a wonderful game, number 1, with the Fanny, and I think Blacklist International, that's just ingenious the way they starve out the map, right? Right now, if you notice, there's no 2 purple buff. There's only 1 purple buff in this whole land of Dawn, and this is insane strategy coming out from Blacklist.
What's really difficult for RQ right now is also the fact that Clay is very, very behind. He finally now builds the glowing wand, so this will be a big factor. Multiple instances of damage will be buffed by that item, so in these fights, if it draws on for long enough, there's going to be a lot of extra damage coming in from that Eve, and also a lot of percentage HP damage coming in towards Edward, Wise, and Venus. So we'll have to see if that will be enough for RQ to win the next team fight. I think they have to play it a lot slower for just a bit longer, man. They need items to ensure that they have even a chance of making a comeback.
Yeah, about a minute before the Lord spawns, so that should be a good indicator. Should be a nice way to say, you know what, we'll wait for that Lord, and then we'll make a play. Looking at the players' gold here, Skylar, at least the gold is going to the right people for RQ Hoshi, right? It's going to their gold laner, and I'm still waiting. We saw a little bit of that taste. And Jace, you're right, man. Albert comes here, he's like, oh no, that's miserable. They left a tiny one for me.
Yeah, and the worst part is it's going to be Wise already at the purple buff. Basically, Blacklist reading RRQ's movement like an open book. There's nowhere that Albert will be able to do anything. Once again, Wise in the purple buff away from RRQ.
I mean, Blacklist are moving so well, and RRQ are trying to get a pick off, but when you have a Kufa as your main engage tool, it's very one-dimensional. As long as the front line does not leave any gaps for the crew to dash into, the back line, Oheb and Haji is relatively safe.
Oh, that's a shred coming off from Skylar. There's a lot of damage going in. Edward is desperately trying to survive, but here comes Oheb as well. He's laying down. The BMI doesn't even well, but Haji will be able to come in the first kill. Haji in, will be able to delete Haji right over the back. Oh my goodness, charges. It's going to be the being stuck right in the bouncing ball, and now it's going to be Blacklist. They do have Oheb, and they'll push on the back, and R7 will fall. 3 members falling just for the cause of Haji.
The KDA machine takes 3 down along with him, and Blacks International is ripe for the pick. And they can do anything they want. Force an inhibitor, take Lord here, that is Luminous. Arashi, what's the best call?
They have to try and clear the wave as much as possible. I mean, Albert has already tried and done that, but in the bottom side, 3 members of Blacklist trying to make sure that they can do something.
Manipulation, Oheb is already half HP. He has to slow down. Clay, that's only person that actually defends for now, but at the same time, Wise starts down the Lord.
It's a 1v1 that Wise has started.
Albert.
And it looks like he can. Albert! Oh!
Albert will not be able to connect. The split. Unfortunate passive is not full enough for Edward to jump on top, but it's already Wise, already on the job right here, putting down some damage on top of the Lord. It's going to be a free Lord over to Blacklist International.
So much pressure coming from Blacklist, and they waste no time at all. Getting the Lord, they go for the purple buff yet again. Oh, Luminum Blast charged up.
Luminum Blast gets cancelled, but that is okay because Haji can also engage for Blacklist International. Finn catches Wise, but oh my god, Albert cannot do anything for now. Blacklist International will push off their advantage, but they have another Lord marching down bot.
Just as quickly as Albert cabled on through, he says, nope, never mind. That's 5 members of Blacklist I could be walking into. Looking at the items here, Blacks International, they're at the 52k threshold. Give them maybe 10 more, 15 more, they should start building into everything and they can juggle. RQ Hoshi, I'm seeing some blanks for Skylar, even Clay. So again, they have to extend that limit wherein that magic damage is gonna hurt Arashi.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Lord charging in, Oheb has to BMI all the way out. The damage will be down for the side of Blacklist International. There's a 3 Lord marching in from the bottom side. Clay force the real one manipulation going all the way up. No damage, no follow-up coming up from Blacklist. They will take what they can, take down bottom lane.
They're able to get the bottom side turret, and now they're just playing it very, very patient. They understand that they don't have to do anything extraordinary. If they just play calm and calculated, they are set for success with a 12k gold lead right now. And as you mentioned, Leo, the magic damage is going to start to hurt, but if you look at Blacklist items, they are Radiant Armors and Athena shields all over the place. They are well prepared for those late game team fights.
So it's going to come down to utility, right? It's going to come down to what you got. Not, well, both. What you got and how you use it, right? It's about the engagement, and maybe that's where Finn is going to be more important. They forced out a flicker from Clay this early on.
I think the most important thing is how Blacklist has full control, and look at what they're doing right now. He's leaving a free, I don't know, gift behind for Albert. Albert's not going to do anything. He is now, unfortunately, it hurts to say this, guys, Albert is just a split push minion.
Yeah, no, because of the fact that there's 2 Lords for Blacklist so far in this 18-minute game, we're approaching that. The waves are just so much more powerful.
Albert, that's a very dangerous neighbor for Will. He has the cable all the way out. Blacklist International actually putting out some damage from the side, but Luminum Blast actually charge out. R7 using the wall charge again on the way. They don't want to engage Blacklist in this form.
And now Blacklist has uses a bunch of ultimates. The Lord fortunately is not up, but RRQ, they understand that they have an opportunity here, a small window where Venus does not have the Luminant Blast. They might just get emboldened by it. They might be looking for a chance to try and make something happen, but of course Blacklist already just waiting, setting up traps around the map for the members of RRQ.
What's this last item that Clay is building towards? Could that possibly be necklace or
Winter?
Winter?
Winter Truncheon?
I feel like you would just, at this point, require a lot more damage.
Yeah.
I think the Holy Crystal would make sense, but we'll just have to see, man. It all depends on how the game progresses. And now with the Lord up, Blacklist yet again is pushing the tempo, and RRQ might be forced to engage onto one of the tankier members of the front. That is not what they want.
Do they know this? There's 3 members of Blacklist up there. Is there vision on this? Because this rotation could be lethal. And I'm talking about both of them. This could have been a map absence from Blacklist, but no, they're looking for an answer. They're just making sure that they choke away the purple.
The lack of information is hurting, especially RRQ, but at the same time, Edward tries to really try to buy some time. Albert is the one that gets stunned out. He has a cable all the way out of there. Blacklist International, they're looking for the hunt. They're looking for the assassin from the side of RRQ. Nothing to be found right there. The Luminous Blast lands on top of the Kufra. But would that be enough though? Blacklist International, I think they could spend it too much. And Vin jumps all the way in. The real world manipulation, but that's a nice iron ultimate coming out from Vin. Hopefully to try to change the game around. Skylar will be able to take down OM. And Blacklist International may have overstayed their welcome. Edward desperately trying to do some damage to the R7 who actually possessing for now. I think Blacklist International, they overstayed their welcome.
That was a 1-for-1 in the end, right? Gold laner for gold laner. And if you're 10k behind, 11k behind, I see that as a win. RQ Hoshi, they walked into that fight with conviction and they walked away with a small win.
Right now, Lord, 4v4 fight. Skylar, go both gold laners. There's no pushing power coming out. It's up to Bin to try to set this up.
Oh, Vin is trying to make the engage happen, but that's a lot of damage being traded on back to him. Look at Omar, Vin is making the play work.
Luminous Blast going in. It's going to be the wall being built by the side of R7. And we're trying to be a nuisance right here, but he's dragging the Vin towards it. Wise is actually working on top of the Lord. But now Albert trying to spin. Clay, he has a damage. He takes down the Valentina. And now it's going to be Valentina. He's trying to desperately try to do some damage control. Oh, just respawn. He is trying to make a beeline, but here comes R7 wall charge. Knocking two members out from the side of Blacklist. It's going to be a back-to-back fight at the Lord Pit.
It's a 4v5 right now, 20 minutes in. Every single death is painful. Every death timer will be upwards of a minute if you make the wrong mistake, right? So this is very dangerous. RQ Hoshi have found a window.
Vin charging it all the way up. Oh my goodness, there's nowhere to be there. Wise is actually going in to activate the with the con already. It's going to be Albert trying to look for some pickup right there, but the wall is actually blocking OM. And these goes. The Clay coming in with the real wall manipulation. Wise has to run away. OM and the back line with the blessing to win. Not good enough, but would be good enough to take down R7 for now. Skylar still in the midst right there. He does have the Chaos Assault, but has to bomb the British at the same time. So my goodness, that's what he's trying to stun. Vin will try to push a scrappy forward for both teams.
2-for-1, I was just talking about death timers, and that's about 40 and 50 for Vin and R7. It's a 3v5 for the next 30 seconds.
It's 4 members of Blacklist against RRQ who do not have a frontliner. That is a dangerous game they're playing right now. Unfortunately for RRQ, the waves are still pushing in their favor, so they have a bit of a window, but Blacklist will not stay silent for long. They're already trying to get control in the Lord Pit, and R7 still 15 minutes away from respawning. Blacklist might just force it, or they might just bait a fight for RRQ.
Fun fact, ladies and gents, Albert finally got his purple buff, right? Now he's actually playing the game. Blacklist, on the other hand, you know, they've got Wise coming back up. RRQ, they know they cannot accept this fight. They have got 2 members down. Clay reward manipulation is available, but I don't think they can do anything for now.
They send Albert home at half health. Charge up some energy.
Edward Flicker, Clay will get possessed. Oh no, real one manipulation go in. Albert is really trying to go in the save. Haji will be taking the real one manipulation away from the side of Clay. He will be responding, but the main prize right here is Wise. Focusing on the Lord instead. Haji will be able to take down Clay.
Wow!
Oh, the straight. Oh, the Lord. It's crazy games coming out from RQ. But Blacklist International, they're not giving up. They will take the fight with the Dragon going in. Skylar already gone. It's going to be the Luminous Blast coaching. Members of RQ, it's going to be Albert that's trying to defend. But RQ, they took the Lord.
5v1. This is a dangerous place to be. They pop the immortality on Baby Alien, and they're going to ride this minion. It's just 1 minion.
It's just enough? 2 minutes from Blacklist International. They take game number 3.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for the world champions, and the King of Kings in home court are sweating the kingdom all over, sweating. Arashi, this is recovery. This is a streak broken. This is Blacklist.
This is Blacklist, and now RRQ with their backs against the wall. They need to find something that works, and they need to find it fast. Blacklist, they're just so calm and calculated. Even when RRQ are able to do the signature maneuvers and make the fight messy, Blacklist have figured out how to survive the initial ambush, and they have come back stronger than ever. This is a big problem for RRQ right now.
I feel like, ladies and gents, there's so much good in plays happening all across the map, but we only have one observer. I pointed out just now the purple buff was was left just one purple buff on purpose. Crazy strategy, but at the same time, the observer also cannot catch the fact that R7 made that play to steal away the Lord, but that's not enough.
I hope our analysts, once we throw over to them, picks up on two key points, right?
Yeah.
Number one is the fact that, yes, they starved Albert because of the buff mechanic. They just left one, and then that means he can only really go for one, and they can corral him there. The other is how Blacklist International used turtle fights into complete wipeouts. They did that in the early to mid game, and I'm hoping that the analysts cover more of that. So right now, on behalf of Jays and Arashi, at your service, my name is Leo. Let's throw it over to our handsome analysts.
Don't worry, amazing casters, because we will definitely cover that. Blacklist International enter the stage with 0-6 against Indonesian teams. Now it looks like they're reverse sweeping it with 2-7. But to answer both questions, we gotta talk about Wise on the Fredrin. Welcome to the analyst stand with me, Lafel, Trex, as well as Nisu. I agree with Leo. We gotta talk about this. Let's talk about Wise.
Wise, man, on this Fredrin pick, I think this is the best we've seen it played. I mean, we've seen Fredrin a lot, but specifically like Leo said, we were picking up on this earlier too, right? Blacklist International would leave that small, that small buff creep.
Exactly,
minion,
yeah.
right? They would leave it there, so then Albert had a choice, because it still shows up on the icon, right on the map. So he goes there, he finds out, well, that's not actually the buff. By that time, his purple buff is gone, right? And they really played around that for a majority of the game, honestly.
I mean, and it's those minute details that gives Blacklist those small advantages, those small choices, those, even in that last fight, splitting them up and knowing that because of the gold lead, they can still take advantage even if they lose the Lord.
Yeah, Wise used Fredrin almost flawlessly because he's tanky, but he even talked about how Blacklist International are really using the turtle to dictate the fight, because again, Fredrin not only is tanky, but he could control a lot of people, taunting, so everyone actually moves together, and he can hit everyone with the ult. Let's look at the itemization as well as the hero pick, because I do want to talk about Wise, but I also want to talk about a different kind of build or an update on the build for Claude, because not only OHEB is using this build, but before, even Skylar, we got to talk about the Corrosion Scythe on this Claude.
Corrosion Scythe, right, it's going to slow people down as soon as you're getting those attacks on, and I think that's crucial here, especially, again, complementing that Fredrin. You have the CC, the knock up there, you also have the taunt, and then on top of it, what you also saw from, I mean, even Haji, a lot of the times the way that he was following up with the Terrify, that's what makes Valentina so strong, not to mention being able to take the ultimates here, and all of that just kind of really complemented each other, and I feel like that's why you see a lot of Corrosion Scythe pickups now for Claude specifically.
I mean, and then as well, him picking up that Wind of Nature towards the end there, able to, once again, give them the sustainability in these team fights. But the big thing to point out is 16,000 gold. I mean, if you let OHEB farm, it's a rough game for anyone facing them.
16,000 gold in 22, almost 23 minutes in this game. Gave OHEB, the rich guy, 726 gold per minute, and he is indeed the carry. 125,000 total damage dealt just by OHEB. Forgotten one is also Oh My Venus, and I kind of feel like this is what is beautiful about Blacklist International's draft, is because we talked about how Wise is using the Fredrin as well as OHEB, having the Corrosion Scythe on the Clyde, because usually we just see Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, and then straight into something like a Wind of Nature, Malefic Roar, either damage or just to survive. But having everything work together, there's so much slows that RQ Hoshi, if they start to initiate, there's almost no way for them to go back. So once they commit it, they can't be like, oopsie poopsie, I'm sorry, let's get out of this. They can't do that.
Yeah, it's tough for them to, and this was kind of a similar situation from game 2, right? It was a lot of that push and pull between both these teams here, but this time too, I mean, it was great to, well, we didn't get to see it on camera, but that Holy Mary play, the wild charge from R7, could have possibly turned the game there, but unfortunately by that time, it was just too late. The massive lead that Blacklist International had, and not to mention for the majority of the game, it was really not in favor of RRQ with objectives, right? We saw this from game 2 where they didn't have any space to work with, and Blacklist International pretty much did the same thing here for the majority of this game.
Yeah, Blacklist International now, match point, and we got to give it over to Wise as we're talking about him. 8-1-13. He only died once around the Lord Pit where he just took too much damage. 81% kill participation. Trex, what else can we say about this guy?
I mean, just full defensive build, the Guardian helmet to give him even more sustainability, and this is, I mean, all around from all three games. It's been sustainability with a touch of damage, and as long as we can outlast them, we can beat them, and that's the motto of Blacklist right there.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Arkehoshi going up against this next game because if they lose, it's game over. They got to pay attention to Wise because he's been doing too much on this Frederick. After this, we're going to be looking at the heat map and the way that they've been moving around. I like the control in the jungle as well as the riverside coming in from Blacklist International because, again, Fanny has one big problem, which is the purple buff. Purple buff. Yeah, but soon we're gonna look at the highlights to see what really happened throughout the game because the movement is quite coordinated coming in from Blacklist.
Again, right, you see a lot of this in the early on part of the game. Blacklist International already had that lead starting off, but this is really where they started to focus on controlling the parts of the jungle here, specifically that purple buff. And again, every time they fought around these objectives, everything fell into place for them.
Not only that, we were talking a little bit about R7 earlier, and it just felt like he was never able to get that big setup. Yes, towards the end, as you mentioned, the Hail Mary, but still, he's just constantly holding on to it.
Honestly, looking at the game, I kind of feel like what R7 is really looking for is a counter engage because he knows once Oheb comes in, he could punish it, but Oheb having a very good trigger finger is like, I'm not going to go in. I'm perfectly comfortable just attacking from behind. And the thing is, that is kind of like causing R7 not to be as aggressive as he can be. And the moments like, this is a good change for the E because when you're in the real world manipulation, you can't get stopped by crowd control. R7 tried time and time again. It didn't work out well.
Yeah, I think Grok is still, a great option, but in terms of even then, we saw it in the highlights, right? Sometimes those Guardian Barriers were actually working against you. Sometimes it was trapping members of RRQ, and the follow-up, like by that time, the slow was already there, right? So it was really tough just to work around in terms of what Blacklist International had going in their favor.
Right now, we're looking at match points, so we're going over to Mara, where she's down there with the agents from Blacklist International to hear what they think about the games.
Pinas Langmalangkas! Budi berada di tengah-tengah para agent and we have special guest here. We have Dixie, Alodia, and Rojin!
I don't know if they could hear the crowd, but it's pretty intense. How does it feel right now watching Blacklist needing one more win?
It's so extreme here. The crowd is intense, but you know what? Even though we're just 10% of the crowd, I want to thank all of our agents for being here tonight and supporting all of us here. So thank you guys.
Wow, tahu nggak? Allah dia di sini sampai deg-degan karena kalian semua. Dan walaupun hanya sedikit aja, tapi mereka benar-benar pengen nunjukin supportnya untuk Blacklist International. Dia ngucapin terima kasih buat kalian semua yang udah ngeramein M4. Yay!
How about you, Rojin? What do you feel right now?
Actually, right now I feel super nervous, and then it's really intense right now here. Like I'm watching in person, and it feels really intense.
Oh, dia tuh nervous, dia grogi. Tapi kayaknya kita yang grogi yang kedatangan Rojin di Indonesia. Dan dia ngeliat Blacklist, dia bener-bener deg-degan banget dan pengen support Blacklist.
Dexy, how do you feel?
Even though I'm not the one playing, I feel overwhelmed. But I'm really excited on what's gonna happen.
Oh, Dixie, dia bener-bener penasaran apa yang bakal terjadi karena ini baru game yang ketiga dan mereka bener-bener pengen tahu apa yang bakal terjadi.
Okay, I have a question. This one is for Alodia. The guy over there says it's gonna be 3-1 for RRQ Hoshi. What do you have to say to that, Alodia?
Hopefully 2-2 and may the best group win.
Very nice. Harapannya sih 2-2 dan dia berharap bahwa yang terbaik yang bakal menang. Of course. How about you? You have anything to say to Blacklist International now, Dexy or Rojin?
Good luck!
Good luck!
How about Clara? Let's do the cheer.
Break the code!
Blacklist, break the code! Blacklist, break the code! So take it away, Caster!
Welcome back to the Desk at your service. My name is Leo. This is Jays, and that's Arashi. We're setting up to go into game number 4, and I just gotta say, fellas, that's the first time I've ever heard a team co-owner say, let's take it to game 5.
It's just amazing, right, how humble Alodia is, and that's what I've been hearing from most of the PH casters. But apart from that, also, you know, I think the tension in the stadium is a little bit too high because I want to see this particular series to go that particular mile.
I mean, if it goes to a full best-of-5 series,
Let's go, man.
we're in for a big treat. But of course, you know, maybe you kind of get a bit of a guilty feeling. Is it too much to ask for? It's been so good already. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see it. But of course, in order for that to happen, RRQ needs to recover. They need to find a solution because right now they are losing their way.
Yeah, it was a long bout, game number 3. Let's do a quick recap and look into exactly what kind of damage these two teams were putting on the board in that 23-minute bout. It's interesting how Clay is putting 6 digits into this, and all the while it was Oheb answering him. So again, you see how important that Eve is in his hands, and this is, I believe, his first loss in M4.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. You're right. That is the first loss on that Eve, making that win rate, win rate 100% to 75%. But like I said, it's a small sample size, so that's a big shift. But another honorable mention that's coming out is Oheb as well. That claw is doing all the damage, all the backline, that AOE damage. And I have to say, Albert also did quite well, 91k damage, even with his wings clipped. That is also something that I give respect for.
Now let's talk about RRQ Hoshi's recovery. Again, if you're talking about the draft, it looks like Blacks International, Coach Bonchan, Coach Master the Basics, they have actually an Arcadia's number. But what if? And Arash, I have to ask you, you're the topic expert this time around. Is it in the cards? What might we see RRQ Hoshi shuffle it up? Are they going to try something else here to try and change the fates?
I mean, they are known for very signature picks, but overall, they are still a pretty flexible team. I mean, even Albert himself, who is well known for being assassin players, he's adjusted so well to playing all these tank junglers. So now that they have their backs absolutely against the wall, this might be where they just, you know, just go wild and just show what they've been hiding. That's a big possibility, so we'll have to see. As Jace always says, it all begins in the drafting phase, and of course, we'll see if Blacklist can come with the same comp again.
So are you saying Sang Raja, Game 4, go bangit Gila in the draft? Because again, I think that's where this is going. Because they solved the Fanny, they solved the Grok, they solved the Eve on Clay, which was 100% win rate. Blacklist let that through. So maybe this time around, get creative. I think that's the only way, possibly. Maybe even try to trump him in the early, but it's easier said than done, right?
Yes, I mean, this is the series that's well deserving to break the M3 results, right? That PCU, but we're gonna go into draft. The canvas of this draft needs to be painted.
And again, change the palette, use new colors. And when I'm talking about that, I mean switching sides, because it's been RRQ on blue all throughout. Let's see if we'll see a switch up this time around. Indeed we do.
Yes.
It's Blacklist this time around on blue. They take out the Franco to join the Eve, open with a Farsa pick, while RRQ Hoshi, they got a 2-pick swing back. They ban out the 1-1, the glue, and the carry.
First off, from Blacklist, it's going to be that Farsa. There's so much roam potential, decent amount of crowd control, and of course that long range that Blacklist has been completely abusing. So right now for RRQ, now that there's a very juicy target there, will they try and risk going for an assassin again? Because we've seen that that is a possibility that they like to explore. They've been able to just jump on Haji again and again, but of course that depends on how many dive tools they can secure in this pick phase.
Oh, there we go. It's gonna be Yuzhong and the Kaja locked in for the side of RRQ. I feel like an assassin can still go very well against Blacklist this draft. but it all depends on this current pick phase, right? Yes, you got the Farsa going in. I'm thinking from the Hayabusa, but Edward is going for his signature Benedetta, and there's an Estes, and now the Assassin just doesn't look very juicy anymore, right, Yo?
Yep, I believe in the whole series is the first time since RRQ has switched sides, the Benedetta has come through. And this has happened in M4, I believe, already, specifically in Blacklist series, that they get these 3 first picks in this order. Almost exactly the same. All right? The Farsa, the Benedetta, and the Estes. And here's a few words from Coach Arcadia of RQ Hoshi. We still have a lot to show you. RQ Hoshi has many strategies related to tanks. Just wait. So this is what I was talking about. He shared this as one esports.
Yes.
This is what I was talking about.
Exactly. I feel like if this is a time or this is a game to pull out tank jungler, you pull it out now. I think Wise has gone unpunished with the Fredrin pick all along, and you best be sure if RRQ doesn't ban away the Fredrin, Wise will pick it up again.
Lunox actually is the pick for RRQ right now. And speaking of past strategies, etc., we've seen that one composition that I've seen Blacklist struggle with is when they're up against a Yuzong and a Kadita, actually. So that being said, that's still a possibility, but maybe it will get banned out. But RRQ will take away that Fredrin, that very pesky, very useful, very flexible Fredrin away from the hands of Wise.
Yeah, this is just due diligence, right? You take out the glue. Edward has been amazing on it. I still believe that's an understatement. And you take out the Fredrin. I hear you, man. I think they have to start pressuring even Oheb all the more, because he did so well with the Brody, did well with the Claude. The answer by Blacklist, they want to quell and stop Baby Alien from coming through the back line. There's the Fanny. Would not be surprised if it was a Ling. The second ban might be a Ling.
Second ban coming out from the side of Blacklist definitely is going to be a Ling. I feel like Blacklist International has successfully clipped the wings of Albert. RQ, on the other hand, it's now time to ban. I'm thinking stick to the Barats. I think the Barats in this particular draft coming up from Blacklist International is super strong. The amount of pick potential that you can do, but no, they're focusing on the Brody instead.
Had to mention it.
Brody, so I think they're gonna try and target Oheb potentially if they can get. I mean, again, they have a Yuzong already with a Lunox, so if they can make sure that Oheb does not have a very secure, a very safe hero, they can try and shut him down, despite the fact that there is a Farsa and there is a Benedetta. If Oheb cannot scale, then the whole Ube falls apart, because the main damage output is still in the hands of Oheb.
Are they allowing Oheb to pick up the Claude that's still out there?
I feel like that's a very big question, right? I think when I'm looking at the bans coming up from RRQ, I may not be the best drafter out there, but here's my 2 cents, right? You're half banning, technically speaking, in the last point of time, but no, it's going to be Blacklist limiting that gold lane, the marksman pool even further.
So what's left out there? Irithel, Clint, Beatrix, Harith.
Leslie, maybe.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Leslie, but I feel like, I'm sorry, this is not her meta.
Yeah, no, the Yuzong is there.
Yeah, not with Wendy even Yuzong over there, but wait, I haven't heard this in a long time, but ours, it's gonna be a Ling from Albert.
That's the Baby Alien. Again, we read this second ban from Blacklist to be the Ling.
Yeah.
They didn't do it, and of course, RRQ obliges. There's the Ling. Oh, are you, a bait?
Could be a bait.
Could be.
Like allowing it? Like,
I mean, we've seen that they were able to completely shut down a purple buff reliant jungler.
Correct.
So letting the Ling go, this might be exactly what they're aiming for. But of course, Albert is no stranger to those situations, so we'll have to see. It will all come down to the rest of the picks.
That's right, Arashi. I think it's all about, whether RRQ realizes that that's a problem. Because if you watch that previous game, Albert has no purple buff for a good whole 10 minutes of the game. He's practically useless.
Yeah, so far Blacklist has been able to solve the Lancelot, the Fanny, and then now that the Ling has come through, we'll see if that's actually in the cards as well. And eventually, of course, the Aldous makes it through, and then the Harith. Both signature picks for the remaining players of Blacklist International, Wise and Oheb.
One more pick for RRQ to try and address this issue right here, but it's looking very, very solid. Signature picks all across the board for Blacklist. It's a bit surprising how we ended up here, but considering their hero pool, you can't really say you're that surprised for Blacklist.
No, I think the biggest question is a lot of stress, a lot of pressure will be on RRQ. It's up to Vin with the Kanja to try to pick up the right targets. Do you pick up well, the Harif that's zooming around? Or do you pick up the Aldous that's going to go to the back line that just wreaks havoc? It's basically like a dive comp coming up from Blacklist International as well. And there's also that global map presence that could match that link as well. So this is it.
If I may, it's a dive comp with a global box. Because again, you have the Farsa, and then you have the Aldous Chase Fate. So as long as Blacklist plays to their tempo, then they can do what they're planning. But with the way RQ drafted, might not be so easy. They have a Yuzhong, they have a Kaja, and then they have a Ling. So there's a lot from the early, mid to late that they can do to disrupt Blacklist International.
And this is a pattern we've seen from game number 1. When there are too many problems that Blacklist need to address in the middle of a chaotic fight, sometimes 1 or 2 will slip through, and that is all RQ needs to try and get an advantage. We'll have to see if they are prepared for this essentially triple dive coming in from RRQ, but ladies and gentlemen,
we're going into game 4, possibly match point. In the studio, we are throwing it over to our Bahasa counterparts, but for all of you all around the world, welcome to the land of Dawn. This is match point. Blacks International sitting at 2-1 against RRQ Hoshi.
Really, I cannot emphasize this enough. Match point is what's at stake here, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 4 in the favor of Blacklist International. RRQ, it's up to them to try to equalize. Results has not been well for the side of RRQ, but Blacklist International, this is still, technically speaking, a upper brackets.
I've seen this again and again, but the Aegis has been used very early by Blacklist every single time. Yeah. And look at this roam coming in from Haji.
Oh, that's
might
a
just pay off.
load of damage. The Petrify will be able to walk on the way. It's now Edward time to fly away, but Clay is there. He's just trying to do all the chaos, but the stun coming out from Clay. What is going on for the side of Blacklist?
An eye for an eye. Edward missed it, and that's just how the world goes. Everyone blind when violence rules. Oh man, this is what I was talking about. This is what we were talking about.
Yep.
If RRQ puts so much on the board, Blacklist can't answer back.
Another thing that RRQ needs to really pay attention and take advantage of this is the potential, the fact that early game, Blacklist should be weaker.
Of course, they have a lot of late-game heroes right here.
Too many.
And in the mid lane, at least, the Farsa can be a big problem. But everyone else needs time to scale, especially OHAB and Wise, the 2 main carries. So that is the window that RRQ can take advantage of. And they are no stranger to this position. They know how to take advantage of their opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, something interesting as well, if you notice how Wise is actually taking the stacks, but hold on, Skylar is actually getting caught by this Estes circle as well. Vin doesn't really have the ultimate, so has to duck out of that. They touch and they go. Skylar takes some damage.
Lord spawning in a few seconds. You can see how Wise is hovering around his purple. And you mentioned those stacks. Yeah, this is just Blacklist's effort to stop this rampage of RRQ in the early game.
I mean, now with the turtle spawning, actually, not the Lord, Leo, a bit too eager here, but Skylar here gets jumped on.
Someone falls going in. Haji will be in and down the left by the air strike. At the same time, he's going to be in. Doesn't really have the divine judgment. He's actually going to get denied. Not a very good fight coming up from RRQ, losing their marksman, but here we come. Oh, Vin, okay, gets marked, but Blacklist will not pull that trigger.
Oof, that's unfortunate, man. They almost got the kill onto OHAB, but they're a bit too clean with it. The battle spells are available, but as a result, they're able to get the turtle, knowing that there's a lot more members of Blacklist in the bottom lane. Edward is coming in, being a bit of a menace there. But so far, it's still pretty even, and Blacklist are the ones actually with a bit of a gold lead, not the start that RRQ is looking for.
You know, Arashi, I will agree to disagree right here, right? Because you don't want to be even against a late game comp. You want to be ahead. Right now, RRQ is just barely scratching the surface in terms of the gold lead of Blacklist. But let's take a look at the items, Leo.
Well, I mean, you can see that the Farsa is building towards the Clock of Destiny. Later on, that will be a big problem. The earlier, like, Haji gets it, the more it's going to be a problem. But for now, you can see Albert just happy feet, dancing around.
Happy feet.
But there's just, without a real solid engage, so far, no real movements happening just yet. Vin, though, is the one person that can change that.
You know what surprises me is the fact that top lane has become mum. After that action-packed 30 seconds, Edward and R7 are like, yeah, no, we're not doing it. But bottom, though, Zaman forced out. And Vin and the rest of Hoshi in the vision, in the sights of Blacks International. Again, I miss this. This is one key use of the Aldous ult. It's just for pure vision.
just ulting it for vision, that is definitely a creative use of the ultimate. And knowing how Blacklist can maneuver around with vision, right, with information, that is a very dangerous weapon, and RRQ needs to respect that. At any moment, they like setting up traps, and it can be exposed by that Aldous as they make a move towards the bottom side, but yet no real result right here.
That's the problem about the Kaja, right? You need to rely on the flicker ultimate to land down these structs. Like, let's take a look at the emblems for now. As both these two teams, they won't be able to find anything on the bottom side.
It's just a lot of movement speed and cooldown. I mean, it's just how it is, right? Utility becomes so important for both these teams right now because both of them are not making simple mistakes. They need to be forced into those errors. Otherwise, it's going to be a very slow and calculative game. So with that being said, I think that RRQ has a few more tools to work out with. The Blacklist have the counters as well. This is why the drafting phase was just so confusing, so difficult to predict.
Yep, again, something tells me that Aldous ban from a couple of games back in the series, Coach Arcadia, Coach Achille, they were on to Blacklist. They knew that this was up. So here, 5 minutes in, second turtle going for free over to RRQ Hoshi. Blacklist knows their timing still. They know that this is not the time to fight.
I respect that, right? If you notice, even the crowd, they identify that there's no point for Blacklist to try to contest the turtle. RRQ, I think the main goal right now is to try to take down as much structures as possible, especially the top-bottom side. You don't want to allow Wise to just walk around gaining resources.
But I mean, you can see the Blacklist is trading very smart, intelligently as well. They are not letting go their turrets for no reason. They always try and find something extra, and this is why it's so annoying. Once you think that you have an edge over Blacklist, they just equalize, and look at that damage though.
No.
That is something that RRQ can definitely use.
What damage? See, he's fully healed. Right now, it is Blacklist time to do the damage. This is kind of crazy, but here comes Abdab. It is going to be, oh my goodness, actually taken down. R7 will be trying to look for the pickup right here on the back line, but I don't think Blacklist is ready for the fight right now. Edward is actually trying to try to buy some time. Elba picks up another kill. R7 will also do that soon. 3 member going down. This is not a fight that Blacklist International want to do.
We just had to call it, right? Vin, with just a split second to decide, pulls Oh My Venus into RRQ's death ball, and they get 3 for free. Now they're going to capitalize, push this top lane tier 1, and now the map is much smaller. How can Blacklist recover?
I mean, James was saying, what damage? That's the damage you're looking for, man. When they combo the spells properly, that is a lot of potential pick-off for the side of RRQ. It's not just Vin pulling out Oh My Venus to ensure that no healing is done. It's also R7 with his eyes set onto Haji at every single fight, one-shotting him if the Petrify is available.
It's not so easy for Blacklist. Again, yes, they have the vision. Yes, they have the box, the space. But when you're fighting a lineup like RRQ has, again, that's a mid-Lunox.
Real world manipulation. Sorry, not the real world. Feather airstrike going in. Nothing can be found for now. Skylar doesn't connect the random shot. I think right here, Blacklist International is just desperately buying for time. This gold lead still okay for RRQ, but I think they need to do more. They need to crack open mid lane.
They're still leading right now, but they're also working against the clock. The late game is dangerous, but the early game.
Edward getting surprised, but he'll be able to get out alive right into the healing hands of Oh My Venus. That is the question I ask you, Arashi. What damage?
Well, fortunately, Edward was able to survive in the situation, and now Blacklist are the ones actually trying to make a play, but they're sandwiched between RRQ. That might not be the best result.
And not only just that, it's going to be Skylar getting tagged by the Aldous as well. Haji going in, the Zaman Force already commented at the same time. Lunox is forced to use the Brilliance, but now R7 is looking for the engage. Elba's trying to look for the backline. It's going to be the Zaman Force, but Elba will be taking down the Queen for now. This is not a fight once again. Blacklist is not ready, and they will lose 2 members.
This is a battle of combat mobility, right? There's map mobility, there's combat mobility. You saw how Wise had to walk through the walls. You saw that he was like, oh, Albert, that's not fair. You're on top of the walls. He just couldn't join the fight. And that's just one weakness that Blacklist has just built in. And now, RRQ's going to choke off those resources.
Personal.
Yeah, this is tough. This is revenge from game 3.
RRQ is saying that this is personal. Literally taking away the purple from Blacklist.
Looking at the items right here, Blade of Despair and a Malefic Roar completed for Skylar. It's going to be a lot of damage, but looking at R7, he only has the Hunter Strike. That will be plenty to deal with any squishy member. And as you mentioned, Leo, if they can't kite away, if they can't find ways to survive from the Black Dragon, it's going to be a very tough backline play for Blacklist International.
And look at the clapback, right? Look at the capitalization of RRQ. Straight up, going for that inhibitor. They popped the shield, they left a little bit of
Oh my Venus! No way! Vin going in for the duck! Normal healing from the side of Blacklist, but it is going to be RQ losing R7 for just that.
Wow, that was a great play, but R7 goes in very, very aggressively, and unfortunately he gets taken out. It might not be the best scenario that RRQ is looking for, but nonetheless, they're taking away all the turrets available for Blacklist, trying to make sure that they have all the macro advantages they need to deal with an Aldous in the late game.
You know what's curious is in that engagement, Oh My Venus didn't use the ult, Oh My Venus didn't use the Aegis, so something tells me it was all according to plan.
Exactly. Blacklist, Oh My Venus has died probably 2 times already without activating the ult, without activating the Aegis. This is not a very good game. Blacklist is still not on form yet. Right now, RRQ, they have the tempo and they're trying to push as much as possible. This is, once again, a little bit too personal against Blacklist.
They want to make sure that they get all the buffs available denied from the side of Blacklist International.
But Haji secures it.
Haji secures that.
But yet Haji is able to secure it. This is why it's just so irritating. But now, knowing now that R7 has the Petrify available, this is going to be a very dangerous fight for Blacklist to try and commit to if they want to try and contest this Lord.
Yep, it's already spawned, and there's 4 men here. R7 in the wings. Clay just making sure that they make quick work of it. And just like that, Blacklist on the back foot. Wise securing what little resources he can. Run, Wise! Oh! That's all of RQ on you!
Vin, the conceal play going in the slow, and here comes the dog. Wise will be the victim of RRQ's feisty pickoff.
That is the potential, man. When you have the map control, you can ensure that even though Wise is near his turret, it does not even matter. Everyone else needs to deal with the other lanes, and that is how you can break up this team fight-centric composition from Blacklist International.
That
Take
damage.
A look at the items right here. Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon done for both the Lunox and the Farsa, but on the other hand, Demon Hunter's Sword built by Skylar to ensure that in those long, prolonged team fights, the DPS will still be readily available.
Worst case scenario, Blacklist International loses inhibitor or 2. Best case scenario, they find a way to defend inside their base. But at 11 minutes, with almost 7k ahead, RRQ Hoshi, it is looking like it's worse for wear now. They can't fight, not like this.
Better try going in the same time. The Renaissance will be able to call it on Haji, but the top side is already getting broken for now. Being tried up down. It is once again the Queen, but we will not be able to survive any longer. It's going to be Wise trying to chase out, trying to build, but the Lord is actually forgotten by the side of Blacklist. RQ, they take the Queen and the top side.
2 for 1. And throughout all this, they take down Skylar, and Oheb is sitting at 0, 0, and 4. Albert choking away at Wise's resources. Arashi, at what point can we say that Blacklist can clap back and Blacklist find the way in? Because so far, RQOshi, I think they're willing to make these trades for permanent objectives.
I mean, RRQ, they have lost like 5k gold lead, but no, Haji's in jumped on.
Oh no, that is big problem for the side of Blacklist. It's going to be Owen trying to desperately try to shut down the dreams of RRQ, but he will lose his life as well. It's just 3. It's a scrappy fight.
This is a reckless trading being done by RRQ, and it's not good. Whenever teams start trading kills back and forth, the team with the late game composition usually comes out on top. With a Harith, with an Aldous in their squad, it's going to be a bit dangerous for RRQ to keep doing this. They have to play calculated and ensure that Blacklist gets locked into their own base, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult.
Man, look at this. Wise is just like getting free stacks.
Yeah.
Just serving up to him like on a silver platter.
Like a buffet.
Like a buffet.
Like a buffet. He's building a hybrid. This is the El Clasico Aldous Blacklist build. You have the Brute Force, you have the Thunderbelt. 1 Malefic Roar just for sure, just for safety. And then he's building an Athena's Shield. For RRQ Hoshi, I mean, again, they've grown so much from the draft from game 1 to 4 so far. Coverage, check. Protection, check. Aggression, check. And now, this is a Luminous Lord. This could be it. If RQ takes this, and then they win more team fights, it's over. We're going to game 5.
It's about the positioning of Haji. That's a lot of damage coming out with Skylar, but Oh My Venus is around there. I don't like how Oh My Venus is actually positioned, and once again, right into the heads of Vin! Real Woman Division desperately trying to cover the damage, but R7 will be there. It's going to be the Blacklist International, but here comes Wise He is hungry for the kills, and Blacklist International shuts down RRQ.
3 for none, and they're gonna go for the Lord right at the least point, right where you did not expect it. Blacks International claps back in just in time. R7!
R7, another point over the side of Wise. The stack is unsurmountable. Haji forces the Albert to run away. Lord given over to Blacklist.
4v1 Arashi. What's RQ to do here?
They have to try and recover, man, but the gold lead is down to 1.4k only. It is a very dangerous situation for RRQ to be in. I was about to say before the previous fight that Edward is the unseen member that can be a deciding factor in these big fights, and he completely delivers. He turns it around, and now Blacklist are the ones with a gold advantage. What a disaster for RRQ.
Once again, it's so weird to be fighting on this side of the map. Haji activated the air strike at the same time. Finn wouldn't be able to catch up for anyone for now. It's going to be RRQ zoning Blacklist zoning RRQ away.
For the better part of 15 minutes, I get you, Jays. The fact that we haven't seen Blacklist cross the river in so long, that's just the result of the hard work of the mission accomplished by Agent Zero. You're right, Edward has been doing so much to draw lines across the map to make sure the Blacklist can make moves and can clap back the way they have now. And just like that, the gold lead swings over it. Is that, Albert failed!
Albert
take it!
missed the purple and will get ultimate right now. It's Pandemonium over the side of RRQ as well. And this is a big problem. Blacklist International has a bit of gold lead.
Off the bat, Blacklist International now has the lead. They have equalized in the gold division. They have a lead in range, and they also have a lot more sustain and an infinite scaling hero. On paper, this is a done deal, but RRQ, they are known to do something so crazy it might just work. That is what we're looking for right here. They have tried to just pick up Oh My Venus and Haji, and so far it's been working kind of. They need something better though.
Wrong neighborhood, Bin. That's a bad place. Surprise is going to be OM as well. There's no way OM to be in. But here comes Wise. That'd be great for the backline. Look at the damage coming out from Wise on top of OM. It's on top of the Skylar, and none of the RRQ members actually fall. The fight may have gone a little bit too long. Blacklist needs desperately to get out of the way. Albert, the healer, is gone. RRQ, they reign supreme. They're looking to end the game. This is personal.
The last two members of Blacks International on the map, Edward and Wise.
No way.
RRQ are on a manhunt. And
No
they
way.
got Wise. It's over. It's over. 5v1. Edward, he's fighting for dear life. Can he do it? Oh,
I don't think so, Leo. RRQ will be equalizing the series.
We're going to game 5, folks. We're going to game 5. The Sang Raja claps back. Not here, not in our home turf. We're going to game 5.
Looking forward to a full series between RRQ Hoshi and Blacklist International. And I was just talking that they have to try and do something different. And they go and pick off the Harriet of all people. What a performance coming in from RRQ. They are here, still in the fight.
After Oheb went down and after we saw Oh My Venus struggling to find who to heal, it was just too much to ask for Wise to finish anybody off, right? There were, 3 or 4 members of RRQ Hoshi that were sitting at maybe a fourth of their health. A single punch from that Aldous would have ended it, would have just turned things around, given that he is sitting on a killing spree. But RRQ Hoshi, they still kept their eyes on the prize. It was a close call. That was almost Blacks International dropping them to the lower bracket, but the King of Kings says no, not today, not in front of the kingdom, not here.
I feel like this particular draft was literally the Queen's Gambit, right? They baited, not say baited, they allowed the link to come out, they picked the Aldous. But I think they put in so much investment into the late game, and I feel like that's not exactly what Blacklist want to do.
Oh yeah. But with that being said, on behalf of Arashi and Jays, my name is Leo. We're gonna throw it over to our analysts to break this game down even further. Let's go.
This best of 5 has quickly transitioned into a best of 1 between RQ Hoshi against Blacklist International. We have a lot to talk about in terms of the drafts, in terms of the timings, and we're gonna break it down here. My name is Alfel, Naisu, as well as Trex, where I kind of feel like we gotta talk about tempo first, we gotta talk about timing. RQ Hoshi, they started this game guns blazing.
Yeah, and I mean, the major thing, Vin, I feel like he struggled a little the last game. Same thing with R7, but instead of putting him on something heavy attack, heavy set like the Kufra, it was heavy pick. And he was able to find his mark, able to pick off Venus, and when you dethrone the queen, the kingdom rises.
That's the thing, right? You know that when that Kaja's locked in here, you have a couple jobs, right? You either peel for if you have to, or you initiate. And a lot of the times it was Vin deciding to just initiate those fights, found the right target every time, like you mentioned, Trex. And when you take out that Estes from Ome Venus, this gives you a huge advantage in team fight.
We're gonna look at itemization as well as the hero picks, where I want to take this moment to actually discuss about the heroes being used and the timings, because in that game, Blacklist International, they were losing a lot in the early stages of the game, but almost immediately at that Lord fight where Edward just managed to get 3 people with the Petrify, they really almost turned it around for Blacklist International. And I want to start with Naisu. Blacklist International, why were they so strong in the mid/going to the late stage of the game?
One word there, and that's Aldous, right? I mean, now Wise had to have a lot of time to build those stacks. I mean, this is something we've seen from Wise before in the past. He has to build it up, get those stacks, and then usually that's a big threat alone. But at the same time, like you mentioned, I mean, we've seen Haji play the Farsa quite often now, but yes, Agent Zero on that Benedetta pick, it was very threatening, and there were some good moments there, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, from the very beginning, as you mentioned, the tempo, RQ had to, I feel like they knew there was a lot of pressure. We have to push it this time because of the Aldos, right? So they, as you said, went guns blazing, and towards the mid, there was a little bit of shift. Wise able to get some more defensive items, able to get his stacks up so that he can be more aggressive, but in the end, RQ was able to cut the line and finish the game in time.
We're gonna look at the post-game stats, and I gotta say, the entire crowd was roaring because both teams were able to use the draft to the maximum, because both teams managed to achieve their win condition. Albert, the rich guy here, 822 gold per minute, but the carry is still Haji.
Not to mention the fact that, going back to the draft, when that Lunox was picked in, we didn't actually know just yet that it was gonna go in the hands of Clay, right? It could have been into, I mean, we've seen it flex quite often, right? It could have gone to Skylar, but still, the fact that they played around that, they had the burst potential, because when you have Kaja, you make that decisive action, you go for the pull, you need someone to burst them down, and this just allowed Skylar to eventually get to the point on that Beatrix where he was deadly, but also the difference here for Albert, able to have a much easier time in the jungle. He didn't have to worry about his purple buff being taken.
Another important thing is Oheb didn't get to play range this time. He picks up the Harith. He has to get more upfront and personal, and this makes Haji a bit more of a target here. A lot more weight was on Haji's shoulders here, and he wasn't able to get the positioning that we saw him get in the past 2 matches.
I like that you guys discuss about the draft, because RQ Hoshi, the way that they drafted, they made sure that they were building up the success, because even in the bans, banning out the Fredrin, where again, being a nuisance, but also banning out the Brody, that kind of signals that, yes, they're going for an assassin pick, because Brody is generally good against assassins when it comes in, and then they just stun it out. But with this being said, we gotta look at the MVP, the guy that really pushes us to go to game number 5 for RQ Hoshi. We gotta look at the MVP for this game.
It's gotta be
Vin. He put, I would say, the entire country of Indonesia on his back, on his shoulders, because
on
again,
his wings.
On his wings, Vin, he did the most.
I mean, it's just, it was a pristine performance, right? I mean, the Kaja locked in here, you knew that was gonna happen from the draft right away. Decisive, that's the thing too, when you're playing the Kaja, it's not always as easy to find the right target every time, but this man did it, right? Vin started off, it really allowed RQ just to play their game, play their tempo, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, literally within the first 4 or 5 minutes, he found Venus 3 times. Has Venus at a 0-3, and this stops their whole composition from functioning when they moved into the mid game.
Now we're gonna look at the heat map, and I wanna look at how aggressive the first 5 minutes was from Vin, because again, the combination between Vin as well as Clay with the Kaja and the Lunox, they moved so much all across the map, making sure that both lanes were winning. But look, quite a heavy concentration around the Riverside going towards the gold lane.
Not only that, but early on, this is where we saw that pressure on the top side, and then Clay was able to secure that first blood. And when you're already on this bursty type hero, this also makes it even faster to clear the objectives, because what we saw was those turtle takes were super fast.
Another important thing is we don't see him on the enemy side of the river too much. He's more of waiting for them to come to him, waiting in those bushes, waiting for that pick opportunity at this point. And like we said, he found it every time.
Now we gotta look back into the highlights, because again, this is a very fast game coming in from Arkiyoshi. They really dictated the tempo. So looking at the highlight from the very first start of the game, this is the first very big cash coming in from Vin, and R7 this time, he's not afraid. He will go in and initiate a fight.
So at this point in the highlights, they already had that lead, and it's time after time that Vin's finding the right targets. That's Oh My Venus going down multiple times here. And even with Albert being able to profit on this and just have an amazing game on that, on that link, this really just transitions into an amazing game for RRQ.
I think another important thing is it wasn't only the tempo of the game, but the tempo of their team fights. One would go in, then R7 goes in. They went in piece by piece and just chained up all of these team fights so well. Now this is the point when Blacklist starts to come back a bit. Everyone's on the edge of their seats, but I'm waiting for when's the big comeback, the big swing back.
Now, looking at this is masterclass coming in from RRQ, because they understand that going up against Blacklist International, fighting in a team fight is very, very crucial. So understanding when to go in and when to go out is detrimental. It's instrumental in the way that they played the final fight.
Honestly, is this not what we wanted, right? We've had this is 2 series now that's gonna be going 5 games. This is exactly what we wanted coming into this point of the knockout stage.
Best of 5 between Blacklist International as well as Arkiyoshi. I hope we break another record. But with that, we're not gonna wait any longer. We're gonna throw it over to the casters for the final match of the day.
One more game. Thank you so much, our analysts, because we're about to go into one more game. At your service, my name is Leo. This is Jays, and that's Arashi. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait. One last game. Only one team stays in the upper bracket, that much closer to the trophy, and the other will have to fight for tournament life.
Yeah, going down to the lower brackets, I mean, there's a lot more room for error. It's like, when you're writing an essay and you kind of went on a mile, they only ask you for 100 words, but you went to 1,000, you're gonna make a lot more errors along that 900 extra words that you don't need to do.
This sounds like it's a true story.
That's mostly me.
I mean, this reminds me when you're playing soccer or football when you were a young kid. And once you've been playing it all for the whole day, the winner, the last guy who scores, wins, right? So, I mean, this is the same situation. Winner takes all in the final game between Arkiyoshi and Blacklist International. You can't write like a better situation for us right now.
Yeah, no, everybody here in the Tennis Indoor Sinai and everyone watching at home, all of the members of the kingdom, all of the agents all around the world are cheering for their teams. Arkiyoshi and Blacklist International are putting on quite the show. This is the King's final gambit. Kings of the World, Blacklist International once stood tall last year. They won M3, and now it's not so simple, it's not so clear.
It's not so clean, it's not so clear. It's felt like the whole thing got muddled up. Don't forget, it is Arkiyoshi fighting in home turf. This is their home ground. But at the same time, it is up to Blacklist International to try to defend that throne.
Well, we've seen it again and again, though, the same pattern. When RRQ are able to catch them off guard, they start to falter. And I mean, it's easier said than done, though. If you can just tell them, like, yo, just be prepared and don't be surprised, like, you know, there's so many factors going on, and against RRQ, you never know what's gonna happen, man. Sometimes the plays just happen, just like that.
All
like
the
we saw.
more it's important that we have this MVP, right?
Correct.
Vin, an M Series all-timer, and here he pulled out another trick. The fact that he's able to find the perfect target and isolate them with the divine judgment, I think that spelled just disaster for Blacks International in that last game, in those last moments.
I think the most important thing is that Blacklist International lost way too much in the mid game, right? Because of how Vin plays. Don't forget, Vin, I think off the top of my head, I think that was like 2 to 3 times when Vin caught off Oh My Venus with Aegis and also the ultimate, and all of a sudden, the key ingredient to the strategy just falls apart, and it's super hard for Blacklist International to try to slow down the push because Wise need more time to farm.
I mean, this is like one of the main key factors for Vin, right? A lot of people has been doubting him, saying that his performance is dropping, that he is not at the same level anymore, but he just proved them wrong. And he has never been a big team fight initiator. Well, sometimes he does that, but I've always said that one of his key strengths is just finding opportunities and being able to pinpoint a particular pickup. All the way since a few seasons ago on the Jawhead, that's when I first saw him just display that skill, and I think he shows it again today. Just catching OHAP in the middle of all that chaos, that requires next level skill, man.
I don't understand this. Like, if you're saying that, people are already discounting out Vin, I think this is his redemption. That particular game is basically a statement to the whole world out there, hey, don't count me out just yet. I may be an old-timer, but I can still catch the queen.
Yep, he's been there and he's here tonight, right? And standing in front of Blacks International, yeah, you'll lap it up. He's not making it easy for the M3 World Champions to actually come back around. Now, with that being said, let's talk about Blacks International.
Yes.
Alodia asked for Game 5. Here it is right now, and we're living in it. This is the reality of the situation. What's Blacklist to do?
Yeah, I feel like it's like, well, you asked for a Game 5, here we go, I'm gonna give you a Game 5.
I mean, technically we all
You're saying
were.
it's intentional?
Deep inside, we all were. Deep inside, that's what we wanted. Right?
But I think it's also a well-deserving one, right? You can see, Blacklist International, I think they do have that particular strategy that they want to pull off. In fact, funneling every single minion in the mid lane as well in the early game over to Y so that he can hit critical threshold. But I think going to game number 5, I don't know, because the identity of Blacklist International between game number 1, game number 2, it's like the same. They may try this again.
Yeah, so that being said, Arashi, 2 possibilities, right? They force the Aldous lineup again, or they try something else, dig deep into the Ube strat arsenal. Coach Master the Basics, Kobonchan, I'm sure they have a lot more in store, but which is it, you think? Are they going to reiterate, or are they going to innovate?
I mean, look at RRQ and how they're able to radically just change up their strategy, and it paid off massively, right?
Wow.
So I think that given the current context, the current circumstances, I think it makes sense that Blacklist will try and bring out yet again, something unexpected.
Oh, well, something has to stick, right? And I'm pretty sure it's one of these heroes from our Impact players from Game 4, right? Oheb on the Harith was almost carrying what Blacklist could bring into the late game in the mid game.
And not only just that, right? You can see the efforts of Haji as well on that Farsa. Farsa does have a strong early game matchup, but then again, when the mid game comes, you're expecting the Harith to pop off. But I would just say that Blacklist International, they lost too many resources in the mid-game, and that's exactly what it said during halfway through the cast. RRQ needs to start taking structures, and they did.
And I think that's only really made possible by how aggressive Albert was on the link.
Yeah.
Again, you're so fast on the map, you want kills, you can find them, and you can get into the backline, you can compromise Oh My Venus, you can compromise Haji with the help of Vin and the rest of RRQ. So again, looking at the draft, something tells me Blacklist might reiterate, and then instead of banning out the Claude, I think they banned the Claude game 4, now they might actually ban out the Fanny and the Ling.
I feel like it's just going back to basics, like Master. I don't want to pull a pun right here, but like...
You're in it. You're in too deep.
Okay, going back to the basics, right? We're just going to go in hard in game number 5. Technically speaking, this is still the upper brackets, but lower brackets is starting to look very scrappy, right, Leo?
Yeah, and again, if we know these two teams, we know their tendencies, and if they have to pull out all the stops. If they want to stay in the upper bracket, this is their last chance. Coaches are on point. They're at the helm. Players are going to follow through with the plan. Here we go. Game number 5. The last one in this best of 5. There goes RRQ Hoshi going on the play, batting out the glue and the carry. Blacklist takes out the 1-1.
Remember in the previous game, RRQ switched sides, and that seems to be very beneficial for them. They will not have the same opportunity this time, so that might just be a big factor. All the way in the beginning, though, we do see a glue and a carry, as well as a 1-1 and a joy. One side wants to get rid of these prio annoying heroes. The other wants to get rid of all this mobility, all this dive potential.
So much is open right here, ladies and gents. RRQ, I think they want to take the Eve because it's their first pick. It's up to Blacklist International to ban it away. But at the same time, who do you ban away if you are RRQ?
Well, again, you can ban out the Eve and then first pick the Kaja. True. You can also try to leave open possibly the Fanny. I'm not sure if that's worth first picking in this situation. The Grok seemed to play a great role earlier, but no. They're going this certain direction. They're going to take out the Eve, and then they'll play with their box in their own way.
Yeah, I think Blacklist International doesn't want to see the Kaja right here. I think it's a no-brainer right now. Vin is super comfortable on this Kaja. If you notice also fleeing time being built in earlier just now, that's hooks for days. But no, speaking about hooking, they take away the Franco instead. Kaja left open.
I mean, Franco is also a signature pick from Vin. I think last season in our own MPL ID, he was able to show that he can completely take over a game if he's given someone with such utility. But the first pick is going to be that Kaja, man. RRQ understands. A big part of their success is how successful Vin was able to be able to pick off the members of Blacklist International. That suppression is very, very strong.
Yep, MVP from Game 4 was Vin on this Kaja. I mean, ride the momentum, ride the wave. Take it all the way through the last game of the series. For Blacklist, though, what's left open? There's a lot on the board. There's the Farsa, there's the Benedetta, there's, what else? Well, Glue got banned out.
I think there's a lot. I think it's right now, I think it's all about this first 2 picks. What is Blacklist International going to go for? That's the Benedetta going in. That's one checkbox marked. Are we seeing a Farsa going in as well? Do you want to prioritize it early? Okay, we're going to go in. Feels like the replay of Game 4.
Reiterate, that's the key. That's what they're doing here. And then they're going to learn. Again, best believe, the change up, the switch up might happen as soon as here, this 3rd pick for Blacklist, or in the 2nd phase during the banning. For RRQ, though, how do they close up their first phase?
I think they require a bit more damage, because now, even with the Divine Judgment, if you don't have any damage to follow up to try and secure that kill before the crowd control wears out, it's going to be a tough situation as well. I think they need to try and lean into that aggression. That is their signature style that we haven't seen in a long time, actually. And we've seen that even against Blacklist, it is a big problem. I think it works out.
Looks like the pick is going to be damage indeed, and they're not going to let Blacklist ban out the Ling. They're not going to wait. They are going to be the aggressors, the initiators. They pick up the Yuzhong and the Ling.
It's all about the positioning of Haji right there on that Farsa, right? R7 on that Yuzhong. It's definitely the Albert on that Ling. There's 2 items, or maybe not say 2 items, 2 utilities that they can use to kind of push away the feather airstrike. So right now, I think Blacklist International switching up the gears a little bit in terms of their execution. Let RRQ engage, we bite them back.
And it looks like the game plan for Bonchan here is to rely on their opponents, see how they're moving. But against RRQ Hoshi, it looks like it's the good old Ube. Because, again, they don't have to pull out something new. Instead of picking up the Estes in the slot, they go ahead and pick up the Claude for Oheb.
I mean, Coach Bonchan here being very irritating, right? Just not giving us the confirmation on what he plans on doing. And that is why it's so difficult, right? The elusive mind of Coach Bonchan has just been shown in today's game. We don't really know what he's up to, and yet somehow he finds success. And as you mentioned, with the Claude picked up right here, they have a chance to shift this draft into something more aggressive, or even tone it down and go for something a bit more reactive, right? Something that kites back better.
Yeah, so what's missing for RRQ Hoshi that Blacklist can clamp down on are mid laners or gold laners. And here's a hero that's both. They take out the Lunox.
I mean, you saw that for Blacklist, the fact that it was the Lunox can be so flexible and so safe is definitely something they do not want to have, because Haji relies on being able to go for those level 2 roams, those early game pickoffs to try and get the ball rolling. But quick bans right here, Fredrin as well as the Harith, they really know what they don't want to see.
They don't want this flexible picks coming in from the side of RRQ, right? Like, and another thing I also find interesting, RRQ Hoshi, once the ban from the Fredrin comes out, that's a little bit personal. Wise was able to use the Fredrin almost like 3 games in a row, and it works pretty well, and there you go, the Lolita gets taken out by RRQ Hoshi.
It's not even a choice of Barats anymore, right? They know that that's the only choice left, and I think Coach Arcadia, Coach Achel, they're accepting this, that, hey, he might pick up the Barat, so just ban out one of Oh My Venus's best heroes, take out the Lolita. So now, what's Blacklist to do?
I think the Barats is a good idea here, but I got a feeling that there may be a Diggy coming out. A Diggy time journey would be very good because, first of all, you allow the Barats to basically use the Daytona's Welcome to swallow someone up, and then after that, you also deny the CC coming out from the Farsa so that she can stay in the Feather Airstrike just a little bit longer.
Well, point is, I think for RRQ, they need some kind of DPS. There's no way they intend to take down a late game Barats with a Ling and a Yuzong, right?
Yeah,
That's a bit of a tough endeavor. So some kind of DPS, either physical or magical, needs to be secured here. Otherwise, they're prone to just falling to the same issue, right? Having a thick front line for Blacklist, and they cannot penetrate. Oh, whoa.
Okay.
That's the Kadita, man.
That's the Shred, and that's the Kadita, and that is Estes once again for the side. Oh my Venus. Blacklist banning away the Lunox makes sense right now. And RRQ, I feel like this is a good drop against Blacklist as well.
Yep, again, expect that Aegis on Oh My Venus to pop within the first 30 seconds. Because again, RRQ has to be super aggressive. And then from there, we'll see how much the gears have turned for Coach Bonchan and if they can change their fate, because RRQ Hoshi are riding on momentum.
I've seen that Blacklist can struggle against 2 pick-off dive heroes, but now with potentially 3 heroes, right, that can be used to engage the fight, is that going to be even more dangerous for Blacklist, or is it just too much from RRQ and they end up lacking something else in their composition?
Arashi, Bakmas Nimta, listen, it's actually 4, right? You count the Kaja too.
You're right.
So Kaja, Ling, Yudong, and Kadira. So Blacklist, when it comes to engagement, they're in trouble.
Yep, everybody can die, but ladies and gentlemen, on to the land of Dawn we go.
Game 5 here in this best of 5 in the upper bracket. We'll throw it over to our Bahasa counterparts, but for y'all watching all over the world, welcome. This is RRQ Hoshi versus Blacklist International, the last game in this, to be honest, grand finals worthy series.
And off the bat, you already see adjustments being made. Blacklist understands the danger, and they have 2 Purifies on their main carries on top of the Aegis. Already a very good solution. Will that be enough, though, knowing that there are 4 sources of crowd control from RRQ?
Another thing that I was like, Hibin may have taken a lot of damage, but here comes Clay at the same time. Not enough damage from the side of RRQ to kind of shut down the push. Blacklist International once again, oh my goodness, popping the Aegis way too early.
Now, talking about stats, right? Barats is the highest win rate with 100% in 5 games. So Blacklist has this major stat riding off of this game.
I mean, it's a very strong hero in the right situations. And right now, it does seem like later on, when it comes to that macro gameplay as well, they're going to be able to clear waves very fast with this composition. So I think Blacklist is onto something right here. It's on the shoulders of RRQ to try and surprise them yet again. But at this point, you have to wonder, have they done too much already?
Edward dashing all the way out just in safety right here. Albert will get scouted out by Oh My Venus right here. 30 seconds on the clock. It's a race to level 4.
Down bottom, you see that Wise has given Skylar a little visit, helping out Oheb. And again, this is an Avarice Claude. So every bit of basic attacks that Claude can get on anybody, actually, will help Oheb propel straight into that first 2 core items.
Well, we're still in the early game and we can talk about the picks. We have to note that Clay can play a lot of aggressive heroes, but he is more well known for playing the mages. You have to wonder if that becomes a factor as the turtle is spawning, and it looks like the play is being initiated by RRQ, but Blacklist ain't so far behind, trying to contest the control.
Contesting the control is the name of the game right here, but Clay does have the level boy as well. It's going to be suppressed. Wise get denied by the ultimate. Wise will also lose the turtle for now. It's going to be R7 ringing around. We're also looking for the pick up of the Blacklist International. At the same time, Wise will be the first to fall. It's going to be in. It's going to be just really for Edward. Edward desperately trying to run away. Haji doesn't have to defend the airstrike, can only use it now.
Oh, that was just off timing for Blacklist. All of the tools that RQ needed just fell on their lap, and they capitalized on a good situation, turned it great. Took the turtle, took some kills along the way.
That was a bold move by Blacklist International, trying to contest such an early fight against such a dangerous composition coming in from RRQ.
Now, looking at the bottom lane, the island of the gold laners, at least in that disaster of an engagement for Blacklist, Oheb, you can still rely on him. You can still at least expect for him to do something, right? But when is that going to happen? How can you expect him to do that without the assistance of Haji, without the assistance of Oh My Venus? Because, again, with Albert skyrocketing into the lead this early, 3 minutes in, even Oheb, I feel like might not be too safe.
This is the dangerous part for Blacklist right now. All three lanes essentially are in favor of RRQ. They have more lane control, lane pressure, but Vin is getting jumped on.
Fede right going in the same time, Vin looking a bit low. Oheb will be the one that finished the job. It's going to be one kill given over to the side of Blacklist. Oh My Venus right here, just healing up Haji, and they're back to fighting shape again.
The road to recovery starts now. What do the items look like here for Blacklist?
Blacklist, Oheb landing down the damage, but would not be able to be enough, but that could be the precursor, and here comes the actual main damage, and here comes the main party. The flicker will be used, but Skyway will be able to get on without. But Blacklist, they're wasting a lot of time in the bottom lane.
Gotta be maximum range, right? Tactical repositioning plus the flicker. That's gotta go on TikTok someday.
That was smooth coming in from Skylar. He just slides out of that very dangerous situation. But right now, you can see that Clay is struggling, man. He wants to get these pickups, but with the Purifies, it's just a bit too difficult. They need to time this. They have to count the cooldown and ensure that they go in for the right target once the Purifies are down.
This Fede airstrike is a little bit too early, right, guys?
Yeah, it's suspect, and it's going to allow RQ Hoshi to time it out. But this might be because they see that Albert is still going for his purple, and this allows Wise to do the same for his orange, and then they reset. So far, this is good because Blacklist, they didn't expect RQ Hoshi to pull so far. Turtle resets.
So resets, but look at the Blade of Despair being built by Skylar on that Beatrix. There's going to be a lot of 1v1 kill potential, but Haji has the Clock of Destiny already scaling towards that mid-game. And look at that.
Here comes the Divine Judgment. Wise will not be able to retrieve the turtle. Another turtle given over the side of RRQ once again. It is R7 going in a big dragon form, and that's the problem that Blacklist International couldn't solve.
Just as quickly, I could have sworn the Barats would have survived, but no.
Oh no.
They have lethal intent. Oheb is in trouble.
BMI already pulled out. Vin doesn't really have the Divine Judgment for now. That could be a side relief, but Clay doesn't have the ultimate, so that is still A-okay. But this time around, they may have actually almost extended just a little bit too much. The better airstrike zoning out the members of our RQ as well. Blacklist International, the big problem right now is that Kaja ultimate.
It's just so difficult. There's a lot of sources of crowd control, and they can deal with that with the Purify. But if R7 or Albert just jumps on you, that's damage, not crowd control. You have to worry about.
Wesker shot, Skylar walks away with one dot.
Ooh, that's again, it's just unfortunate for Blacklist that their attempts at picking off, at countering the aggression of RRQ has not been paying off. And I don't know if it's bad luck or you can call it a good skill coming in, because RRQ are doing very well avoiding these tough situations, even though they do not have the defensive battle spell.
At the world stage, there's no room for luck, all right? Maybe a little, but it's more of because RQ Hoshi are feeling it. They won game 4, they have momentum on their side, and they have a relatively significant
shot going in. Oh My Venus, just right in time. The ambulance right now is all about Vin, whether he can catch the right targets.
Oof. Man, Din Hunter Sword has been completed for Oheb. He has a steel leg plates as well, so for now, he has some measure of defense against the physical damage, but that's only until Albert scales and gets his hands on him. At that point, the escape is going to be very difficult, and the fact that Skylar is on that Beatrix means that RRQ can slowly but surely siege down these turrets.
How safely and how just cleanly RQ Hoshi pressured that bottom lane, and that's permanent damage. Oheb now can't farm us safely down there, and all the more this opens up this last turtle for RRQ Hoshi. It's 100% turtles for the King of Kings.
Problem is, Vin does have the ultimate as well. Wise needs to step on. He needs to try to eat that ultimate. There you go, Vin. Once again, Wise, Vin not shy! But Wise will be able to heal up just in time. He's trying to look for the victor, but Retribution! Blacklist International take away the turtle, and this could be the turnaround for Blacklist.
R7 barely gets away with his life, but who'd have thought that Blacklist would have taken that turtle?
Yeah.
The mechanics, at least now, Wise is more confident that, hey, after a DJ, I'm okay.
Yeah, the biggest problem right here is that Blacklist International, but hold on a second, slowing going on. Nothing's gonna happen for now, but let me continue my point. Wise needs to eat the ultimate of Vin. No one else on the side of Blacklist could do anything at all.
I think earlier, Wise was actually dragged by the Divine Judgment.
Yes,
but
correct.
Unfortunately, the Breath of the Ocean from Clay does not land. And now, with Wise having the Radiant Armor, he is going to be a bit tanky until Clay has a bit more penetration to nuke him down. Might be the mid-game that Blacklist is looking for.
Yep, 8 minutes in, they shrank that gold lead, approaching 3 now, it's just barely 1. Oheb jumps in.
Blazing Duet doesn't really stick. But there you go, Blacklist International managed to clear out the topside wave. What is going on around the map? It is the Fed Airstrike going in. The West Coast shot will not be able to connect. It's a little bit too far. Blacklist International takes up topside.
That's clean zoning from Haji right here, knowing that he has a lot of damage in his arsenal. The Lightning Truncheon is not complete just yet, but even then, that needs to be respected by Skylar. He has the Wind of Nature at this point. But, you know, there's still that magic damage threat coming in from Oh My Venus and Haji. That is the main thing he has to be aware of in these big fights.
And now, again, with the past minute or so being all about regaining real estate for Blacks International, they can find better engages. This 1,000 gold lead for RRQ Hoshi, yes, it's significant, yes, it means something, but Blacklist can put up a better fight because, again, of the aforementioned pull!
I don't know whether this is a good idea coming up from Vin, but it's going to be Wise. Get a knock on the door, but he's getting healed by Oh My Venus, and then all of a sudden RRQ has lost their roam. R7 a little bit too low, Clay coming in, trying to put some damage, but Blacklist International picked one person.
They threw no caution to the wind, and it resulted in Vin being taken down. Blacklist obliges, making a beeline straight for the Lord, and watch that green dot. Dennis Welcome still online.
They waste no time at all, man. RRQ, they might try and contest here, but it might be too difficult. Unfortunately, Blacklist will be able to secure that Lord, and RRQ, they just overestimate their damage, despite Wise just building full tank. They need to understand at what point is their damage adequate to try and pick off especially the bigger members, especially with Oh My Venus on the sides.
I feel like Blacklist call right here. Wise is the carrot. Vin hooks the carrot, but this carrot is a little bit too big for RRQ's mouth, and they got hurt. Their jaw dislocated, and this is exactly what happened. It worked for the first 2 times, but the 4th time, it doesn't work anymore.
Looking at the items here, 10 minutes in, Arashi, talk to us.
Exactly. I mean, right now, the Blade Armor has been completed for Wise as well. He is getting tankier and tankier. And so far, if you look at the items from RRQ, penetration is not in sight just yet. This might be a mistake, but here we go. Blacklist just sieging, taking away structures with the help of the Lord.
Zoning away. That's the name of the game from the side of Blacklist International. But hold on a second, it's a 1v1. Petrify going in for the side of L1, but it will be duking it off. The damage of the blade going in. It's gonna be a fight underneath the turret. It is a trade.
And all that time that Agent Zero bought for Blacklist, RRQ Hoshi are now reeling. They're looking at a map that's red, wondering where it all went wrong, because Blacklist now has a 1K gold lead.
Oh no, Vin, take a forward, but he misses. And now here comes the bad punishment coming up from Blacklist International. Better Airstrike will be able to zone RRQ away. Blacklist International stabilized for now.
Oh, they're going to steal this purple away from Albert, who hasn't even respawned yet. We're looking at a Lord in a minute and a half. Arashi, what's going on? What can we expect in the next minute and a half? Because this Lord, this next one is going to be significant.
We can expect RRQ to try and get a pick-off yet again, but of course, Blacklist, they adapt. You cannot expect the same thing to work again and again, and right now, they have the solutions. A strong front line, they can tank most of the damage, sustain to back them up, and even if you want to go for the squishier members, like we mentioned, the Purify is there. So I think RRQ, they have to try and ration their crowd control. They cannot use it all at the same time, because if they do that, then it's easier for Blacklist to identify when they need to commit most of their resources. If they can spread it out a bit more, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and it goes back to that dirty, that messy fight that RRQ usually finds success in.
2 big questions, Leo. Has Haji and Oheb used the Purify? Second question, why isn't Vin catching all my Venus?
I feel like, again, he was trying to do that with the flicker. Unfortunately, he was just barely out of range. Maybe the pressure is getting to him, you never know. But Albert, once again, is going on a duel with Agent Zero. They traded 1-for-1 earlier, but man, it's still beneficial for Edward in this situation because Albert is level 15.
Arashi tried to answer it, but I was going to say, Jays, I don't have the answer. Blacklist does. At this point, they're in the driver's seat. They're camping here in this river bush, and I'm not sure if RQ knows.
Man, RQ does have the map control, brush control in fact, but it needs to be an ultimate coming up from R7. You need to sacrifice that. It's going to be Albert missing that purple buff once again. It's going to be a replay of game number 3.
Oh, this Ling is thirsty. This Ling is hungry. He needs that purple. He needs that perp.
It's unreal, man. Wise is able to steal so many resources, so many purples, but now this is the deciding moment. If RQ can flank around, this might be the opportunity they're looking for, but otherwise, Blacklist has a chance to completely use this neutral objective and force RQ into an unfavorable fight.
Oh my god.
Do they know? Do they know? All right, that's it. They revealed it. That's it. Yep, RQ Hoshi. So they're just trying their best to get a reset here, but can they find it? Lord, less than half health. Oh, here comes Vin.
Here comes Vin as well. It's going to be the Econ as well. Will not be able to connect. Clay goes into Petrify, but it's going to be knockup coming up inside RQ. The damage coming up. RQ doesn't really click. It's going to be Albert. Not in the way. And Wise pick up Clay. And Albert still standing in the backside. But Oh My Goodness walks on in. He reveals the assassin. Skylar comes in. And Nibiru doesn't make anything at all. It's going to be Oh My Goodness desperately trying to heal Wise. But Blacklist International, they traded for Clay.
The MPLID Grand Finals MVP fell, and for no reason at all.
It was free. And it's going to be the suppression on top of that one. The punishment. Now it's coming in for the re-engage, but Albert trying to look for something over here, but OM is creating so much trouble. And there's the wind of nature activated at the same time. Albert going in, trying to play with the blades, but he gets zoned out by the members of Blacklist International.
Oh, they baited out so much, but they instead traded out, and it's gonna cost them. But at least Blacklist walks away with the Lord Skylar. Skylar had lethal and malicious intentions, but Blacklist says no. 2K ahead, Luminous Lord on their side. What does this mean for RQ Hoshi?
It means that they're stuck on the defensive and they cannot go for those big flanks. I was about to say that Blacklist are just so patient. They play that fight so slow, and RQ just weren't able to adjust. But afterwards, RQ were able to actually get something in exchange for that Lord. That's a small victory, but as you mentioned, having the Lord on top of a very solid front-to-back composition means that now you can force RRQ to go to locations that you want them to be, instead of RRQ being elusive, hiding in the bushes, surprising them with side flanks.
Yeah, now it's come to the point wherein even bush control isn't as important because you still have to think about those purifies. Now, Chase, Haji has his off of cooldown. Venus has an Aegis. Oheb is waiting about 15 seconds from here. So this Lord push might actually be lethal. They could take an inhibitor, or better yet, they might even threaten a finish.
RQ does have 2 Petrifies left. It's all about RQ, how they play this out. The Feather Ezra will be able to zoning out. That's the Lord defended by RQ. Blacklist International focus on the mid lane instead. Nibiru's Passion, wave clearing, that's all what RRQ can do for now. Locked in base.
Luckily, Clay has solid wave clear. And again, you're still looking at Skylar, despite the nerfs on Beatrix in the recent patch, they're doing okay. Arashi, what does the items look like? Oh, because Agent Zero.
Oh my goodness, Vin
out.
misses the Flicker ultimate, allows Edward to slip on the way.
That is very unfortunate. At this point in time, that flicker is a very valuable tool, and Blacklist know that, tries to go for a big play, and the other problem here is Albert, but he's alone right now.
He's alone right here, Edward. Oh, Albert needs to get on the way. There's a big dinosaur coming for your body as well, but it's going to be Blacklist International, manages zone out of members from the side of RQ. Bottom lane is already gone.
Luckily, his body was ready. Baby Alien knows exactly what's going on, and he did not have to fall. I believe it's come to the point wherein RQ knows they're playing with fire, knows that they have bombs in their fists and they're waiting to land that big haymaker. Question is, how do they find that angle?
It's such a difficult situation because Blacklist have all their attention focused onto Vin, and it seems like RRQ, they're only relying on Vin to be the first initiate, whereas they actually have a lot of other tools they can use. They can go with Clay on the Kadira, they can go with R7 with a big flank and Petrify, but they're just not exploring that option, and it's making them seem just a bit too one-dimensional. And against a team like Blacklist, that just means that you are going to be so I don't know, readable, so obvious, and you can see that several times here, Vin has flickered twice and has not landed a pickoff.
Something tells me that's more a matter of conservation. The fact that Clay and R7 aren't being used as much to try to get a kill and get vision is because they're saving them, right? They're saving them, but so far, oh, not like this. This is a defensive Black Dragon form.
Defensive Black Dragon form. Haji activated the airstrike already right off early. Blacklist International know that Albert's all the way up top. Edward has full vision right here, but Blacklist International slowly collapsing once again. A purple buff gets denied away by Blacklist International.
Oh no, the baby alien's not gonna get his num-nums. This is a hard engage. This is tough. When you're playing a Ling this way, I mean, I've heard this from stories. I don't play Ling myself, but when it's like this and your opponents are just denying you your buff, oh, it's miserable.
Yep, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International setting up for this Lord dance. It's about who has Lord Pit control.
It's easy for now. It's going to be Blacklist, and they're bursting down the Lord really fast. Vin makes the play.
Vin doesn't connect onto anything right now. OM going into place into it. It's going to be my Venus healing members of Blacklist International all the way to the top 4. OM will be punishing Vin.
A Lord that's evolved plus Vin. The M-Series All-Timer has been overloaded. Yes, he had momentum. Yes, he got MVP Game 4, but not against a lineup like this, not against Blacklist, who has figured out exactly what's going on.
RRQ need to adapt, man. They have to try and do things differently. Blacklist has a read on how they want to operate, and now with 15 seconds left on Vin, the Lord is coming in, and high ground favors Blacklist International. Better airstrike has been used.
Oh my god, this is a very tough airstrike to defend while Alvin forced to use the Temple of the Blades just to get on there. Here comes the Bandit Rage to try to clear off the members of the side of Blacklist International. Even orbiting the Nibiru expansion as well. The Lord will get chonged down, but Blacklist International, they do a lot of damage. They crack open the mid lane. That's permanent damage.
That is a main artery taken away from RRQ Hoshi. Albert will not be able to explore the map as freely as he once has in this 19-minute bout. Now top lane inhibitor is going to be next up on the docket.
Here we go. Ohad petrified, but he's going to get purified. The counter battle spell. Here we go. R7 all the way in the back line trying to look over. Oh my goodness, that's really trying to heal. But look at where Albert's going. He's looking for the angle, but will not be able to commit. Blacklist International, they stayed a long time.
There you go. If R7 can go in like that, you can see the cooldown on the Purifiers for Haji and Ohab are nearly identical because they have to use it at the same time. They are trying to group together for the blessings of the Moon Goddess, and that is something that RRQ can take advantage of, but they need to just plan it out really, really well, and without that vision, without the control, it's just so difficult right now. And Albert has full inventory slots at this point, so he won't be scaling any longer. At this point, it's all about how fast Blacklist can catch up to the 5k gold, can use that 5k gold lead, because RRQ, soon both teams are going to be full inventory slots.
Yep, we're about a minute away from this Lord. And again, this is a Lord that scales every minute from now on, 20. Plus, the fact that we are looking at TikTok timers. When someone falls, best believe that is lethal. If a member of viewers gets picked off, again, like Vin from the past 15, 18 minutes of this game, then no one comes back from that. So RRQ has to be extra careful.
Concealed play. No flicker committed by Vin, that's good. But this is where RRQ has realized that R7 needs to face check every single rush. The best part about Oh My Venus on this Estes, right? Your second skill allow for that vision, right? So that you don't really need to commit. You saw it already being used in the I think it was the second or first Lord Dance, right? And it's really come to really good success.
Now, we're about 15 seconds away from this Lord. You see Blacks International playing for purple buff domination. Bombs away from Skylar, and this could be Albert's last chance. Oh, he's so hungry. He wants it. Can he get it?
The question is, but looking how RRQ members come out, the Petrify coming up from Edward will be there, but purple buff will still be successfully secured by
Ohab, I think.
Ohab.
Yeah, as long as it's not on Albert, Blacklist is happy. No num-nums for the baby alien. It's so hard to play Ling this way. I can't stress that enough.
Yep.
Now Haji has a Holy Crystal. That's a lot of damage. One bolt from the Fed Airstrike is able to chunk Skylar down to lower than half HP, but look at that snipe coming in. Unfortunately, with an Estes in the composition, Blacklist will be having no issues at all, but look at that play!
Oh, that is the suppression. The Vin needs to try to play with the Dragon going in. Here comes the Blazing Duet. No fear for the Avengers as well as BMI will be allowing OF to time out. Albert will be able to pick up Haji for the time being. It's now up to the Dragon to pull down the damage to punish Blacklist International. Albert will be able to get out with a single dot makes over health. Right now, Blacklist International have been the building. OF needs to run away. A scrappy fight from RRQ. But Blacklist International will be the one that got punished.
3 for 3, Clay and Skylar versus Oheb and Edward. This is as scrappy as it gets. RRQ Hoshi pulls out one from deep within. The Sangraja still in this battle.
It looks so good for them, and then it looks awful, and then it looks so good again, and at the end of everything, it's a 3-4-3 equal trade. But of course, let's take a look at that instant replay by TikTok. Look at that. Initially, the Purifies has been used, and this is the opportunity. Look at Skylar just free hitting in the back. Unfortunately, he's unable to secure that kill. And Albert, he was stuck on the wall here, trying to just kite away from damage. And Edward is able to cut him down. And now Blacklist once again are the ones pressuring for this Lord. They have mobility advantage.
Right now, the Lord dance, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what Blacklist is really good at. Right, RQ right now, they have to try to figure this out. Okay, get chunked down all the way, go to HP, and now Blacklist all of a sudden they do have the Lord. It is all up to how RRQ plays with it. Albert is that link, could be able to fly all the way to the Lord mid very quickly, but I think RRQ that lost the topside turret, but now it's going to be a rush, a mad rush to the Lord. Albert on the wall right here. They need to try to do something to bend Tribute. Albert took down the Lord.
The baby alien secures it for RRQ Hoshi, but at the cost of Vin. Now it's a 4v5. No. Blacks International marching down mid lane.
It is going to be a replay of the previous game, number 3, once again. Even though RRQ was able to take down the Lord right now, it's going to be Blacklist International. They do have a lot of control. They do have a lot of damage, but they don't know welcoming RSM right into the tum-tum of the Rats, and now he will be punished. It is nice right now. He's going to get out of there. Oh my goodness, healing the members from the side of Blacklist International. 3v5 happening in the side of RRQ.
The relentless one has the favor turned
on
him.
They need to do it.
Take him down.
They need to do something as Blacklist International. They stay in the upper brackets.
Tennis Indoor Sinayan can't believe it. Neither could we. But Blacklist International send the Sangraja down into the lower bracket.
A somber day in Tennis Indoor Sinayan. The audience is definitely disappointed. But of course, there is a victor and there is a loser in these tournaments. And unfortunately for RRQ, today, Blacklist International is the better team. Congratulations for moving on to the upper bracket.
The M3 World Champions feel it. The agents in the stadium are the same. And boy, if you watch the last 5 minutes, you saw exactly how well RRQ Hoshi found their window. And even that Lord take by Baby Alien, by Albert, that was immaculate. But at the end of the day, messy as it was, Blacklist knew the way around the woods.
It's just so crazy, right, ladies and gents? RRQ, this is not over for them. You better be sure they will come back with a vengeance. Blacklist International sending them down to the lower brackets. Not a good storyline for RRQ Hoshi.
They will be bowing down to the Queens for now. We'll have to see, of course, RRQ improving so rapidly in such a short period of time. We can definitely expect them to come back even stronger from this defeat. But for now, we have to let Blacklist International have their moment.
That's right. King Wise and Queen V reign supreme tonight, along with the MV3. Let's give it up for tonight's winners. Staying in the upper bracket, it's Blacklist International.
Give us a good game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on upper brackets, it's a best of 5. It's not a sprint, it is a marathon. Best be sure, more games for both of these two teams.
There is a saying, if you're gonna go for the king, make sure you strike the kill. But for now, on behalf of Jays and Arashi, at your service as always, my name is Leo. We're throwing it over to our analysts to break down Game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you can get a closer game if you tried. Welcome to the analyst stand with me, Lapel, Naisu, and Trex, where I gotta say, target prioritization is so important, where RRQ Hoshi started the game pretty strong with Vin, getting good pickoffs, but then failing to actually take down Wise, kind of give the momentum over to Blacklist. The moment that Vin catches Haji, it almost looks like an RRQ game.
I'm speechless at this point, right? Because that was a nail biter. I mean, everybody was sitting in the edges of their seats for that last moment when you think there's
Albert secured the reward.
Dude, I can't even speak. But still, it was an amazing performance. But like you mentioned, Vin struggled trying to find the right targets for it a lot of times. And I feel like this is just one of those things about a Barrett's pick, right? You're huge, and it's hard to get past that, and that's kind of what we saw this time with that Kaja pick.
Yeah, definitely around the mid-game, the kill presence of that Kaja just started to wear off. Even towards that final exchange, when he finds onto Haji, and when a Truncheon comes in, he's not able to get the finish, and even then, it ends up being an even 3-for-3 trade. So losing that presence of the Kaja definitely tilted the battle towards the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, we're gonna look at atomization as well as the hero picks, because it's very important for us to talk about this, because we gotta talk about the Barats, where he's really showing a very big presence in the front line, because in the previous match, Vin easily could catch Oh My Venus, but this time Wise is just a huge wall, not giving vision for Vin, not giving him an opportunity to catch anyone else but him.
Yeah, like I said, you know, when that Barrett's locked in here, it's a huge wall to get over, and that's what we saw. And also, when you have the Yu Zhang, you have this Kadita pick for RQ, you're kind of going all in on that pick-off potential, and as the game transitioned on, you're not able to get those picks. A lot of that firepower, a lot of that kind of cards up your sleeve, they're expended, and once that happens, that's where we saw the punish from Blacklist International.
And another thing to point out as well, about the 11, 12 minute mark, he picks up that blade armor, and this forces Skylar to not, to maybe rely on the Renner a bit more, not get too heavily involved, and has to pick and choose where he's going in these team fights, because if he shoots into Wise in an extended team fight, it does not work out well for him.
Let's look at the numbers. Rich guy as well as carry is from RQ with Albert, 751 gold per minute, almost 100,000 damage coming in from Skylar. But the numbers don't lie. Wise took 184,000 damage. It almost looks like Wise has a magnet embedded in him, where everyone from RRQ Hoshi is chasing after him, and then there's nothing that they could really do to take down the Barats.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy, and towards the beginning, it felt like RQ, they had that game in the bag. Even towards the end, I mean, it was just so back and forth, but Blacklist falls back onto that sustainability with the Barats, just such a clutch pick, and I mean, they end up winning now. I think we're all speechless after that best of 5.
Again, I think it's just that combination between that Barrett's pick and again the Estes pick. I mean, how many times are we going to see the Estes pop up here when it's Blacklist International? And the game MVP, none other than Oheb.
Yeah, we didn't talk about him much, but 3-0 in 6 match, 82% kill participation, because it's one thing to absorb all the damage, but it's also another thing for you to actually dish all of it out. In this game, Oheb, because again, this is a big composition, and Oheb was not seen by RRQ Hoshi in the game until he decides, I'm gonna kill you guys.
Another important thing to point out, the 2 purifies on the side of Blacklist. Now, in the previous game, RQ was really able to chain those attacks. Vin would go in, then R7 would back up, but this time you have some disruption. The Petrifies don't work from the Kadita as well. The Petrifies don't work from R7 as well, and this gives them a little bit of advantage in some of those skirmishes.
looking at the heat map right now, from 5 minutes all over to the 10 minutes, you can see Oheb, he is a gold laner, but he's moving around, and this is just the Ube strat, where whenever they want to secure the neutral objectives, being the turtle, being the turrets, he makes sure that he is with Wise as well as Venus, so when Wise gets targeted, he can back him up.
Yeah, again, we saw that Corrosion Scythe once again, still kind of pretty much solving the same issue here. You lock in that Claude, you're available when you need to be, but mostly if you're slowing down the enemy team here, and for RRQ's case, it's really hard to get away from that. And then again, just this how everything unfolded, it was in favor of Blacklist International at one part in the game.
Very interesting to see that Claude not only is a great damage dealer, but now as a utility gold laner as well. And in this team fight, the moment Blacklist International was able to actually dominate the map, dominate where they want to go, Kihoshi, they don't have any avenues to get into the fight. And we can see how difficult it is. Oheb jumps in and he's not punished.
I mean, but the speed almost gives it to RRQ, right? They play that long fight so well, the back and forth, back and forth. But we saw it around that 9-minute mark. That's when it started shifting from here on. This is the huge fight where that winner Truncheon came in.
This was the game changer for our
clutch for Haji. I mean, and it ends up being a 3-for-3 trade. I mean, RQ has a super advantage here, and somehow Blacklist find 3 of them.
At that moment, Edward had the Winter Truncheon still activated, so Albert couldn't actually deal the basic attack. That 0.5, 0.3 seconds difference, if Edward wasn't untargetable in that time, I felt like Albert could have gotten the kill, and then it could have really went over to Araki favor.
And even with that last ditch effort to take that Lord, and they did, things could have ended differently there. Again, RQ was working their way back into that favor, and unfortunately for them, that last moment was a big deal breaker for them.
And now, that's it from us from the analyst stand. My name is LaFell, Naisu, as well as Trex. We gotta go over to Mara and Clara on stage to talk with the winners.
My heart skipped a bit, but here we are with the champion of the upper bracket, Blacklist International!
Congratulations! Oheb, grabe ah, 0 deaths. But let's go back to that final moment. There was a Lord dance. Albert was able to steal the Lord from you, but you guys kept on going. Let's go back to that decision. What was going through your mind? Who was the loudest in the earpiece talking?
Hindi na namin iniisip yung naagaw yung Lord. Iniisip na namin agad kung anong magandang magagawa namin. Which is yung patayin na lang yung mga natirang hero doon. Tapos nung may mga napatay kami, nagdesisyon kami na i-go na lang sila sa mid, kaysa mag-def ng Lord.
They weren't even thinking about the Lord anymore. They weren't even thinking about defending it. They just wanted to focus on who was left and kill every single one of them. And they didn't focus, they just kept on going to the base.
Oh, really? Okay, jadi ini menarik banget karena Blacklist, mereka benar-benar gak peduli tentang Lordnya, mereka gak mikirin Lordnya, tapi mereka berpikir siapa yang tersisa dan siapa yang bisa mereka habisi. Dan great decision.
Great decision, Oheb.
Yes, but how about RRQ? They seems like not afraid of your solid meta. They let Estes going and get picked by Blacklist International. What do you think, guys?
Let's ask all my Venus. Para daw ang RRQ Hoshi, hindi daw takot dun sa meta sa Estes mo. All 5 games, hindi nila binan, inalaw ka nila na gamitin yon. Ano ang iniisip mo tungkol dun sa desisyon nila?
Actually, we were shocked that they didn't ban us throughout the game. And I think it was one of the reasons they lost it.
Mungkin mereka berpikir juga kalau ini bisa jadi salah satu alasan kenapa mereka bisa ditumbangkan dari upper bracket ke lower bracket karena mereka nggak ngeban Estes-nya Venus. Oh, wala.
Beware of the Queen. Now, this game is so intense. It reached all the way to game number 5. In fact, Alodia predicted that both teams were gonna give it all out. Coach Bon Chan, what was so difficult about this game? And before you posted in MSC how to decode RRQ Hoshi, was it the same this time around, or did you find them more difficult this time?
No, it's already difficult this time. It's already a different strategy because, of course, with the addition of Coach Arcadia, they drastically improved their macro, and I think that helps a lot because, what do you expect from a Filipino coach?
Wow, katanya ini adalah strategi yang berbeda tentunya karena saat MSC dan sekarang RRQ sangat berbeda. Apalagi dengan kedatangannya Coach Arcadia membuat makro dari RRQ begitu naik. Dan tentunya ini sangat sulit untuk blacklist di match kali ini. 5 game, luar biasa.
Today, people say that it was like a grand finals match, deserving to be like a grand finals match. Now, when you were going from game number 1, game number 2, game number 3, game number 4, all the way to game number 5, did you guys find it difficult? Because you were saying something earlier. How difficult was this game for you?
It's very difficult. It's like the grand final.
It's like the grand finals. Would you say that the RRQ Hoshi is the most difficult team that you are preparing for?
Right now, yes, because they are our first opponent.
So you think it's gonna be easier from here on out?
No, I think not.
Okay.
Our next opponent would be Onyx or Echo.
It'll be Onyx or Echo. Yeah. Okay, so if you were to choose just one of them to face later on, who would that be? And is this a group decision that you think?
I think any of them, because if we want to be champions, we should fight every team.
Wow.
Okay. Jadi memang susah banget untuk melawan RRQ dan pada akhirnya juga nanti Onyx dan juga Eko akan sulit untuk dilawan. Tapi mereka akan melawan semuanya kalau mereka mau menang dan mereka mau menang.
Now, mensahe. Magbigay tayo ng mensahe. Let's give a message to all the Filipinos supporting you because I know there's even somebody here that came all the way to the Philippines, spent his life savings just to watch you guys. What is your message to all your supporters?
Of course, first of all, thank you so much to all viewers watching us, supporting us all the way. Thank you so much, especially to the people who went here. Yan, thank you super. And the viewers from the Blacklist Asian and to the Blacklist managements also. Yan, and the influencers from Philippines.
Wow, kata Venus, terima kasih semuanya yang udah mendukung juga, yang udah datang ke Indonesia, yang di Indonesia juga, untuk manajemen dari Blacklist dan juga tentunya influencer semua yang udah mendukung Blacklist sampai sekarang.
Congratulations! When I say Blacklist, you say break the code. Blacklist!
Break the code!
Congratulations to our defending champs, Blacklist International!
Thank you so much. Good luck for your next battle, Blacklist International. You may... Okay.
Just go ahead.
Anywhere. It's all up to the winners. Because they're the winners.
They have all the rights.
Yeah, the winners with super classy maths and games tomorrow. I love how they battle on the game. I skip a bit. I skip a hard bit.
But there was a message there that the biggest mistake that their opponent made was not ban the SS. They must respect the SS. So let's take a look at the updated bracket.
Let's go.
We had to say goodbye to one team.
Today.
We have 7 teams left. Take a look at that. We have RRQ Hoshi is gonna go up against Falcons. They have another life. The Valley will go up against RRQ Akira. And up there, Blacklist International is just waiting to see who's going to win against Onyx Esports and Echo Philippines.
Yes.
Ooh.
So for tomorrow, after we say goodbye to Incendio, tomorrow on the first match, it's a lower bracket between the Valley and RRQ Akira.
And we're gonna have Onyx Esports going up against Echo Philippines. My goodness, super intense. Clara, what was your favorite of today?
Of course, the last match.
The last match, definitely.
Of course, Indonesian team is playing and they show their best and we have to be proud of it. Kita semua harus bangga pokoknya karena semuanya udah ngasih yang terbaik dan it's a word to watch and a word to cheer.
I'd also like the win of Falcon Esports. They sent a really good message asking everybody to keep supporting them and to recognize that non-MPL regions are doing their best and they're daring to be great, going all the way to the final 8. But tomorrow, we're gonna have the top 6. We're gonna find out who the top 6, the top 6 kings of all the regions. So you better not miss it.
And of course, because everyone is gonna to be watching tomorrow, and we would like to thank our sponsor here.
That's right. M4 is powered by Tonton, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, and supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair.
We have Esports Charts, our analytical partner. We have Gang, our official merchandise partner. We have Miwas, our media partner. And last but not least, our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Guys, don't forget, we're gonna have the M Room where we're gonna read all your comments. So be sure to share your comments about your favorite teams. Use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBBM4, and Dare to be Great. So see you all tomorrow when we figure out who the top 6 teams will be. This is Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great!
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're just go. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it